All rise. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to elders past and present. Please be seated. Apologies. Are there any apologies?
Mr Chair, I advise that Councillor Atwood and Councillor Cunningham will be absent today, and I move that they be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Landers, and seconded by Councillor Wines, that the Councillors Cunningham and Atwood be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,661st meeting held on Tuesday, 7th of September 2021 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Wines that the minutes of the 4,660th meeting of Council held on the 7th of September 2021 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we have two public participants today. I'd like to call on Ms Sandra Bainan, who will address the chamber on vehicle volumes in neighbourhood streets. Good afternoon, Ms Bainan. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Lord Mayor and councillors. I live in Lothian Street, Adelaide, which has about 15 properties in it. We have rat running and speeding issues, particularly bad during peak morning and from 6 a.m. and peak afternoon from 3 p.m. Vehicles enter from my street to avoid chronic issues at Ipswich Road, Waterton Street, Venner Road intersection, and because there is no right turn arrow into Ipswich Road. When will this be addressed? Cars then exit my street left into Eckerman Street to rejoin Ipswich Road and enabled by a green arrow, or they turn right to access the Riverside Expressway via Duke Street. Maruka Ward has arranged for counters to be laid, thank you Councillor Griffith, in the street, and a local traffic only sign was installed in March. This sign is of course completely ignored by cars, utes, vans and even large heavy trucks working on Council's very own Hanlon Park rejuvenation project. Imagine my horror when I was informed by Maruka Ward that the Council Transport Planning and Strategy cites that up to 6,000 cars per day in local streets is acceptable. Let's do the math. 6,000 cars per day over a 24-hour period is 250 cars per hour. Between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m, if we condense it into a 14-hour period, that represents 428 cars per hour, or 7 cars per second. 7 cars per second. Is this acceptable for a Brisbane local street? So for $1 million plus, which is what houses sell for in my street, you can live and enjoy up to 7 cars per second, according to Council's standards for us. Let's see what happens during peak times. Every 10 seconds, 1 to 2 cars drives by my house. That's over 360 cars per hour. We're creeping close to that 6,000 cars per day mark. Are we then meant to accept this peak hour rat-running vehicle volume as normal and acceptable in our local streets 24 hours a day? Does this qualify as livable and safe? Does it align with Brisbane's vision? The cohort of parents of Junction Park Primary School who walk, ride bikes and scooters and push prams down my street in the morning, crossing dangerous Eckerman Road with no pedestrian crossings, trying to set a good example for their children. Later in the afternoon, they repeat this activity, running the gauntlet, ironically in the name of good health and reducing emissions. 2016 census cites that 75% of the Annerley residents are made up of 25 to 40-year-olds, lots of young families. When parents feel it's too dangerous to walk to school because of traffic volumes and lack of safe crossings, what do? They get in their cars, they create even more traffic, more congestion and emissions, and ever more sedentary populations. According to the latest annual AAMI crash index, over a quarter of all road accidents in Australia occur in the afternoon between 1 to 4 p.m, school pickup time. In July 2020 article by Monique Sinclair of My Gold Coast, pedestrian fatalities across Queensland increased 125% in the 2019 and the 2020 year, with 18 pedestrian deaths compared to just 8 the previous period. The RACQ has also revealed the number of cyclists killed in Queensland has also doubled that year, the highest since 2016. We're meant to be keeping pedestrians safe and cars away from schools, yet Council accepts that up to 428 cars per hour between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. would be safe for local streets. These are figures that mean pedestrian safety has no priority. Every time a pedestrian is killed by a rogue vehicle while on a footpath, it's proof that no pedestrian can feel safe when ever-increasing volumes of traffic are embraced by council planners and strategists. Mayor Schrinner, come sit with me by a road that currently has the traffic flow of 6,000 cars per day and tell me that this is what local streets will look like, according to your planning and strategy team's acceptable projected numbers. I invite you and the planning and strategy team to explain how a figure of 6,000 cars per day is not a mockery of Council's Brisbane vision and strategy, specifically its environmental policy, reducing Brisbane's emissions and working towards a clean, green, sustainable Brisbane. I choose to walk everywhere within 6 kilometres of my home, but I can tell you that pedestrians are second-class citizens. Council and state government simply must do more to reduce the impact of traffic on our daily lives, our streets, and protect the safety of pedestrians who choose walking over cars, who choose health over cars, who choose reducing emissions over cars. Please review the 6,000 per day figure for local streets and demonstrate that the Brisbane City Council puts safety of its pedestrians over cars. Yes. Thank you all.
Ms Bainan, your time has expired. Please take a seat. There'll be a response, Ms Bainan, if you'd like to take a seat, just repeat. Thank you.
Okay, right.
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Mrs Bainan, for your time today. I appreciate you making the effort to come and present to us and recognise your keen interest in the operation of our traffic network. May I start by making some observations about the designation, which was the principal discussion, the road use designation of your street and the traffic movement in there, which was one of the main points you made earlier. Lothian Street is recognised as a neighbourhood street in the current city plan, and the posted speed sign is 50 kilometres an hour, which is the standard for local streets in Queensland. The primary function of a neighbourhood road is to carry low volumes of traffic between local and district roads, and a focus being on a safe environment for both motorists, cyclists and pedestrians. I have been advised that on the 25th of August 2020, your local councillor requested a traffic count for your street, and that was returned to him on the 2nd of October 2020. The results did show that there was a spike of the northbound traffic during peak hour times in both morning and evening, and volumes were within the limits prescribed for local streets. The 85th percentile for the speed 85th percentile posted during that speed and traffic review was less than 50 kilometres per hour. The data showed from that week, the average daily count of vehicles using Lothian Street was 1,259 vehicles per day. That's the total of both directions. There was also a request earlier this year, I understand, asking that council road resurfacing trucks no longer use Lothian Street after the drivers were carting road profilings from the works and use Lothian Street to return to Ipswich Road. I've been advised that you received an apology for that action and for that inconvenience, and that there has been no reason for crews to be using Lothian, and I trust that they stuck to their word and did not use it after your request was made. So if there's an alternative, I'm happy to hear it, but that's the advice provided to me, that you made a request and it was responded to in your favour. I understand that it's also difficult in this sort of location where Lothian Street is, in the very near inner south, between major between major roads such as Ipswich Road and the Pacific Motorway that sometimes there are stresses placed on local streets. As I said, the data mentioned earlier showed a higher amount of northbound than southbound traffic. However, these, as I say, were within 1,259 vehicles on average per day. As always, we are, while they were taken in October of 2020, they may not necessarily be reflective of an ordinary period, considering that some vehicle and transport changes behaviours have occurred as a result of motorists and public transport use through the COVID-19 pandemic. We're always happy to review the results and test again if required in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms Bain. I think you can take it up with Councillor Wines at another time. Thank you very much. Councillors, we do have another speaker, a slight change, but the issue is the Four Voices charity, which works with women experiencing homelessness and domestic violence. We have Ms Helen Winter coming to address Council now on that issue. It's cool. Yeah. Thank you, Ms Winter. You have 5 minutes. You can stand or sit according to what you prefer.
Mr Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm here today to raise awareness of a new charity called Four Voices that launched in March 2020, a week before the world shut down due to COVID. Little did we know how perfect that timing was. As the world became subject to the pandemic of disconnection, Four Voices stepped up and provided connection services to the most vulnerable members of our community at the time when they needed it the most. The 2016 census found that 116,000 people are homeless on any given night in Australia. This means 1 in 200 Australians are homeless. 56% of those are male and 44% of those are female. Of the 51,000 females, 33,000 have been fleeing a domestic violence situation. They have been silenced and they have been socially isolated. Also, nearly 1.6 million Australian women are not online. In a world where the reliance on technology is increasing, this is alarming. So this means 1 in 8 women are not connected to the internet. They are silenced. They are digitally isolated. Four Voices is a registered charity committed to supporting people who are experiencing not only social and digital isolation, but also domestic violence and homelessness. Four Voices has a purple van, which is a mobile hub for social and digital connection. All the power that is needed to power up the equipment in the van is provided by 2 solar panels on the roof of the van. And incidentally, our van is called Aurora, which means dawn or new beginning, which is exactly what we hope to provide to the people that we want to support. So Four Voices focuses on facilitating 4 different types of connection: social, digital, employment and community connection. The most important part of equipment in Aurora is the kettle. Sharing a cuppa with people on the street symbolises a simple act of getting together, with no agenda and no judgment, to share stories and to spend time in an environment of safety and acceptance. That's social connection. Aurora is outfitted with Wi-Fi, mobile phones and laptops, a smart TV, a printer, copier, scanner, and all of which are free for people to use at any time when we're on shift. Whether it is to connect with social media, to set up emails, a MyGov account, or write letters, complete forms, or set up electronic forms or pay for bills online, our volunteers are always happy to help. That's digital connection. More recently, we've been helping the community with finding employment, helping with resumes and Seek accounts, job applications and Centrelink reporting. Anything we can do to help the vulnerable people struggling to get a job. That's employment connection. We believe that the only way we can solve big ticket issues is through collaboration. with the community and like-minded organisations and people. As a frontline service provider, we see people who are too nervous, too embarrassed and too ashamed to ask for help. So we take people into Centrelink offices, into their doctors' offices, into legal aid, into housing, into crisis accommodation. We give them courage. We give them the courage to tell their stories, to find their voice. That is community connection. We currently go to 12 locations around Brisbane, Ipswich and Logan, mostly at Centrelink offices, crisis accommodation, care facilities and homeless shelters. We offer all of the services at those locations to people who just need someone to be by their side, to support them, to be their mate, for someone who will listen to their story and share the story with them. As the pandemic of disconnection grows, so too does the demand for our services. We know that we are making a difference to the communities that we visit. We provide vital practical support where it's needed most. We know that we could do so much more with more funding, particularly another van, which will cost about $100,000 to fund. Our vision is to have vans in every community in Australia. We can all do more to support our communities. We can all help vulnerable people find their voice, and it all starts with connection. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms Winter. Councillor Howard, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr Chair. And Helen, I must apologise for calling you Joe because you had your mask on, and that's one of the disadvantages of mask wearing at the moment, of course. But and I've met Joe, who was, of course, very involved with Four Voices. And so thank you very much for coming in today and to presenting to the Chamber. It is really, really important that we hear from you in this forum, because I think that all of my colleagues know very much the work that is done by a lot of communities out there to help our homeless, and the work that you are doing is quite unique, I think. And so, you know, I'd just like to take a moment to thank you particularly and to acknowledge the important work that you're doing to address social and digital isolation, because again, it's an area that people don't think about, but in this day and age is one that we are constantly needing to turn to. So you and your team are taking an innovative approach to empower those in need through the power of connection, and we'd like to commend you for your work. Although you are a young organisation, having been founded in March 2020, it is clear to see that you have accomplished a great deal in that short amount of time. Connectivity now more than ever is so incredibly important for not only all members of the community, but particularly those in need of support. Your social connections service, which sees Four Voices volunteer, offer that warm drink, which of course, as you say, a warm drink and a chat is exactly what everybody needs. And it's a small gesture that sometimes has a tremendous impact on people. The importance of being connected isn't just the connections that we are no doubt familiar with, but, you know, fostered with our family and our friends and the community, but also the digital connections that are so important in this day and age. So the outreach services that you provide, along with the lives you change, is something that we would love to see you and your volunteers continue to do. And I really want to once again thank you for addressing the Chamber, and I will make sure that I have a talk to you after the presentation. So thanks very much, Helen.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Nice to see you in person. Mr Chair, can I move the suspension of standing orders to allow me to move an urgency motion, which I'll email to you now?
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Cook and seconded by Councillor Cassidy for an urgency motion. You're circulating that now, are you, Councillor Cook?
I have, thank you. And the urgency motion is this, that Brisbane City Council urgently fund a new van for Four Voices.
Thank you. Councillor Cook, you have 3 minutes to establish urgency.
Thank you, Mr Chair. We have just heard about the amazing work done by Four Voices in this place. And in Australia, we know that 50,000 women are experiencing homelessness. More than 33,000 are fleeing domestic and family violence. 1 in 8, we've heard just now, are disconnected. They are digitally and socially disadvantaged. We've heard about the van today, Aurora, that is doing incredible work across this city at 12 locations across our city, and we have an obligation to help this organisation continue that good work. So today I am asking this council to consider urgently funding a new van for Four Voices, and I would appreciate if the LNP administration would show their support for Four Voices, stand by and support their domestic and family violence strategy, and work towards eliminating violence against women and children and homelessness in this city.
Suspension of standing orders motion has been moved. All those in favour of this being urgent, please say aye. Aye. All those who say no, please say no. No. The noes have it.
A division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Johnson. Please ring the bells.
That means they're blocking debate. We can't even talk about it.
We have a motion for the suspension of standing orders to consider an urgency motion. All those who agree, please say aye. Raise your hand so it can be counted. All those who say no, please say so and raise your hands. No. Are there any abstentions? Clerks?
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
That motion is lost. We now
Point of
move
order,
on
Mr.
to...
Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cook.
Thank you. I just want to draw to your attention, Mr Chair, that when I rose to move that urgency motion, the Lord Mayor of this city, Adrian Schrinner, said that I was shameless, and I would ask him to remove those comments from the record.
I did not hear any comments, Councillor Cook, and I don't believe they'd be on the record.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order to you,
I
Councillor
clearly
Johnston.
heard the Lord Mayor saying shameless and shaking his head at Councillor Cook for moving a motion supporting victims of domestic violence and the work. Oh.
Thank you. We'll move on with the council agenda, please. Question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair?
Point of order,
Standing
Chair.
committees?
Point of order,
Councillor
Chair.
Cassidy, point of order.
Just seeking your ruling on this. The Lord Mayor has admitted now to saying those comments. He said just now, not on record, but he shouted them out that he wouldn't withdraw them. He should do that. He should turn his microphone on and put that on the record that he won't withdraw those comments.
Councillor, Lord Mayor, would you? Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor,
Point of
please.
order, Mr Chair. The Lord Mayor of this city is now...
Are you taking a point of order, Councillor Cook? No? Okay, Councillor Johnson, are you taking a point of order?
Yeah, I'll take the point of order, Mr Chairman. The Lord Mayor's comments about Councillor Cook were inappropriate in this place. They are an adverse reflection upon her motives to support victims of domestic violence. I have been... Mr Chairman... Mr Chairman, I have been expelled in this place.
Point of order,
and-
Mr Chair.
Councillor Johnson, you're debating a point
No,
of order.
I'm
You're not
just-
making a point of order.
Mr. Chair.
There's precedent for this, Mr Chairman.
The councillor is breaking the rules of procedure by debating on a point of order. We have work to do. Can we please return to work?
Councillors, you're debating a point of
No,
order,
I
Councillor Johnson.
just want to bring to your attention there is precedent for this. When I called Councillor Simmonds a little turd, which was not on the record, I was
Councillor
immediately
Johnston.
expelled from this place. The Lord Mayor's comments are a breach of the meeting's local law
Councillor
and
Johnson,
should be
please sit
withdrawn.
down. I will establish what the precedent is in this place on my understanding of the rulings. You're not making a point of order. We'll move on with question time. Councillor Huang, you have the floor.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to draw to your attention that during that little exchange, I don't want to reopen that debate, but I heard the Lord Mayor repeatedly interject. I heard other councillors repeatedly interject, and I just want to make sure that you're enforcing the rules of the chamber equally, because I know that when other councillors interject, you hold them to a very different standard. So,
Councillor Sri, this is not, again, a point of order. It's a debate point. I understand what you're saying, and I will abide by the meeting local laws. Thank you, Councillor
Point of
Huang.
order, Chair.
Councillor Cassidy.
I just want to know how my point of order was resolved. It wasn't then, so I just want to understand what your ruling is on that.
Councillor Cassidy, can you repeat your point of order, please? They were coming thick and fast then.
Yeah, so my point of order was, Chair, that Councillor Cook had asked for those words that the Lord Mayor said to be withdrawn on record. He said them very loudly off record that he wouldn't withdraw them. So my point of order was seeking a ruling from you as to the Lord Mayor withdrawing those formally.
My ruling is to please ask all councillors to behave themselves, observe the meeting local law, and not call out across the council chamber. Please,
Point of
may we
order.
proceed with question time,
I
Councillor?
move dissent in your ruling.
Seconded.
Dissent in my ruling has been moved by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Cook. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cook and Councillor. Sorry, please go on. We'll move on with the division, please. Councillor Cassidy. Division. Ring the bells. Thank you, councillors. Dissent in my ruling was the motion before us. All those who agree with that, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. Raise your hand so I can be counted, sorry. Any abstentions? Clerks.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
Thank you. Well, now,
Point of order.
Councillor Cassidy.
Under the meeting's local law, I now move that you be removed from the chair.
Seconded.
A motion has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Cook that I be removed from the chair. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division's been called on this motion. Please ring the bells.
people are doing that, Councillor Hammond, and we can hear you clearly over here, so can everyone else.
Okay. The motion before us is that I be removed from the chair. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands. Aye. All opposed, please say no and raise your hands. No. Are there any abstentions? One abstention. Clerks?
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour, 17 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. We now move on to question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or the City Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, with construction about to commence for major metro infrastructure in the CBD, can you please detail what works will be underway and the travel changes that will come into place?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Huang for the question. And we know that it's muck-up day in here, but out there, the serious work on major projects like Brisbane Metro are about to get underway. And in less than a week, we will begin work on our most complex major infrastructure component of the project, which is, of course, the Adelaide Street Tunnel. Shovels have already hit the ground on multiple metro construction sites across the city, and our first flash charging facility near Countess Street and the recently completed early works at South Brisbane are underway. But the Adelaide Street Tunnel is no doubt the most significant and the most complex construction that we'll be undertaking in Brisbane Metro so far, and it will bring tangible changes to the CBD. Now, whenever I talk about the Brisbane Metro, Chair, I conceptualise the project as a solution to the problem of a choked busway system that has suffered from a lack of investment by the state Labor government. We know that there's numerous bottlenecks throughout the bus network, particularly in the CBD and the inner city. And one of the worst is easily the Queen Street bus station. Building a dedicated tunnel under Adelaide Street for Metro and improving our bus services is one of the key ways that we can fix up that choke point. It's equivalent to a heart bypass for the most important transport artery in our city. And if we waited for the state to deliver it, Chair, the patient would die on the table. For several years, we've needed this new transport artery to provide a congestion-free connection between Victoria Bridge and the existing Inner Northern Busway and the King George Square station. This tunnel will provide Victoria Bridge and the Queen Street bus station with the necessary relief to its current capacity constraints and headroom for further growth. It will also remove hundreds of buses from the surface of Adelaide Street to complement another major component of the project, which is the Adelaide Street transformation. Our vision is to transform Adelaide Street, one of the city's oldest streets, into a much more pedestrian-friendly and retailer-friendly public realm, and including a tree-lined boulevard. While the Adelaide Street Tunnel has been a constant in the project so far, how we intend to build it has actually evolved. We've moved away from our previous thoughts around a cut-and-cover construction methodology and have instead opted for a mined tunnelling solution. After a tough 18 months, the last thing that businesses in the city need is significant disruption caused by the digging up of a major CBD street, and so using a mine tunnelling methodology will greatly reduce those construction impacts. The 225-metre long tunnel will be excavated in stages using specialised mechanical equipment, Chair. That includes a tunnel crawling excavator, shotcrete spray rigs and a purpose-built canopy tube drill rig. So some exciting pieces of equipment for all the lovers of big boys' toys out there, and girls too, Chair. Brisbane Move will be working within a very constrained area, complicated by very close proximity to the river, a densely built-up environment on the surface and an intricate web of utility infrastructure just underneath the road itself. In fact, the tunnel will be very shallow, Chair, only 7 metres below the road surface in order to avoid existing infrastructure but create an appropriate grade to connect in from the top of North Quay all the way into the King George Square busway station. Now, while the collaborative partnership has done a tremendous job in reducing as many risks and impacts as possible, there are going to be some changes for the public. A number of travel changes come into effect on the 20th of September, so next Monday once construction starts. For drivers, through southbound access will permanently close for general traffic on North Quay at Adelaide Street. This means all general traffic will need to turn left from North Quay into Adelaide Street and then onto George Street. Buses will be able to continue eastbound on Adelaide Street, but general traffic will need to turn right from George Street into Adelaide Street. There's a number of alternative options for general traffic entering the CBD from the northern and western suburbs, and this includes taking the Riverside Expressway or turning off North Quay at earlier opportunities like Herschel Street and Turbot Street. North Quay already has quite low traffic volumes, so while there will be some additional vehicles using alternative paths, we're not expecting this closure to have a major effect on the wider transport network. And on the 20th of September, there'll also be some changes for bus commuters. The stops at 109 and 110 on North Quay will permanently close, and stops 48 on Adelaide Street will temporarily close during construction, Chair. And we thank
Councillor Murphy, your
for their
time has
patience during this
expired.
work.
Further questions? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, BCC's standard rule is that for any event in a council park which involves amplified music, including background music played through a speaker, organisers are required to deliver notification letters to all residents and businesses within a 1 kilometre radius of the park. This is a significant and onerous burden to impose upon non-profit event organisers, and many events simply choose not to comply with the requirement even though it's technically a legally enforceable condition. While this rule might make sense in some parts of the city which are particularly sensitive to noise, it's certainly not practical in denser neighbourhoods. In contrast, there's no equivalent standard requirement for extremely noisy construction sites to provide similar notification letters to all properties within a 1K radius, even when they're using high-impact noisy equipment for rock breaking and jackhammering. So my question is, do all council-affiliated events involving amplified music in parks, such as Brisbane Festival and Green Heart Fair, comply with council's requirement for a letter drop to all properties within a 1 kilometre radius of the event? And do you agree that it's time to change this one-size-fits-all requirement and take a more nuanced approach to notification of community events involving amplified music?
Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Sri, through you, Mr Chair, and a genuine question at that, and one that I'm happy to have a look at. So in terms of the rules relating to parks, I'll have to have a look and refresh my memory about how they apply, which events they apply to, and the nature of their potential impact on community events, obviously which we support. And councillors would be well aware that our budget funding, both through our festivals and events stream, but also through the local councillors available fund, the Lord Mayor's Community Fund, is all about supporting a range of great projects, including local community events. That's something we want to do. Obviously, with anything, we work to manage impacts and reduce impacts. Some of these can be impactful, some of them may not be impactful. Thank you for the question, Councillor Sri. I'm actually happy to have a look at...
Point of order to you, Councillor Sri.
Sorry to interrupt, and thanks to the Mayor for attempting to answer. The second part of the question was, I think, or just wanted to drill down in terms of relevance. Is the Mayor confident that council-affiliated events currently comply with that condition for letter notification?
Lord Mayor is answering the question.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I actually don't remember the full list of requirements relating to our parks off by heart, obviously. That's something I'd have to go and refresh my memory on, and I'm happy to do that. And, you know, if there's adjustments that are required, we're also happy to have a look at those. We have adjusted a number of local laws in recent times to make them work better for our community, and that's something we're always open to doing. If there's something that needs to be changed, then we're happy to have a look at that. So thank you for raising this issue, Councillor Sri. I appreciate it, and happy to have a look at it, see what we can do to make this work better for the community.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, last week Council's Outstanding Contact Centre was recognised at the 2021 Oz Contact Awards. Can you outline the awards we received and the important role of our contact centre plays in connecting to residents?
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and thanks, Councillor Hammond, for the question, because I'm absolutely delighted to speak about the well-deserved accolades awarded to our very own Brisbane City Council Customer Services team. So we had a number of staff from Customer Services and the Customer Delivery team entered into the 2021 Oz Contact Awards, with all of our nominees having worked hard for their entries and representing Brisbane City Council proudly. The Oz Contact Association is the peak body for the Australian contact centre industry, through which the Oz Contact National Awards program is run to identify top performers across multiple individual and organisational categories at state and national levels. The Oz Contact Awards in Queensland are always very competitive and have more entries than any other state. While Council has won several Oz Contact Awards over the years, Friday night's Queensland State Awards were amongst our most successful in 25 years. This year, Customer Services had entries in the following categories. Misty Tyler-Jones and Heather Beach were nominated for the Customer Contact Professional Award. Brent Mitchell and Carla Pascoe were nominated for the Operations Champion Award. Georgia McConnell was nominated as Customer Experience Champion, and Narelle Bullock and Rebecca Chamberlain were nominated for the Team Leader and Workforce Champion Award, respectively. In addition, Brisbane City Council was nominated for the Organisational, Customer and Organisational Best Talent Awards categories. We were delighted to achieve 7 finalists from these nominations, and we won top honours in the following 3 categories at Friday night's Queensland Oz Contact Awards at Victoria Park. The Brisbane City Council staff taking home the top awards on Friday night were Heather Beach as the state winner for the Customer Contact Professional Award. And for some background, and Heather has given me permission to share her story with you. Heather has been in council for 19 years. She does an amazing job in the Filming Approvals Liaison Officer role for the Business Hotline, and her success and commitment in this area is matched only by the genuine care she has for the people she works with each and every day. Heather is a person living with a visual impairment and is classified as legally blind, and she is a great advocate for inclusiveness within Brisbane City Council. Narelle Bullock also took home the Team Leader Award at Friday night's awards ceremony. Narelle started in council in October 2000, is very supportive of her team and is so dedicated to her role and council. Narelle comes up with great ideas and is always fully committed to everything she does. She has been working in the contact centre after hours environment for several years and even did a stint in the community experience team. Narelle is very community focused and every year supports and leads the Super Cooper Day to raise funds for charity. The Brisbane City Council was the state award winner for the customer category, demonstrating a customer-centric, culture-inclusive of excellence in delivery of the customer experience. I'd like to show the council chambers here today the awards presented on the night, and I have it on good authority that the mood in the air on Friday night was absolutely electrifying. So here's our Brisbane City Council one, and I shall put that next to the book so that everyone can see it. And here is the wonderful Heather's award, which she allowed me to bring down to show you as well. So we were absolutely thrilled that we were able to receive those awards. Now, to get this success is an amazing achievement and recognises the great work the customer services team do each and every day to create outstanding experiences for our customers. Brisbane City Council was successful in winning this award, beating the other finalists in this category being the Australian Taxation Office and Auto and General Holdings. All the state winners will now go on to compete in the national finals later this year. These are truly wonderful achievements, and can I just express how proud I am of all the customer services team who perform a truly invaluable service to the City of Brisbane. Our contact centre helps Brisbane residents engage with Brisbane City Council and is often the first point of call to help our residents live better lives in Brisbane. Our contact centre delivers outstanding experiences for councillor customers, making sure that residents have their voices heard and their needs attended to as appropriate across our city. As a bit of background, on the 14th of October this year, Brisbane City Council's contact centre turns 25 years old. Prior to the 14th of October 1996, Council had over 250 phone numbers listed
Councillor
in the yellow
Howard,
pages.
your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to Adrian from Advertising. Lord Mayor...
Please, Councillor Cassidy, you know the standing orders here. Please address councillors by their proper names.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, why do you continue to hijack Council's corporate communication for your political self-gain?
Lord Mayor. I don't. Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Mackay.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, the meeting's local law require the Lord Mayor to answer the question.
He did. He did. There was an answer that's recorded. Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Standards Committee, Councillor Marx. Councillor Marx, as we approach another storm season, can you update the Chamber on how the Schrinner Council is helping residents prepare by offering free green waste weekends at our resource recovery centres throughout September?
Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor Mackay. Mr Chair, spring has truly sprung in Brisbane, and what better time than to get stuck into a spring clean. Throughout September, Brisbane residents can do just that and tidy up their gardens by taking advantage of Council's free green waste weekends. Council's free green waste weekends allow residents to dispose of their garden waste at no cost. Last weekend was the first free green waste weekend, but there's still 2 weekends left for residents to take advantage of this opportunity. As we all know, Council has 4 resource recovery centres, one in Chandler, Nudgee, Willawong and Ferny Grove, and all 4 of these sites will be accepting green waste, including palm fronds, weeds, bark, grass clippings and pruning from shrubs or trees. We know that our residents make the most of these opportunities. During last year's free green waste weekends, there was almost 7,400 trips to our resource recovery centres, and more than 1,300 tonnes of green waste was recycled for free. That is why it's such great news that the green free waste weekends will continue for the next 2 weekends across the 18th and 19th and the 25th and 26th of September. Mr Chair, as Councillor Mackay raised in his question, storm season is on the way, and the Schrinner Council is committed to keeping the city prepared for these events through measures like trimming trees and conducting hazard reduction burns. These activities help to maintain the health of our local environment while also lessening the impact of severe weather. But it's also crucial that residents stay alert and prepare their families and properties for wild weather. We're also focused on cutting down the amount of waste that ends up in landfill, and recycling your lawn clippings, palm fronds, prunings and leaves is a great way to achieve this. The bonus is that this green waste can then be repurposed and turned into valuable mulch and compost. Of course, our green waste recycling service operates throughout the entire year, and beyond September, residents can take advantage of their waste vouchers or sign up to receive a green waste bin. It's initiatives like these that are ensuring the Schrinner Council is delivering on its vision for a cleaner and greener city, and we know that Brisbane residents are on board too, and will no doubt be heading to the resource recovery centres this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. Further questions? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, this week in the Planning Environment Court, developers are seeking to come to a resolution to build a service station and food outlets at 415 to 427 Beckett Road at Bridgeman Downs. This land is a critical link in the Mangroves to Mountains wildlife corridor and home to many threatened native species. You and your LNP administration refuse to answer Labor's calls to buy and save this bushland from developers. You make deals with developers behind closed doors. but when the cameras are on, you wear green boots and hug koalas. Lord Mayor, why do you pretend to be something you're not?
Lord Mayor.
I don't. But having said that, bring it on, Councillor Griffiths, because this is the administration that is greener than any other administration in the city's history, and certainly greener than the Sawley administration, which you were a part of. We are an administration that, in our DNA, cares about the livability of our city and its people, and in our DNA does more than any other administration to put sustainability at the forefront. We are still the largest government organisation in Australia to be carbon neutral. No Queensland government departments have become carbon neutral. I was talking to one of my mayoral colleagues from another South East Queensland council just the other day, and they said that their aspiration was to become carbon neutral as well. We are leading the way here. Not only have we saved, through the bushland acquisition program, 4,000 hectares of bushland across the city, we are the administration and our predecessors that saved more than any other administration when it comes to the value invested into saving bushland. And when it comes to
interjections, please, councillors.
And when it comes to saving bushland and key habitat, we don't just rely on the bushland acquisition program as well. We try and save as much as possible through the development assessment process too. And we've been able to achieve some amazing results by ensuring that when development occurs, they have to save critical bushland areas and hand that land across to the public as well, so that it becomes a public asset. That is the right thing to do, and that's what we'll continue to do. Now, we remember that the Labor councillors raised this issue in the lead up to the state election. Why? Because it was the lead up to the state election. They don't care about that area. They do not care. What they care about is politics. We see it week in, week out. And there was an election coming up. They really dislike Amanda Cooper. They didn't want her to win, so they raised this issue. They're so transparent. But we actually care about protecting bushland across the city, and we'll do it through various means, whether it's bushland acquisition, whether it's through the development assessment project, whether it's through our environmental offsets program or our tree planting activities. We are continuing to make sure there is more green space and that we obtain land that is previously privately owned into council ownership so that we can add to the conservation and nature reserves of our city, add to the wildlife corridors and protect those wildlife corridors. And that is something that we are absolutely committed to do. And I think anyone that has a look at our record, anyone that has a look at what we actually do, will see that we are absolutely committed to these things. And we remain committed to them, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, the Asia Pacific City Summit and the Mayor's Forum Special Edition has now wrapped up for 2021. Can you outline the success of this year's event and the role the summit has in connecting us to our international peers?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Adams, I was distracted.
Thank you, thank you, Mr Chair. And thank you, Councillor Hutton, for the question. Yes, this year's special edition of Asia Pacific City Summit has now drawn to a close. And as we say every time we have one that, it's one to remember. I think this one was one to remember because we could actually get together, which is something we weren't expecting, but we're very excited to be able to do. Even though we went from green to amber, we still were able to meet. So across 3 big days and a couple of nights, 710 delegates donned their Brisbane APCS face masks to make the most of the business opportunities available, networking with city leaders and drawing inspirations from our keynote speakers. Kicking off last week on Wednesday, the 51 mayors and deputy mayors attended both physical and virtually in City Hall to review and discuss the summit accord. This focused on the way all of our cities could focus on being sustainable and connected, and it was fantastic to be able to sit at a table with 2 or 3 other mayors from around the world here in City Hall. Following the scrutiny and the discussion applied by these sessions, we made our way over to South Bank for the summit officials' opening event, where we got to meet the in-person attendees as well. On Thursday, we heard from Martin O'Malley, the 61st Governor of Maryland and former Mayor of Baltimore. If there was one key takeaway from Governor O'Malley's presentation, is that data is the key to decision-making, that evidence-based decision-making coupled with targeted resources is how to effectively run a city or a state. This is something that BCC have been doing over the last 9 years. One of the first councils in Australia to introduce open data sets, with over 1,033 sets available for use within council and for private industry, available on our website and evident in our regular committee presentations where our economic development manager presents to committee as well. He gave an example where he used a grant for more police officers in his regions to focus where the police needed to go. He said he could have spread them evenly, he could have allocated them to the areas with the strongest margins, or he could have actually sent them to where the crime was occurring, and he chose number 3. And over the next 6 to 8 years, by comparing crime heat maps using the data and the statistics, he was able to demonstrate how crime in his district was decreasing. A simple but effective way of explaining how decisions based on data have tangible impact as well. We also heard...
Johnston, please.
1,033 data sets was I was mentioning if the interjecting council wanted to hear. We also heard from Kurt Fernley AO, who was one of the most incredible keynote speakers I've ever heard, an inspiration and a great Australian at that. He shared his experience of the Sydney to Hobart, which he said he didn't expect he was going to be in a boat filled with vomit for many, many days. Crawling the Kokoda track, where you are continually wiping the mud out of your face and your eyes. And of course, winning 3 gold medals in the Paralympics, of which he went to 5. He takes on more challenges than we usually do on a day-to-day basis, but his inspiration and the efforts that he has done and his lived experience was absolutely mind-blowing. From a business perspective, before the week had even finished, there were already deals being done between businesses that were at the summit. BioVance is a company located in 8 Mile Plains. It has a technology fire spray that protects surfaces from germs and bacteria, including COVID-19. They were originally marking their product as being able to protect against germs for 9 weeks. When they took it to the TGA for review, they came back and said, well, actually, they last for 15 weeks, so you might want to up your marketing campaign. That is the type of produce that is coming out of Brisbane when we're talking about medtech. Before the week concluded, they had already secured business with a childcare company, which was also there at the markets there at the summit, and they've secured work to spray all of their childcare centres from harmful germs and bacteria. And that is what the APCS is all about. Some final stats: 710 delegates, up from 631 when we opened on Wednesday. 51 mayors, with 27 of those being domestic and 24 international. 74 cities from 23 different countries attended the summit. Can I say thank you to the International Relations team and council, who put an amazing summit together, along with Ashley Gordon from Carillion Conferences. It was an extraordinary amount of hours, with some last-minute panic planning on the weekend when we thought we might have been going to a fully virtual conference, but thankfully that didn't happen. We are now only 2 years away from the next APCS, and we're looking forward to what will be produced in 2023. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in August, my ward office logged a number of footpath repair requests for residents. We have been advised that these footpaths will not be properly repaired until April 2022. That's 8 months away. Why is it taking so long to get basic footpath repairs in Brisbane?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Councillor Johnston would be aware of the process whereby within a very short period of a footpath repair being logged, council officers will go out and inspect, and they will determine what is required to make it safe. So, for example, if it is a tripping hazard for people using the footpath, they will take action immediately, and then there will be, in most cases, a temporary repair made while we program a more permanent repair. This has been the ongoing process of Brisbane City Council. Now, what we've heard in the past, if you separate the political spin from the facts of the matter, you hear oh, there's this long list of footpaths that need to be repaired and people wait years. And now what Councillor Johnston is saying is that it's being fixed properly within the same financial year. That's what she's saying. So I would say, yes, it is, Councillor Johnston. Yes, it is. Why? Because we're putting record amounts towards footpath repairs and also building new footpaths. Why? Because we care about it. We're putting the money to invest to make sure that these footpaths are safe for the people of Brisbane. And it would be good if other councillors did more reporting rather than just tweeting about cracked footpaths, because we know there's certain councillors that like to tweet about it but not actually report it. Why? Politics. Sad. It's sad but true. They want to make a political point, but they don't actually want to get the problem fixed. Why? Because they think it'll make us look bad. Do your job and report it. At least Councillor Johnston's reporting these things. Good on you, Councillor Johnston. You should probably have a chat to your mate, because some councillors are reporting things and some councillors aren't. They're just trying to score political points. Now, we saw this kind of behaviour when it came to the issue of curbside collection. We saw items illegally dumped by the side of the road, someone turn up with a camera and do a media stunt, but then not actually report the illegally dumped items. Who would do that? Who would do that? What side of politics would do that? Only one side, the Australian Labor Party, because they're all about the politics. And it is a shame, but it is the reality. So disappointed but not surprised when it comes to the way they operate. But Councillor Johnston, we are getting onto footpath repairs quickly. We are fixing them within the existing financial year. And so temporary repairs are made and then a permanent repair is put into place. And we're doing that on an ongoing basis right across the city with approximately 5,000 kilometres of footpaths that we have. And so we're getting onto these. Thank you for reporting them, Councillor Johnston, and thank you for pointing out that we fixed them within the current financial year. It was a great outcome.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Adaman.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community, Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. In the lead-up to school holidays in Queensland, can you advise what programming is taking place at Council's community precincts, like the Museum of Brisbane, for parents and kids to enjoy?
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank Councillor Adaman for the question. And I'm very pleased to let you know that there is lots taking place in and around our council facilities this year, and particularly at our much-loved Museum of Brisbane and our City Hall precinct. The Museum of Brisbane, as we all know, is an oasis from the hustle of the city, a sleek, contemporary space boldly placed on the rooftop of the city's premier heritage building, City Hall. It provides exhibition programs that explore aspects of Brisbane's history and culture through social history, visual arts, craft and design, and is proudly supported by the Shriner Council.
Excuse me, councillors, can you take the conversations outside if you're going to speak in here? Allow the question to be heard, the answer to be heard in silence. You two are, Councillors Griffiths and Cook are engaged in a conversation. Please take it outside and allow the answer to be heard in silence.
Because I know through you, Mr Chair, that Councillor Cook is a very big supporter of the Museum of Brisbane, and so I know that she will certainly want to hear what they have on offer, particularly for children and for her family during the upcoming school holidays. So, of course, the Clock Tower tour, which includes a look behind Australia's largest analogue clock, faces in time to explore the observation platform that shares a unique view of our city. We have Brisbane City Hall tours, allowing visitors to see its wonderful facade, its mosaic tiles, the stained glass windows, and of course its soaring ceilings. And of course our public art walking tour, which takes visitors on a tour of the city's plethora of public art and examines the representations, controversies, risks and dynamic additions to Brisbane's squares, lanes, foyers and streetscapes. History on the Hill tour sets against the picturesque backdrop of one of Brisbane's most iconic suburbs. History on the Hill is an interactive 4-kilometre walking tour that lifts the lid on the hidden histories of the suburb of Spring Hill. And finally, through the Museum of Brisbane, Walking in Wartime, which allows visitors to be transported to the age of jazz music, Yankee soldiers, and the infamous Battle of Brisbane in Walking in Wartime, a fully immersive tour that leads around the city and into the past, with a fun adventure available every single day of the week. There's so much to see and do at the Museum of Brisbane these school holidays, and the Museum of Brisbane invites visitors to take a walk through a vibrant world of contemporary art at City in the Sun, which uncovers and reimagines Brisbane's subtropical image. This exhibition, showcasing large-scale new contemporary artworks alongside historical imagery, reveals how the city's history of migration, tourism, climate, environment and geographic location has contributed to the images of subtropical oasis of leisure and abundance. For those looking to warm up their creative side, I'd encourage you to attend a special storytime reading and activity exploring the Wonder of the Sun book. In this activation, a reading of Wonder of the Sun will be followed by a craft activity where little visitors can make their very own sparkly sun to take home with them. The Museum of Brisbane is encouraging its younger visitors to make and create their very own plant pal, where guests can make their very own subtropical plant to nurture and look after at home. These are just some of the amazing activities taking place at our beloved Museum of Brisbane these school holidays, which is the facility this Srina Council is proud to support and will continue to do so for many years to come. Schools are also encouraged to visit and explore the Museum of Brisbane through our Learn Mondays program, which sees the museum closed exclusively for education groups. And those particular groups, Mondays have been very, very well received. The Museum of Brisbane specialises in the curriculum-driven excursions and incursions that can be tailored for high school and primary school aged children. So I would encourage everyone in the chamber to talk to their local schools about contacting the Museum of Brisbane post the school holidays. And of course, in and around Brisbane, we also have some amazing activities in the school holidays, in our libraries, in our wetlands, in the planetarium, our parks, the botanic gardens. So I would again encourage everyone to go online and to see all about the fantastic opportunities there are to learn kayaking. If you've got a scientific child, take them along to the library. There's some amazing events happening there. And of course, our libraries provide many, many more opportunities for families to see more and do in Brisbane.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cumming.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, my question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Tracy Davis. Councillor Davis, the Mountains to Mangroves corridor is under threat in your own ward. Developers are negotiating with Council in court over a proposed service station and food outlets at 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Bridgeman Downs. I wonder if this LNP Council will roll over like they usually do and allow the developer to have what they want. Currently, that land is home to koalas, wallabies and a number of threatened species. Labor councillors and Brisbane residents have asked repeatedly for your LNP administration to purchase and save this habitat using Council's Bushland Acquisition Fund. Repeatedly, you have refused. Councillor Davis, when developers do bulldoze this habitat, will you be okay knowing that you, as the Chair of Environment and the local councillor, stood by and did absolutely nothing to protect it?
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Cumming for the question. Mr Chair, the Lord Mayor spoke at length about this in a previous question. That is correct. There are 2 blocks of land currently before the Planning and Environment Court on Beckett Road, and the process is ongoing. I think what's really important to state from the outset here is we wouldn't even be having this conversation if the state government had done what it should have done from the outset and called in the development. There would be no requirement, Mr Chair, to consider bushland acquisitions. There would be no consideration required of any of the things that Councillor Cumming has spoken about in his question. At the end of the day, this is a matter that is going through the Planning and Environment Court. We are an administration that cares very much for the sustainability and the greenness and protecting bushland. And in fact, in my ward, Chair, you would be aware that 818 Rhodey Road, a site that the state government sold off to developers that was part of the Mountains to Mangroves corridor, a true element of that corridor, but very happy to sell that off to developers. And over nearly 20 years, the local community got together and kept fighting and wanting to protect that block of land. And what happened? Well, when the developer determined that they were not interested anymore in that site, council jumped in and bought that block of land. Bought that block of land that had been fought for. Again, that had been sold by the then Labor state government to developers. So, Mr Chair, what I would say to you, 750 hectares of land through the Bushland Acquisition program, an accelerated program which included 818 Rhodey Road, and I'm very proud to be part of an administration that does care about our environment. This is something that has to see the process followed through, but once again, it is a process that need not have been followed through if the state Labor government and the local state member had done his job and called this development in.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Further questions? Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Chair of the
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I move suspension of standing orders to enable me to move an urgency motion.
Seconded.
A urgency motion has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I just sent that through.
Sorry?
I've just sent that through.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cassidy, you have 3 minutes to establish urgency.
Oh, thanks, Chair. And the motion that this council will debate, if two-thirds of the chamber support the suspension of standing orders, will of course be the Brisbane City Council buys 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Bridgman Downs. Chair, this is urgent because at the moment we're in the middle of Biodiversity Awareness Month, and it's urgent because, again, we've heard from both the Lord Mayor today and the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee and the local councillor for this area that the LNP continues to ignore Labor's and the community's calls to save this bushland. It's urgent, Chair, because if the LNP Council does not It's urgent, Chair, because if the LNP Council does not buy this bushland, Brisbane's biodiversity will suffer significantly. This land, as the local council has identified just today, is a critical link in the Mountains to Mangroves corridor. It is home to koalas, wallabies, other macropods and other threatened native species. It's urgent, Chair, because...
Please continue, Councillor Cassidy.
I'll just wait for that conversation over there to finish. This is urgent, Chair, because a report released just today by the ABC explains that government estimates of koala numbers are so inaccurate that urgent action is needed to avoid a national catastrophe. And we know there are koalas on site here. Conservationists believe there are as little as 50,000 left in the wild around Australia. Now, this is urgent because this week, Chair, this week developers are in the Planning and Environment Court and they are negotiating with Council. A resolution or compromise development approval could be granted in a matter of days. So this land needs to remain untouched. It needs to remain protected for the health of our Brisbane ecosystem. Time is running out, Chair, to save this habitat before developers get the green light to bulldoze it. 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Bridgman Downs needs to be saved now so Brisbane and its natural beauty can prosper for generations to come.
I'll now put this motion, which has been circulated. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please, you can now continue your debate, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I think as has been established, this land needs to be saved.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
There is a difference.
Point of order to you, Councillor Adams.
Can we have the motion moved, please?
Yes. Please, Councillor Cassidy, will you please move the motion so we have it on the record?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I move the Brisbane City Council buys 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Bridgman Downs.
Seconded.
This is now the motion.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, as per section 42(2)(b) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I move a procedural motion that the debate on the motion now before the meeting be adjourned until the conclusion of the business on today's agenda.
Seconded.
The motion has been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Wines, that the motion be moved to Councillor Landers. What what words did you say? To the end of the debate? End of the agenda for today?
Of today's agenda.
Thank you. So this motion be moved to the conclusion of today's meeting as the final motion on the agenda for today. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. That is carried. Thank you. We continue on with question time. Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, Council has a proud track record of delivering quality infrastructure projects on time and on budget. Can you outline how Council is able to achieve this through use of super weekends and night works?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Landers for the question. As Councillor Landers would be well aware, only recently in her ward we completed the Hoyland Street upgrade under budget and well inside the expected time frame. And in the nearby Norris and Barber intersection, Council hopes to do just the same again. I know that Councillor Landers would be very keen about this topic because this super weekend, and it is even more fun than it sounds, Mr Chair, will be a work that consumes the entire weekend from Friday evening to Monday morning at the intersection of Norris and Barber, and these works are imminent. I believe it's in fact this weekend we will be seeing these works happen. And what this does is, by consuming a whole weekend, by taking that time, it can reduce the predicted amount of time for construction by some weeks. And that means that there won't be the frustrations of having to deal with road closures and lane changes that would ordinarily come with intersection upgrades. Are much reduced in the potential time frame. The window is much, much smaller. However, to achieve that window reduction, we have to be able to get that work done, and so we choose one particular weekend where we are able to close the intersection for the entire weekend and get the benefit of what would be, as I say, up to 6 weeks worth of work in one weekend, reducing the effect on local residents. The Norris and Barber intersection has about 26,000 cars a day on average, and we know that this intersection is desperately in need of attention. The intersection is predicted to have, had we not done any work, to have up to 16 minutes of queuing each day, with a queue length of potentially 1.7 kilometres on Norris Road within the decade, resulting in impacts right across the network, including Telegraph Road, Hoyland Street, Brackenridge Road, would echo beyond merely one intersection. So with support from the Morrison government through the Urban Congestion Fund, and in particular the strong advocacy of the local federal member, Mr Luke Howarth, Council has been able to conduct these works to help get Brisbane residents home sooner and safer. As all councillors know, the extensive works are both above and below ground and required to deliver this, what will be a transformative project on a road that moves through the heart of Brackenridge Ward and the suburb of Brackenridge. Some of the most significant features with the project that have been undertaken include the public utility relocation, which, as we all know from experience in our own wards, can be very difficult. These works are often not visible, nor are they obvious to the public, and that is sometimes why the public does not understand the significance or extent of the work, because it does happen beyond their eyesight, or even our own eyesight, and sometimes the extent is not understood.
Excuse me, Councillor Wines. Councillors, would you take these conversations outside the chamber, please? Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Always appreciate a keen interest in my topics. So some will remember my first week in this role, we spoke about the public utility management, or the PUP program, where we identify subterranean utilities in advance, prepare that work in advance, and then try to limit the effect of works through careful planning and coordination with other, other utility organisations like NBN and Queensland Urban Utilities. By carrying out a super weekend, Council can limit the reliance the project team would normally have on night works and extensive road closures and detours, and allow the works to take place continuously, reducing the overall time that we are in location. And while there is a very short period of sharp discomfort on the intersection, the extended period is much reduced, and that's really what it's about. It's about getting our projects done in a way that has limited effect on the local residents through the construction period, while providing a much improved transport outcome. I look forward to the conclusion of this super weekend this weekend, but also I look forward to a timely and on-budget conclusion of the Norris Road and Barber intersection, which will be hopefully in the relatively near future, and much closer than it would have been had we not had this Super Saturday.
Thank you. Councillor Wines, your time has expired, and that is the end of question time. Lord Mayor, we move on to the next item on the agenda, the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 6th of September 2021.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 6th of September 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Adams, that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 6th of September 2021 be adopted. Is there any debate?
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I would ask that item E is taken seriatim for debate and voting purposes.
Item E, seriatim for debate and voting. Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll proceed with the other items first, and then we'll leave item E till later on. Just wanted to update councillors about the lighting up of our city assets to support some great community causes. The Brisbane City Hall and the Story Bridge will be lit red this evening to support Give with Heart Day. This is an initiative of the Heart Foundation, and for over 60 years the Heart Foundation has been the trusted peak body working to improve heart disease prevention, detection and support all Australians. The annual Give with Heart Day campaign raises much needed funds for this vital research so they can do more. Tomorrow night we're lighting up Brisbane City Hall in red again, but this time for a different reason. It is World Blood Cancer Awareness Month in September. People with blood cancer have the best chance of surviving when they're diagnosed quickly. The Leukemia Foundation is attacking blood cancer from every direction, and their big goal is to achieve 0 lives lost to blood cancer by 2035, obviously an initiative and an aspiration that we support. This Sunday, the 19th of September, is Talk Like a Pirate Day. I just want to say that's not today, so I'm not going to talk like a pirate. This is a nationally recognised major fundraiser for childhood cancer and an opportunity to draw attention to this wonderful event. And so we'll be lighting up the Story Bridge red Thursday evening to show our support for childhood cancer. It's interesting that a number of the charities have red as their main colour, so we're often lighting up assets in red, but there's a lot of similarity in the colour used by a number of these important days, but there is different reasons we're lighting up those assets in red each time, which is one of the reasons why I go through each time to explain. Now, I did want to go back to something that happened in question time, and also indeed the response to the public speaker and the debate that surrounded that particular matter. And I just have to say, all of us as councillors are aware that there are processes to go through when we allocate funding, particularly significant amounts of funding in the order of $100,000. And we don't make those decisions based on an urgency motion. We have proper processes to make such decisions. Now, Councillor Cook would be aware.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Under the meeting's local law, it is entirely legal and appropriate to move an urgency motion. It's not something inappropriate, as the Lord Mayor is implying and making an adverse reflection upon Councillor Cook, and I would ask you to rule that out of order.
Councillor Johnston, my ruling is that the Lord Mayor is addressing the issue that he wanted to address, and it's fine for him to proceed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Look, Councillor Cook does not need Councillor Johnston to speak for her, Mr Chair. The reality is this. When it comes to the allocation of funding, particularly significant amounts of funding, there are processes to go through. We all accept that. We know that. We understand that. Now, if it was a small amount of discretionary funding, maybe that's a different matter. But when it comes to a significant capital investment, such as the funding of a new truck or van, costing at least $100,000, you don't just make that decision based on a whim of an urgency motion. So I would simply say that to Four Voices, we understand the project that you're proposing, we understand the need of that, and we're happy to make sure that consideration is given in Council's funding programs to look at what support can be provided. But we are not going to start awarding anyone that comes into this council chamber $100,000. Otherwise, Councillor Murphy, you'll be getting your local community group in to give a speech and they'll get $100,000. You know what? Move an urgency motion. That is not the appropriate way to decide allocations of funding, particularly large amounts. So I'd simply say that is an inappropriate way for allocation of public funds. We do have grant application rounds, we do have assessment criteria, and there is always, the reality of the situation, more demand than can be met in each round. That is the reality of living in a big and growing city. But we try to make sure that when we do allocate funding, we do it in an informed manner. We do it with the paperwork in front of us. We do it with the proposal in front of us. We do it based on a comparison between other similar proposals or equivalent proposals to make sure we're directing limited ratepayer funds to where it is needed. And we don't do that by an urgency motion.
Point of order, Chair.
And so, Councillor Sri, point of order.
I'm genuinely appreciative of this conversation. I'm wondering if the Mayor would take a quick question. Sure. Thanks. Thanks. Through you, Chair. Lord Mayor, I do feel like I recall another occasion where a domestic violence charity came in and was asking for funding, and on the spur of the moment, you offered some money. Can you talk about the distinctions and what happened with that process?
And that is a really good question, because that was discretionary funding. That was a much smaller amount of just a few $1,000s from memory, and that is within councillors' ability to recommend through the process. And so we did that at the time. We're talking about $100,000 or more here, and it simply comes down to what ability councillors have to recommend discretionary funds. And so we know that the Lord Mayor's Community Fund, which is classed as a discretionary fund, funds a lot of projects, and councillors make the recommendation on what they fund. And so there's nothing to stop Councillor Cook putting funding towards this particular project or recommending funding towards this particular project if she wishes. And there's nothing to stop other councillors doing the same. But this is a much higher amount of money, and certainly beyond what can be funded through discretionary funds that are available to councillors. So there is a clear distinction here, and I think it's disappointing that Councillor Cook would take this approach, because really, if you were motivated by a genuine will to support that organisation, there are so many other ways you would go about what she tried to go about. There are so many other ways you would do it. But unfortunately, we saw her take this approach, which, you know, it's just not the way we're going to start allocating $100,000 here and $100,000 here based on an urgency motion. And I don't think the people of Brisbane would think that that's an appropriate way to hand out their money without a due process being followed when it comes to the use of their money for important projects. And there are multiple ways through council in which a good project can be funded. There's multiple grant programs or funding sources, and we'll certainly work with Four Voices to make sure that they're aware of all of the funding opportunities available to them so that they can put in their application and it can be assessed in the appropriate manner. I think that is the right way that we can assess this and support them, hopefully. And I know that what they are doing is something really worthwhile. And I think every councillor in this room would agree with that. In terms of the items in front of us, we have item A, which is the contracts and tendering report for July 2021. Now, when the contracts and tendering report comes through, I always do talk about our support for local business, and I always remind councillors that we have a target of having 80% of contracts going to local business. Now, some months we're maybe a bit below that target, some months we're above that target, but for the past 12 months we were able to exceed that target of having 80% of contracts going to local business. And so that's been a good outcome if you look at it over the 12-month period, and certainly our target, the aim is to get that over a 12-month period. But sometimes there are months which are better than others. When I saw the result for July, so the first month of the new financial year, I had to read it twice. It wasn't 80% of contracts that are awarded to local business. Guess what it is, Councillor Wines? 87? Oh, no. Keep going. 98.37% of contracts were awarded to local South East Queensland businesses, and then there were two contracts that were awarded to other businesses, but they were not South East Queensland businesses, but they were Queensland businesses. So 100% of contracts awarded within Queensland, which was a good outcome for the month of July. I can't get everyone's hopes up that it'll be like that every month, but we'll certainly strive to meet our requirement of 80% or our target of 80%. There's a number of good initiatives in here, and I know that there'll be some councillors speaking on those initiatives, but as one of them in particular, we've engaged the services of GHD to provide independent verifier services for the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. I am so excited about this project, Councillor Murphy. I'm so excited that within a matter of weeks we're going to see work commencing and a site office established on both sides of the river and that project kicking off. It's going to be a fantastic project for our city, and in particular for connecting currently poorly connected sections of Brisbane together and encouraging sustainable forms of transport. We see the Rogan Road upgrade contract being awarded to Deauville Constructions. We see the Whites Hill Reserve Ring Road project being awarded. And
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension on that one. Second.
An extension of time has been moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And that is a project which has been probably a little while coming, but one that we're very excited to see. Whites Hill Reserve has some fantastic use by many different sporting groups, and at times it can be bursting at the seams, and this will really help encourage the further use of that facility and make sure that people can use it safely as well. The Hangar 7 works are also listed here with a contract to ProBuild, and Hangar 7 is a heritage-listed World War II hangar in your ward, Mr Chair, which has a fascinating history, an absolutely fascinating history. It is adjacent to the Eagle Farm bus depot, and it was actually constructed as a temporary facility, a temporary hangar during World War II with a particularly interesting purpose. Now, when I say temporary, it was actually constructed out of wood, and it was made, basically, I understand, with like packing crates. Basically, they used wooden packing crates as the structure of this hangar, and it was meant to last the war. And now, all these years later, it's still going strong, and we're making sure, with the support of the Morrison federal government, that it continues to have a life, and we'd like to see this be used by the community. But this particular hangar was the home for some captured Japanese warplanes, including a Japanese Zero fighter, a Mitsubishi Zero. And this fighter was captured and then studied and analysed by the Allied forces, so both the Australian forces and the US forces who were based here, to understand the capabilities of this fighter and to test it up against the American and Australian fighters. It's just a fascinating history. The only sad thing is that we don't have that Japanese fighter still here, because it'll be a great addition to the history of our city. But that work is being done to make sure that this facility can be activated and hopefully to get a good community use going forward. There's ferry terminal remediation work in the contract. There's improvement works to Brunswick Street New Farm, and we see a whole range of other important projects through this as well. There's the 280 Moggle Road demolition, and we see Telstra relocation works for the Newnham Road and Wecker Road intersection upgrade as well, and also for the Priestdale Road and Rochdale Road intersection upgrade and the Indooroopilly roundabout. So there's a lot of good work going on, gearing up our projects to deliver on our commitments to the people of Brisbane. Moving forward in terms of the reports in front of us, item B relates to the Queen Street Mall tenancy that's currently known as the Pig and Whistle. This is a long-standing facility in the Queen Street Mall that is owned by council but leased out, and basically this proposal is going out to market for the future tenancy or the future tenant in that facility. There are two options that are being put forward, and one is the demolition of the existing facility and the construction of a new facility with a term of up to 20 years. That construction would obviously in major part have to be funded by the tenant as part of a proposal. Well, the alternative is for a shorter term arrangement which involves refurbishment of the existing tenancy for up to 7 years. And so tenders will open in 2 days and they'll close on the 17th of November. Councillor Shree, I can confirm that a playground is not one of those things in consideration, much to your dismay, I'm sure. But what these tenancies provide is not only the activation of the Queen Street Mall, but it also provides an income source to Brisbane City Council that can then be used to fund services and projects for the people of Brisbane. And so there is a benefit to having these facilities there to the ratepayer, and so it goes beyond the activation of the busiest shopping mall in Australia. It also provides revenue to council, an income source to council, which can then be used for public purposes and public benefit, which it is used for. Item C is the contract variation for the design and build of the metro vehicles, in particular the pilot vehicles, and also the end-of-trip charging facilities and the infrastructure design associated with this. Now, I know Councillor Murphy is going to speak in detail about this particular one, but what we see here is the finessing of the initial pilot vehicle. And what we have is a lot of design work that has gone into it in partnership with the company that was successful in winning the tender, Hess. And we will see a significant improvement on what they originally proposed as part of their metro vehicle. Now, we know when we went out to tender for the original metro vehicle and the pilot, that we saw a number of bids. We saw a bid from a fully electric vehicle, the Hess vehicle. We saw a bid from a hybrid vehicle, so hybrid diesel and electric vehicle, and we saw a bid from a diesel vehicle. Now, we did the right thing and the forward-looking thing, and we awarded the contract to Hess for the fully electric latest technology vehicle. And what we've done through this process, which has been interactive, is we've finessed the design of what they tendered to make sure that it meets our requirements, and it is the best, it will be the best thing of its kind in Australia by a long shot. And so that includes things like the accessibility for users, including people with a disability. That includes things like the passenger information systems, which will give an experience that people have not experienced on any form of public transport in Brisbane. The closest thing that they see at the moment is the current electric vehicle trial that we're seeing around the city loop, but this will be even better than that, and we will see an amazing outcome, which I have no doubt that when this pilot vehicle comes to Brisbane and it's tested and then is subsequently put into service, I do believe it will generate a round of interest right across Australia with governments and councils having a look at this as the next generation of high-frequency, high-capacity public transport. Now, we know that there's been different forms of transport that have come in and out of favour. We saw trams in favour many, many years ago, and then they went out of favour, and then they came back into favour. But then we've seen the very expensive nature of light rail trams and how much it costs to put in the infrastructure associated with those trams, the overhead wires, the cost of the rolling stock, the cost of the stabling yards, and all of the associated infrastructure makes it a very expensive form of transport. And you achieve many of the same benefits of trams and light rail with these metro vehicles, yet not at the same cost of infrastructure. The infrastructure required is mainly using the busway infrastructure with the addition of some charging infrastructure. That's part of this submission here, and we've been working on that. It's a really exciting new initiative, and I think once people see it, they'll see there are so many other uses for this type of technology around Australia and also in other parts of Brisbane as well. I think people will be lining up to say, I'd like a metro route in my part of Brisbane, and I know that there's great opportunities for them to roll out across Brisbane and across other parts of Australia. We know, for example, that the Sunshine Coast is currently having a debate about whether they use light rail or whether they use the type of vehicle we're talking about here, which some people call the trackless tram. And I've seen literally protest groups popping up on the Sunshine Coast saying, we don't want to become like the Gold Coast, we don't want trams. We want a Brisbane Metro kind of solution instead. So it'll be interesting to see. But if you ever get the opportunity, and I'm sure Councillor Murphy will make this available to you, please take advantage of the virtual reality display of the Brisbane Metro pilot vehicle, because the challenges of COVID have meant that normally a lot of trips and visitations in person with the manufacturer have been replaced by a virtual reality twin of the vehicle here in Brisbane. And so we've had, for example, people with a disability taking advantage of this virtual reality experience to help us finesse the design. So literally a mock-up of the vehicle, both in terms of the virtual world, wearing goggles, but also physical mock-up here in Brisbane. We've finessed the design in that respect, and there have been so many other changes. So there's been 35 major enhancements and hundreds of minor enhancements.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
An extension of time for the Lord Mayor has been moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Landers. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And so those enhancements then will flow through to the pilot vehicle, and then obviously subsequent to our satisfaction with the pilot vehicle, once it carries out its testing in Brisbane, then to further vehicles. What I will say is that although the cost of the pilot vehicle and our anticipation in this particular SCP is higher, that will not flow on to subsequent vehicles. This is effectively development cost. This is the cost of finessing a design, getting it right in the first instance, and then on an ongoing basis as we roll out 59 plus further vehicles, have those benefits flow on. So the cost of each vehicle is not increasing here, but there's an increase in development and design costs for the very first pilot vehicle. I remember talking to someone in the motor car industry when we used to have one in Australia about the cost of developing the new model of the Commodore, for example, and it was a much anticipated event. And speaking from memory, each new model of a Commodore would cost hundreds of millions of dollars, sometimes even $1 billion, to design the new Commodore. And then obviously once they've got that design right, they put it into production and it rolls off the production line. So getting that initial design right is absolutely critically important. We've taken advantage of what is an existing design, but we have finessed it significantly for Brisbane conditions and Brisbane Metro requirements. So I think we'll see great benefits as a result of this. Item D is the City Communications Policy, and this policy is an update of an existing policy. The policy was first approved in 2006, then was updated in 2011. I can tell councillors who are worrying here that the good news is this policy will not prevent you putting your name on items like cutlery. It will not prevent you putting your name on bags and notepads and distributing them around to local residents, as we've seen councillors wanting to do. So there's the good news. But this is about making sure that we effectively use the different means of communication available for us to connect with residents, to engage with them, and to make sure they're aware of what council is doing on their behalf. And so that is a really important thing for us as an organisation to have this policy in place and to make sure that people are being informed. Now, we know that Labor councillors want to keep everyone in the dark. They don't want people hearing about what council is doing. They would prefer no communications from council at all because they would prefer to put their own name on material and send them out to their wards and put their particular spin on what is happening. So this will ensure that there is a clear set of policies and guidelines for when it comes to communication with residents and engagement with residents, and that is the continuation of the policy and the updating of the policy that we have had in place since 2006. Item F relates to, and I've skipped over the other item because it's seriatim. Item F relates to the LTIP amendment. Now this is coming back to council after previous, I guess a previous visit to this council chamber and then a visit up the road to George Street. So it was presented to council in May this year, with the primary purpose being to review and update infrastructure tables and maps to align them with the current priorities and commitments of council, and also accepting there's changes in growth areas in different parts of the city. And the rate of growth in different parts of the city has been different to what was anticipated when the former version of the LTIP and the LGIP was introduced, and so we're updating our plans, as is the right thing to do, to respond to that changing rate of growth in different areas. Period of public consultation occurred between the 31st of May and 27th of June. 19 submissions were received. The requirement to progress to the state is in accordance with the notice given by the Chief Executive Officer under Section 13 of the Planning Act. And progressing with these infrastructure plans will ensure that we're able to fund and deliver the infrastructure that Brisbane needs, not only in the short-term period of the 5 years, but also for the longer-term period as well beyond that. And that's exactly what this plan helps us do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further debate? Councillor Cassidy, items A, B, C, D or F.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'll speak on these items before us today, and starting with the contracts and tendering report within E&C Clause A. Again, another list of contracts that tally up to millions and millions of dollars of work being outsourced instead of being done in-house. And we'll take a look at a couple of those, Chair. Contract 17 is for external IT services and support. Now, we all know what happens when an LNP administration in this council contracts IT services out. They support exploitation and modern-day slavery. Now, we certainly hope this is not going to be a repeat for the sake of these workers whose jobs are being contracted out. IT support services for an organisation like the Brisbane City Council is ongoing work, and we should be creating more secure in-house jobs instead of contracting this work out. Contract 24 is $250 million worth of work being outsourced for basics like roadworks, transport and drainage infrastructure, and things like bikeway rehabilitation, so essentially concreting. That's $250 million, Chair, being used to support unstable employment instead of $250 million being used to create secure in-house and ongoing jobs. The more disposable a worker is, the better in the eyes of the LNP. There's a contract for $500,000 for works at New Farm Park. Now, that one That one I thought was interesting, given the details of this work are hidden, and we certainly hope it's not the same redevelopment plan that locals were concerned about a matter of months ago, where the local LNP councillor called residents scaremongers, of course, for trying to express their opinion on that secret plan. Contract 21 is for $7 million of PPE, footwear and protective eyewear. And there's certainly hope in this instance, unlike early last year, that the LNP isn't ordering this equipment to be sent over to China, like the Lord Mayor was caught trying to do in the middle of the the height of the COVID pandemic. And that was at the same time, Chair, of course, that Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner was refusing to give PPE to bus drivers. We'll all recall that.
Councillor Cassidy, you're straying from the item before us, please.
We certainly hope, Chair. So we certainly hope, Chair, that this PPE is actually for council workers to keep them safe when they're working for us. It's not the same, however, for contractors and labour hire workers, Chair. We recently saw reports of plumbing contractors doing work for council not wearing any high-vis or shoes whilst on council work sites. And this is the type of unsafe, unstable work that this LNP council supports every time it contracts work out, and work that should be done in-house, basic council work. On Clause B, Chair, the contract variations for the design and build of the Brisbane Metro vehicle. There's a real fairy tale going on over in the LNP about this project, and certainly some very creative spin, I think, Chair, when it comes to this massive cost blowout on a very small and simple part, what should be a small and simple part of the broader Metro bus project in securing a vehicle, one of 60 vehicles. This is Campbell Newman and the overseas trains all over again, Chair. They're not up to scratch for Brisbane roads, so they have to make repeated changes to make the bendy buses work for Brisbane, racking up eye-watering cost blowouts. Lord Mayor's just said earlier that they, as the design goes on, because they're bespoke, things have to be changed along the way, which is a ridiculous situation. He tried to make a comparison just before between the development of a new car, for instance, the Commodore, he said, which the cost of that development went on to produce hundreds of thousands of vehicles for each of those models. We are seeing huge cost blowouts on a very simple project of designing a bus which will produce 60 vehicles. Just 60 vehicles, not hundreds of thousands of vehicles, but just 60 vehicles. And all of that manufacturing and that development that happened here in Australia supported Australian jobs, Lord Mayor. You're shipping these jobs over to Europe. So if we had got this vehicle designed and made locally, we would not have this issue, Chair, and we would not be sending all of that money and all of those jobs over to Europe. Now, in this clause, the words commercial in confidence is mentioned 17 times. That should be embarrassment in confidence, Chair, because this LNP Lord Mayor is so embarrassed at how poorly he has mismanaged and misused residents' money on this project. And there is no denying that this is a cost blowout. Why would the Lord Mayor be seeking an increase to the contingency if he hadn't used all of the previous one? So that's not just the worst case scenario. We know that these inflated contingencies on projects we've seen over recent years are the worst case scenario for a project. So what is in the realm of possibilities that could possibly go wrong? They put a contingency in for these projects. Well, what we now know is that 100% of that contingency has been used on this project, and now the Lord Mayor is seeking an increased contingency as well as extra money to pay for the development of this bus over in Europe. So it's actually worse than the worst that could possibly happen. It's diabolical, Chair, for this project. So instead of getting local bus builders to build these buses, he's gone, as we know, to Europe to design a bus that looks like a train so it can live up to its fake metro status. Now, we know that these buses are so expensive because they have been specifically designed to look like a train or a tram, not a bus. And do you know how we know that, Chair? Because it is written in black and white in the request for tender documents that were sent to the companies bidding for this work. I went up and had a look at the NC files and found that request for tender and had a read through, and there's a section in there that says quite clearly there is a requirement that these buses must not look like buses. We want to present these buses as if they are trams or trains to the people of Brisbane, to trick them into thinking that this Lord Mayor is actually building a metro. Because we all remember, yeah. Excuse me, all bus builders around the world, you must build us a bus, but make sure it doesn't look like a bus.
Point of order, Mr.
Point of
Chair.
order to you,
Will
Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cassidy take a question?
Councillor Cassidy, will you take a question? No, Councillor Cassidy won't take a question, I'm sorry.
So very, very embarrassing, I must add. And there's bus builders all around the world. There's bus builders here. There's bus builders here in Australia that could have designed a bus that maybe didn't look like a bus. But we all know that this Lord Mayor went out and promised the people of Brisbane a metro which would rival the Paris Metro and the Tokyo, and he said Montreal Metro, and he said the London Tube. This would be just like the London Tube. They produced those brochures which had those big, beautiful red brick arches, and they showed a train going underground in Brisbane, and they said this is the Brisbane Metro that the LNP will deliver. But now what we know, what we get here in Brisbane under Adrian Schrinner, Chair, is a bus built in Europe, over budget, that is designed to look a bit like a train or a tram, to try and trick people into thinking that it's something else. Now what we know is that this is a busway extension and there will be buses running on the busway extension. So perhaps if the LNP actually called it that, and treated it like a busway extension project and designed it like a busway extension project, we wouldn't have all these problems. We wouldn't have a $300 million cost blowout. This cost blowout today is on top of the $300 million cost blowout that was most recently announced. So every time this Lord Mayor or Councillor Murphy gets up, but no money for Four Voices, of course. So every time Councillor Murphy or the Lord Mayor gets up and says, we've got some news on the Metro, you can set your watch to the fact that that is on time for a cost blowout, on time every time for a cost blowout on this project. It is overcooked and it is designed to trick the people of Brisbane into thinking that Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner is delivering something more than a very short busway extension and some very expensive overseas-made buses that haven't supported the local manufacturing industry here in Brisbane. And what I'll finish on is something I agree with the Lord Mayor on. He said during his comments, he said a lot of people would like a metro in their suburb when they see these things rolling out. And I agree, because it's a bus. And there's a whole lot of people that would like a bus in their suburb and would like increased public transport services, not cutting public transport services, and some ferries as well. There's a whole lot of people would like maybe if they designed a ferry to look like a train, we'd have more of them. Perhaps, maybe if we do that. We should do a request for tender and say, maybe if you build some ferries and they look like trains, we'll support them. But at the moment they look like ferries, so we won't support them, Chair. That's the sad state of affairs here in Brisbane City Council under the LNP. Clause D, Chair, is the policy to amend the marketing, communications and advertising policy. And the title of this policy has been amended from marketing, communication and advertising to just communication policy. How convenient. How convenient for the Lord Mayor of Madison Avenue, Chair. This LNP administration has gone as far to delete the words marketing and advertising.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order, move for extension.
Seconded.
Extension of time for Councillor Cassidy has been moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Cook. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Thanks very much, Chair. So throughout this policy, it's not just changing the title of the policy, but all throughout the policy, the LNP and the Lord Mayor is removing any references to marketing and advertising, and he's just calling it communication. Sounds a bit like 1984. Sounds a bit 1984 to me. But this just shows, Chair, how desperate this Lord Mayor of advertising is to hide his true colours from the people of Brisbane. Now, these changes won't fool residents. They'll be reminded of his obsession to advertise every single month when they get their unwanted copies of the Living in Brisbane delivered.
Councillor Adams, please. Please continue, Councillor Cassidy.
No, just making sure the Deputy Mayor's finished. Currently, the LNP Lord Mayor will send out 21 million of these Living in Brisbane political flyers this term at a cost of $6 million to residents. He's also started, Chair, as we've recently found out, sending out hundreds of thousands of personally signed letters to residents with their waste vouchers, calling those waste vouchers free, and something that he's gifting to the people of Brisbane through his goodwill, apparently. Well, we've got news for... I just heard someone say he is. We've got news from Councillor Marks. I've got news for you, Councillor Marks, through you, Chair, and to the Lord Mayor. They're not free. Ratepayers are paying for them every quarter through their rates, and what they're also paying for, in addition to the Living in Brisbane newsletter, is these now hundreds of thousands of personally addressed signed letters by Adrian Schrinner, Lord Mayor. Now, it's funny, Chair, he doesn't use this policy to send a personally addressed letter that is personally signed by him with rates notices. When your rates go up, he doesn't claim that. But he likes to claim the things that those rates are paying for and saying they're free for the people of Brisbane. Well, people of Brisbane aren't mugs. The Lord Mayor seems to think that they are. But it's just another example, Chair. Those are just a few examples of his addiction to advertising and the changing this policy to try and whitewash that and to say all these things aren't advertising or marketing, they're just communication. And we know that. We know they started to use those phrases when Councillor Allen in the budget information session said that, well, the Lord Mayor likes to communicate to the people of Brisbane that he is actually the Lord Mayor. He's desperate for them to find out that he is the Lord Mayor of this city, and that is the sum total of the reason that he and his office, the politician and the political office, directs the council, directs whoever is designing these Living in Brisbane's in council to include his photo and to include his message on the front of it. And we know that's the case for these personally addressed and personally signed letters with waste vouchers in them as well. This is political interference in the corporate communication area of council, and there's no wonder they're now rebranding the entire council, the Schrinner Council. This is, Chair, a takeover of Brisbane City Council. So this policy doesn't go anywhere near far enough. What we do need to sit alongside this policy is an advertising code of conduct, which removes the ability for politicians of any colour to direct council officers to include images of themselves and to hijack that money from those corporate communications budget for their own political gain. Now, we're not talking about the Lord Mayor's budget that he allocates each year to his Lord Mayor's office. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about councillors' offices or any of those LNP councillors that do their newsletters.
Please continue, Councillor Cassidy. There's been a fair bit of interjection on both sides.
We're not talking about that, Chair, because...
Please continue, Councillor Cassidy.
I don't know why Councillor Murphy hates children's colouring in books. I don't understand what that is. Not sure, yeah. We'll make sure he gets one in the mail.
Councillor Cassidy,
we'll
back
deliver
to your
him
speech,
something,
please.
Chair. He's upset. He's upset over there. We're not talking about the ability for elected representatives to communicate through their budgets. What we're talking about is a concerted effort by this Lord Mayor and his political office to hijack the corporate communications budgets of council. And what we need, and this policy before us today, this new so-called communication...
Councillor Murphy, please.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order. Oh, you've got to stand, Councillor Sri.
We've heard repeated interjections now from the same councillor in this place, and you've not taken any formal actions regarding that.
Well, I've only heard one interjection from the councillor you've just identified, but I please ask all councillors to cease interjecting and respect the Speaker who's got the floor.
He'll get his chance, Chair, so he can furiously make notes and respond to all this if he wants. But the advertising code of conducts at the federal government level that the Liberal and National parties have to abide by, and at a state level that all parties in the Labor government has to abide by, is that advertising and communications funded out of government, so external to those political offices, cannot, and they don't, and I know the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor wave around a local newsletter from the Premier's local electorate and says, oh, the Premier puts photos on there. That's the same as any council Lord Mayor putting one out, and I know the Lord Mayor does those budget newsletters into Labor-held wards, but not into LNP-held wards, of just photos of him. Oh, in the independent ward. I'm not sure about the Greens ward where they got one this year. But what we're talking about is a situation here in Brisbane which is run by a political administration and political decisions are being made to hijack corporate communications budgets for political gain. So this policy doesn't go anywhere near far enough, Chair, and we won't be supporting item D today. Clause F, the tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014 for the LTIP amendment. As we heard, the 19 submissions, and the concerns include in those delays on projects which are becoming a key characteristic of this LNP administration when it comes to the delivery of suburban infrastructure. Despite the concerns that were raised by people who took the time to make a submission, no changes have been made. So here we see before us today in these papers a complete cut to land for sports infrastructure out in Chandler. We see delays to land being acquired for an urban common in Mitchelton, delays for land acquisition in Rochdale for recreational infrastructure, delays to stormwater quality improvement devices at Albion and Hamilton. I'm sure those people won't be happy, Chair. 22 stormwater projects at Yeronga have been pushed out, and also culvert and pipe works at Rochdale as well. So once again, right here in black and white, we see the suburban neglect from this LNP administration. Instead, the entire budget, the entire infrastructure budget, and we know that through infrastructure charges, through development, is not covering the kind of infrastructure that our city needs. We know there's $1 billion deficit for projects that are listed in the LTIP and the LGIP. So council needs to, through rates revenue, fund more local infrastructure, but we know that's not possible under the LNP because they are spending billions of dollars on inner city projects that are consistently running over budget. So all of this money is being sucked up into cost blowouts on this Lord Mayor's pet projects, while suburban infrastructure is being cut and being delayed, as we're seeing here before us. So if the project, if a small squid at Albion or Hamilton can't get this Lord Mayor publicity, Chair, he doesn't seem to care about it. He won't fast track it, he won't fund it, because he can't slap his face on it, Chair. Important works like the acquisition for parks and stormwater through the dry season are being delayed and left, and then through the wet season, as we're coming into summer, all of those residents are going to feel that, and then reminded once again about the suburban neglect at the hands of this Lord Mayor. And again, I think most of this before us today again shows us that this Lord Mayor's priorities are all himself and not the people of Brisbane.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Landers, point of
Mr
order.
Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Wines that the meeting now adjourn for a period of 15 minutes for afternoon tea. It commences when councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on item D of the E&C report on approval to amend CC 026 Marketing, Communication and Advertising Policy. Mr. Chair, local government is the level of government that is the closest to the people. The policies, plans and projects of a council have a direct impact on how residents live their lives. So we want to ensure residents are informed and engaged and know what their council is doing on their behalf. We are committed to providing the community with information on our plans, initiatives, and services through a variety of platforms. The updated city communication policy governs the communication function in council and ensures a strategic and center-led approach to communication with the community. The policy has been updated in line with public communication best practice and provides for an integrated and coordinated approach to council's communication activity. This is not the first time this policy has been updated and renamed, and we think the proposed name of the city communication policy better reflects the all-encompassing nature of modern communication and community engagement. It provides a strategic focus and optimizes resources to maximize the impact, value for money, and efficiency of all communication with the people of Brisbane. It applies to all external communication-related strategies, systems, processes, recruitment, procurement, budget, and resources, and set a framework for more detailed guidelines and procedures. The opposition don't think residents should be informed. The opposition would prefer residents were left in dark about the council work that is doing for them and their community. Communication with residents is vital, and we make no apologies for it. We also hear the opposition misrepresent how council uses communication. I can report it is also in stark contrast to what we see from the state. Let's look at the economic recovery from the effects of the pandemic. The Sri Lanka Council ran a communications campaign to profile and promote local businesses and tourism operators to encourage residents to get behind them, whereas the state government ran a TV and billboard campaign to promote themselves and a document. We want residents to know about the things on offer in our city, our parks, our libraries, and local shopping villages. That supports our community and supports our city. But of course, all we hear from those opposite are complaints about living in Brisbane and whose photo is in there. In last month's edition, where a profile on the suburb of Moorooka that talked about why it is a great place to live or visit, that is evidence of how we promote citywide matters. But does Councillor Griffiths not support the rest of the city hearing about what's great that is happening in Moorooka? Or does he think it will only be great when his face is honoured? Yeah. In fact, living in Brisbane, if you look into the per unit cost, it's actually less than a plastic cutlery. That is something made of plastics and it's not eco-friendly. And living in Brisbane is a document, is an informative source for Brisbane residents. And that is something that we will continue to do, and I'm commending the policy to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Further speakers? Councillor Johnson, items A, B, C, D or F?
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on all items, excluding item E, obviously. Firstly, I would like to start with some observations about item B, the Queen Street Mall tenancy issue. Without question, this administration is continually failing our city, and this is probably the best example of that in action. Businesses and owners in the mall contribute extra funding to Brisbane City Council to contribute to the Brisbane City Queen Street Mall, and that is to keep it fresh, keep it relevant, and keep people coming into the city. What item B shows us today is that over the past 4 years, Council has epically failed to carry out its responsibilities under the the trust. We can see very clearly that no one has wanted to take up the option that council is trying to dictate to the market, and that is what is going on here. It's very clear that council is pushing a particular outcome that the business community in Brisbane does not support. It's very clear from the papers before us today that in 2017, the CEO terminated the request for proposals because no one was interested. In 2019, again, no one was interested. It has been 4 years, and the Deputy Mayor, who's in charge of this area, stands up week after week and tries to justify what's going on in this city, and yet when these kind of matters come before us today, it exposes their incompetence. And do you know what did happen? A little news agency, a mum and dad news agency that had operated in this space for what, 40 years? 40 years were forced out for this very process. Now, as it turns out, council has not been able to deliver multiple times to market, trying to dictate an outcome that is clearly not working, and they are trying to do it here again today. I do not support it. I did not support forcing out that news agency, and now they're trying to manufacture an outcome that is clearly not being supported by the market. This is why these projects go wrong, because Brisbane City Council is not listening. Now, that's not the only problem here before us today. The metro vehicles. Oh, my Lord. This is the fancy bus that was going to cost an eye-watering amount when it came through this place just a few months ago. It's now blown out by 25%. If that was replicated across the whole bus design, I fear that our whole city budget might not be able to cope with it. Now, we can't even mention these figures because it's a big secret. You know, we heard the Deputy Mayor hop up earlier, and I can't wait to talk about Governor O'Malley a bit later. But he talked about two key things: transparency and collaboration. And they're not words that this administration understands. So this is a botched project. It was botched from the beginning, and now we know why it's botched. Because all this administration is interested in is what these buses look like, not what they do. Who puts out a tender to the community and says, yep, we want vehicles, they're buses, but we don't want them to look like buses? Who does that? What a vain and ridiculous tender criteria. It is shameful the way that the administration is going about this program. Cost blown out. It's not delivering on what it promised. It's not delivering on even what it promised 3 iterations ago. And the infrastructure that's sorely needed on the south side was the best bit of that project, which has been cut altogether, which is dealing with the choke point when buses come out of the tunnel in South Brisbane. So this administration is showing every single day how badly they have botched this. The marketing and communications policy, well, fascinating, isn't it? There is a big difference between communication and advertising, but that's completely lost on this LNP administration. It is a sign of an autocratic government when they start centralising and controlling information. And that is essentially what this policy does. Council officers out there in one part of council won't be able to design something that reflects, you know, some point of important public policy or information, unless they go up to Craig Stevens, the head of the communications team, who is in lockstep with the CEO and the Lord Mayor. That's what central control of communications means. Control by the Lord Mayor and the administration. I do not support that. Item F is the biggest issue on the agenda for me today before us, and I am just appalled at what the administration is doing. When the LGIP and the LTIP came through this place late last year, they came through together. They came through because they are related. There are things coming off the LGIP going on to the LTIP. And one of those things is the Yeronga Stormwater Drainage Project. It's very clear to me that Council has ignored the feedback. Now, in this consultation report that we've been given, it says there were 19 submissions. 16 of them are from Tennyson Ward residents, including myself. 84% of all of the submissions that came in were from Tennyson Ward residents. And do you know what Council's response to this is? No change. No change. This is a suburb that is so badly impacted by the floods. It has not had backflow valves put in it. A report 20 years ago highlighted the need to upgrade Yeronga West stormwater drainage networks, and it's never been done. And over the last LGIP and LTIP, so Mr Chairman, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Howard are engaged in the conversation. I know that's something that you don't like.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillors, conversations outside the chamber, please.
Yep, thank you. So I am appalled that Council are ignoring 84% of all the submitters here before us today. So let me be clear. This is what this administration does. Every time there are consultations that go on, people overwhelmingly say to them, don't do this or change this. And do you know what this administration says? No change. 84% of submissions. You know what Council wrote in here? Council's putting in some gully pits in Querin Street, Yeronga and Christensen Street. They're not even in Yeronga West. They're nowhere near where this network drainage is needed. It's on the far side of Fairfield Road. It is a shameful thing, because what this tells us is most of the submissions that would have come from my area were about the LGIP, and that was about keeping these stormwater improvements in the LGIP. So they've separated them out. And before we can even consider what's in the LGIP, we know that Council aren't listening, because they're keeping it here in the LTIP. So up until now, these things have come together and they're separating them out and they're ignoring the feedback of residents. So let's be clear again. Governor O'Malley, I saw Councillor Adams there, she listened. I know it would have gone right over her head though, because collaboration was the key principle that he was talking about. Do you know what happens when this council asks residents in our community for their feedback? They respond. They provide written submissions. They make really good points about why things should be changed. They give local feedback. And do you know what this council's response to collaborative engagement is? No change. We're not interested. We're just going to do what we want to do anyway. 16 of 19 submissions, 84% of all submissions. And what does this administration do? Ignore those residents. That is appalling behaviour. I know now that Council's not even going to listen on the LGIP either. It's just, you know, I'm aware that a former council officer, a very senior council officer, has provided information that when Councillor Simmons was the planning chair, he ordered those officers to remove all Tennyson Ward items from the LGIP. And this is going back about 4 or 5 years. So we now know why in the last one, when there were almost 1,000 submissions from my ward about all the cuts, that's when the big cuts actually happened, they were ordered to do so by the planning chair.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
Shame on you.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, when this administration... Sorry, I'm just getting up to speak on the contract variation for the design and build of the Brisbane Metro vehicles. Chair, look, when this administration first committed to delivering the Brisbane Metro, former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk and Councillor Schrinner, who was in the role that I'm now in at the time, both knew that this would be an incredibly exciting project for Council, but an incredibly complex one. Back in 2016 and particularly now in 2021, the electric vehicle industry is developing almost as fast as our metro vehicles will be able to travel on the busway. And by the way, that's 90 kilometres an hour. Keeping up with industry growth and technological advancement is one of the true challenges that has been associated with this project. It's required Council, Brisbane Move and HES to be flexible, to be alert and to always be re-evaluating the best way to deliver the project, particularly in Brisbane's unique context. This hasn't been an easy process, Chair, and I'll be the first to admit that, but it has been worth it because it means we will be delivering the best possible outcome for Brisbane ratepayers and for visitors to our city through this project. It's no secret that the Metro solution has evolved. We've been very upfront about that here in this place and out in the community. But this project represents the development of vehicle design that has taken place in just the last 2 years and the developments that have happened with the associated charging infrastructure. Now, we've heard a little bit about it today, but when the vehicle was first pitched, or when Metro was first pitched, it was a rubber-tired system running on tracks, so similar to a light rail solution that was used in Paris. And this is where the comparison to Paris came from, not the fantasy from the opposition that we ever promised to do a Paris-style metro system. And what has happened is, Chair, the project has shifted towards a trackless solution, which avoids the messiness of overhead line equipment and the more severe construction and infrastructure impacts that we see with light rail systems. And a great example of that is Sydney Metro, which ran well over budget, well over time, and delivers performance far less than that of Brisbane Metro. So I'm very excited to say now, Chair, that our vehicle design is now in design lock and the pilot vehicle is being manufactured in Switzerland as we speak. Council, HES and our partners have been putting significant work into the design of the pilot vehicle to make it as safe and as modern as possible, and we've landed on a design development that will truly take transport in our city to the next level. We've also focused a great deal on accessibility. We've engaged extensively with the Brisbane Metro Accessibility Working Group on the vehicle design. The current design has come a long way from the original design that HES tendered. In fact, our design development has involved more than 35 major design developments with hundreds of minor changes made as well. For example, we've relocated the first door to make way for another mobility-aided space, meaning there will be 3 of these spaces in the front passenger compartment, which is class leading. We've increased the size of the mobility-allocated space to be above the minimum standards for disability standards in accessible public transport, or DSAPT. The vehicle will now have 10 priority seats instead of 2, as well as the passenger to driver help points, which will provide a 2-way communication with the driver. We'll be delivering more passenger information displays and dynamic route map displays to address that issue of stop anxiety that passengers experience when they don't know when their stop is coming up. The vehicle will have 3 large double doors instead of 4, and will deliver a significantly improved passenger layout and the ability to have luggage storage areas and better seating arrangements. The tyres will be larger and wider to carry higher axle loads. We've improved the emergency exits and the lighting inside and outside the vehicle, and the rearview mirrors will now be digital vision mirrors like you have on a Tesla. The revised design includes additional CCTV and the latest generation passenger counting system, as well as axle load monitoring and acoustic vehicle alerting systems, as well as higher performing air conditioning and integration of TransLink's next generation ticketing system. The variation also includes some operational and maintenance enhancements, including provision of spare parts in support of vehicle testing. The other component that we've really advanced the design for is the end-of-trip charging infrastructure, and TMA asked that we relocate some of the charging infrastructure locations on the busway, which resulted in re-engineering of the charging solution across all locations of the busway, including for both the temporary and the permanent charging infrastructure at Countess Street. We've also done work to integrate the charging infrastructure with NDX's high voltage power supply network and made further design changes to better address operational, flooding and urban design requirements. Some of the design developments included in this variation will support the installation of a 1 megawatt solar generation system and will further enhance the substantially green Brisbane Metro fleet. When we're talking about Brisbane Metro, we have to keep in mind that these vehicles and the charging system is one of the most significant developments in the electric vehicle industry worldwide. This is the first kind of its vehicle in Australia, and we are conscious of the weight that it is on this project's shoulders to perform. The Brisbane Metro vehicle is based on a proven European design. However, we always knew that we'd have to engineer a design that would suit Brisbane because the electric vehicle industry is still so cutting edge. The design development was going to be a journey with multiple evolutions, and that's exactly what has happened, Chair. What HES and Council have achieved through the pilot vehicle development is essentially a subtropical version of the HES light tram, the first vehicle of its kind that is suitable for Australia, and this is nothing to scoff at. Perfecting the design has come at a slightly higher cost, but there is no doubt that this has been a worthwhile process because we've landed on a pilot vehicle design that will deliver the perfect balance of sophistication, accessibility and a higher quality passenger experience for our customers. It also means that we're reducing risk further down the line with the remainder of the fleet because we've made these design changes with the pilot vehicle.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Will Councillor Murphy take a question?
Councillor Murphy, would you take a question from Councillor Sri? Sure.
Thanks. Through you, Chair. Just in terms of the slightly higher cost of the vehicle, did someone make a mistake in terms of the quote? Because I assume that we would have asked for a quote on how much this would have cost. Did Council make an error or did the company make an error?
Councillor Sri, no one made an error. Council customised the design for subtropical conditions, which is what I just said. This is a design that is based in Europe at the moment to bring it to a city that is a subtropical city in a humid climate. There's been a number of changes made, as well as converting a left-hand drive vehicle to a right-hand drive vehicle. There's a lot of design work that has to go in that, Councillor Sri. So look, we didn't cut any corners and we did not do a half-assed job, Chair, when it comes to Brisbane Metro. We've always been set on delivering the absolute best possible transport outcome for Brisbane residents. There's a number of people that I just want to thank in the remaining time that I've got, Chair, that have made this possible. This has been an 18-month journey for many people who've worked on the vehicle design. I want to thank Stephen Hammer, the Director of Major Projects. Stephen's clear thinking and strategic mind was really critical during some of the more complex design decisions that we had to make during this process. Stephen, of course, has worked for Transport for London amongst other transit organisations, and he really understands the kind of step change that we're trying to achieve here for Brisbane residents and visitors. I also want to thank Gavin Soward, the Deputy Project Director of Brisbane Metro, for his careful implementation of decisions that were made by the design team into their projects. And finally, I'd really like to congratulate Stephen James, the other Stephen on the project, as we say, Chair. Stephen has lived and breathed this vehicle design process in great detail for the last 18 months. He has revised, finessed and ultimately challenged and improved HES's light tram design. What we will have at the end of this is a vehicle that will set a new standard for public transport in Australia. It's more like a tram than a bus, as I said to APCS just the other day. It has none of the agricultural clunkiness of either. It is fast, it's performant, and it will show our passengers what the future of fast, electric, whisper-quiet transport looks like. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. And I rise to speak on item C briefly and on item F. Well, it's an amazing announcement that the Lord Mayor came out with in regards to what others have spoken about in the increased cost of this bus. It's not a metro. It's a bus that's disguised to look like a metro or a train or a tram in some instances, right? But we have really bought a pig in a poke. Literally, we heard it out of the Lord Mayor's mouth here today. Not those exact terms, obviously, but we haven't seen it. We didn't see it while it was being constructed. which is amazing. Now, I know we had COVID and we couldn't travel overseas. It was the restrictions and everything, which is fair enough. But you would have thought this council has made, they contract out everything, right, to pretty much anyone. They tend not to do their own stuff themselves, as the Leader of the Opposition continues to point out. So you would have thought that they would have gone to Switzerland, put out the network, say, listen, we need an engineer, or a couple of engineers in various disciplines to have a look at what's being made for us. And here is the remit. Here is the designs. This is what we expect. And we know that that didn't happen because the Lord Mayor would have come into the chamber at some stage, before now probably, saying, I've got a report here that says everything is sweet. We have no worries. We're going to get exactly what we ordered, and we're going to get it on time. I don't know about the time bit, because that seems to be taking a long time. But anyways, it's really just so sad that there was an easy workaround. I'm sure there's plenty of really good engineers in Switzerland that could have done the work on behalf of Brisbane City Council, and we didn't actually have to have council officers go across to actually inspect the work that's being done and the potential performance that work was undertaken. So we really need to, I don't know, it's quite amazing. You could probably come, as a new councillor, I came in 2016, am I ever going to see this thing? Because it was promised back in 2016, and it kept changing and changing and changing. So I really don't hold out much hope and then I did have a look at the design, the finished design that was put in an article, I think it was the Courier Mail, in the last few days, the finished product. But this is what it's going to look like. And this is what it's going to look like inside as well. And I thought to myself, nothing special here. This looks like the inside of a really nice train, right? Or bus, or a really nice bus. The outside just looked pretty, well, I won't say it looks like a normal bus because it does. It just looks like it had a shell, a very streamlined shell put over top of a bus platform, right? So I think that's what we'll probably end up with. It's not really going to look anything too fancy in comparison to what's already in the market around the world. So I'll just finish my comments there in regards to the Metro and move on to item F, which is the tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Council plan. So I'm part of the planning committee now, so I've taken a little bit more interest, of course, in planning, as you would expect. So when this came through, we drilled down. I said to my ward advisor, let's just have a look at what's in this, what changes have been made to this, to the plan. And so we looked initially at the LTIP, and what was surprising, a little bit surprising to me, and in some cases quite shocking to me, is that there was one item that actually disappeared from the LTIP, and it's an item that was quite significant. It was a proposed acquisition for a block of land in the middle of 4 blocks of land in between Lovett and Bagnall Street at Ellengrove. Now, the reason the council wanted to acquire those is because there is no community green space in the acreage of Ellengrove, right, in my ward, that has been allocated for potentially up to 8,000 residents that can occupy those properties within the Ellengrove acreage, right? And that is housing, by the way, not high-density development. That would be if we built houses. So it's disappeared. So we're back to no green space allocation or potential recreation or leisure space within that space, which I just thought was really shameful, considering that there were property owners at the time, and this goes back 2 or 3 years, there was property owners at the time that actually had signed contracts with developers who were going to build houses, which I was really excited about, right? Because we had enough of those other things. And the developers walked away because they said, oh, sorry, there in the LTIP, or the LGIP actually, I think it was in as well, there is this acquisition over your land that they didn't know about, by the way, right? They didn't know about that. So consequently, those contracts fell over. They eventually had to settle for whatever they could get because a number of them had been living there for many, many years and were getting to the point where they couldn't look after 2.5 hectares or 2.5 acres, sorry. And so they sold it on, and they didn't realize the money they could have realized if they knew this was going to happen. So I just point those out, those couple of items, and there was one other item in the LTIP as well, which was a 1.2 hectares of land that was supposedly being set aside for acquisition in Inala, the suburb of Inala. And consequently, we thought, well, that's curious because we don't know of any piece of land that size in the suburb of Inala. Maybe Richlands, or Durack, but definitely not Inala. So we went to the map. We had a look. There's nothing there, of course, and it says that the actual location on this document that we were given is not available. So I just put it to the chair. Let's find out where it is because we would really be interested to know where that is. And then if we move on to the LGIP, again, we had a look at the maps. And the maps are always interesting. I love maps. Unfortunately, the maps that were given, of course, electronically are really hard to read unless you blow them up really big. And we did. So we were just going to make sure that everything that was on the legend existed on the map. And so we started looking at those community centers and other infrastructures that were on the map. And then we looked for a possibility of ones that maybe we didn't even know about. But then we found out that there was four community centers, not community centers, there was four pieces of infrastructure that we knew about that didn't show up on the map. And one of them is the $2 million Forest Lake Community Hall that Councillor Owen championed and got built. And it doesn't exist on the map. So it tells me one thing about these maps. They're not accurate. So if this data is not accurate, how can the rest of the document? This is only one ward out of 26. And so we found that there was other things missing as well. The Inala Darts and Clubhouse, which is in McEwen Park, it wasn't on the map. It's been there for 60 years, right? Or possibly plus, but at least 60 years I know of. And then there was as I say, the Forest Lake Hall. And then there was if I could read my own writing here. Oh, you have the Dara Oxley Pony Club. Doesn't exist on the map. Another one that's been there for 60 years. My goodness, the Premier had her 18th birthday there. So it is a significant piece of infrastructure that Council has owned for many, many years, right? And so consequently, I just don't have out much hope that the data that are in these reports for this particular clause are accurate. And quite frankly, the chair should sort of have a word to somebody and to maybe have a forensic audit of, and maybe ask the local councillors, here's what should be there, here's the list. Does it exist or is it gone, or, have we got it right or wrong? So anyways, I'll just finish my comments there, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further speakers? Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak primarily on items B and on the Metro, I think that was item C. But might also get to the LTIP if I've got time. The Lord Mayor was right when he suggested I'd be a little bit disappointed in the privatisation of part of Queen Street Mall. Obviously, these sites in question have been restaurants for some time, but I think this motion and the broader discussion around it highlights the weaknesses and limitations of Council's current strategy around activating public spaces. Yeah. And I offer this in good faith. I think reasonable people can disagree about the best ways to activate public spaces and about the extent to which public spaces should be privatised as a source of revenue. Obviously, I have my views that it's not appropriate at all to be privatising these spaces. but it seems that even the council's current strategy is not working particularly well. And presumably at some point, what council is offering to the market, we'll continue to essentially drop our prices, lower our rent. And at some point, the rents and the revenue we're expecting from private companies will be low enough that it becomes an attractive proposition for them. But the simple fact remains that every time council puts another restaurant or cafe or bar into a public park or a public square, we're kind of reaching the ends of that strategy in terms of how many more businesses there are that can afford to meaningfully activate such spaces. And it's looking at what we're proposing to charge in this most recent version, I think that's a pretty cheap deal for inner city public space, but evidently it's still not especially attractive for what council is hoping to get from the private sector. And I think really this highlights that there's now perhaps an oversupply of ground level commercial and particularly residential properties around the inner city. We've seen so much new development in recent years and so many new restaurants and hospitality businesses opening up. We've got new precincts like Howard Smith Wharves, Queen's Wharf is on the way. And the reality is that there are only so many restaurants and bars that the people of Brisbane and visitors to Brisbane are going to want. At some point, we need to find ways to activate public spaces like Queen Street Mall that don't simply depend upon private hospitality businesses. And I know from my own electorate that other businesses get quite annoyed when they're working really hard to make a viable restaurant work, and then council comes in and puts in more private restaurants on what's supposed to be public space. I think there are better ways to activate this part of Queen Street Mall. I know one suggestion I put forward was a large playground, and I stand by that. I actually think that would draw more people into the mall and have a better positive impact on the use and culture of that space than another restaurant or another bar. But in fact, there are many ways that we could activate these spaces without simply turning them into for-profit restaurants. And I think it's disappointing that the council continues to go down this path. I understand the arguments for wanting to generate revenue from some of these spaces. And I will say that I think what council is doing is better than selling the land off altogether. I would be really outraged if we were proposing to sell some of these sites, and it's better that we are at least leasing them and retaining ownership of them and hopefully getting some revenue out of it. But it's still not a good deal for the city as a whole. And certainly when I look at the amount of money that we're proposing to collect in rent over the next couple of decades, I think it would actually be better to turn some of these spaces into community facilities, because I know how hard council's communities team are working to find more spaces for community facilities in the inner city. Their advice to me has been, Councillor Sri, this is how much land costs in the inner city now, this is how much space costs, therefore we need this much money to be able to deliver a new library or community centre or community venue, whatever it is. But the amount of money we're proposing to get in rent from this particular privatisation in Queen Street Mall doesn't even cover the money we'd need to provide new community facilities in the inner city. So actually, it would be better to cut out the middleman and just put this space towards new community facilities ourselves. There's a kind of mismatch here where council needs this much revenue to be able to deliver the things that our growing population needs, and it's selling off a space for this much revenue, when actually it could just, instead of wheeling and dealing, could just allocate that space directly towards a community facility, save the city a lot of money and deliver something in the middle of the mall that people really want. There's so many uses that this space could be put towards, but certainly when Queen Street Mall was closed off and turned into a pedestrian mall a couple of decades ago, I don't think the people of Brisbane at the time anticipated that the road would be closed simply so that more restaurants could be built on it. The point is that there are already commercial shops and restaurants all along the mall, and it shouldn't be council's role to be creating more public commercial spaces within the public space. We should be creating genuine public spaces that aren't paywalled. And even looking at council's own criteria and what they're talking about in terms of the goals for the mall and the goals for this space, this isn't creating a mall for everyone. This is not making the mall more accessible to people of all ages and demographics and income levels. This is creating a mall for people who are wealthy enough to eat at higher quality restaurant. That's not everyone. That's certainly not a lot of people who currently frequent the inner city. Even a public outdoor co-working space would be a better use of this space. Whack in some tables, chuck up some faster free Wi-Fi. Let people activate. Sorry, what was that, Deputy Mayor? If you've got, happy to take a question if you've got something to contribute to the discussion. Yeah. No. There are many ways to activate these spaces, but simply selling them off or leasing them off for private restaurants and private bars does the people of Brisbane a disservice, because it's essentially more of the same old stuff that we're seeing in cities all around the world. If we want Brisbane to be a unique city, we have to take a unique approach to how we manage and develop and activate our key public spaces. King George Square already has a bar, restaurant. I noticed that the cafe there is also sitting empty. Actually, most of our inner city public spaces now already have a cafe or bar or restaurant attached to them. We're whacking another restaurant/bar on top of the new Kangaroo Point Bridge, and a great deal of public inner city riverfront space has been privatised as part of Howard Smith Wharves and the Queen's Wharf Casino for more restaurants and bars and cafes. So I guess at some point we need to say as a city, is there a better way to be activating these spaces? Is there something else we could do with this land and this really ideal location, other than just selling it off for what I think is relatively low rent in the context of what that space could become? Just turning to the Brisbane Metro, I've gotten a bit bored with these debates about whether the thing is a bus or a metro, and quite frankly, I think the whole discussion has become a little bit amateur and silly. The vehicles are clearly not a traditional bus. They are also clearly not a light rail. They are a different kind of vehicle. And I think it's unfortunate that one side of the chamber has been at great pains to say, oh, these things are just a normal bus, and that forces the other side of the chamber to then make perhaps somewhat hyperbolic claims about how revolutionary and how new and unprecedented these vehicles are, when in fact similar vehicles are already operating in a lot of cities around the world. They are better than traditional buses, and I understand the advantages of a trackless system as opposed to light rail that operates in other cities. But maybe both sides of the chamber could just exercise a bit of restraint and use a bit of common sense, and we can have more meaningful discussions about the value of this project and the pros and cons that it's offering for the city, as opposed to relatively semantic and silly debates about what I think a lot of people would consider quite trivial. I will say, though, that I think it's disappointing to see further cost overruns on this project. And if the reason is that we had to make further changes to accommodate vehicles driving on the left-hand side of the road here in Australia, or the subtropical climate, et cetera, I don't understand why those changes and the associated additional costs are only being factored in now. Surely that was something that we would have been aware of when we first went out to tender and first got the original quotes. And that's why I asked that question about whether someone had made a mistake, because it seems odd that only now at a fairly late stage in the process are we realising, oh, we actually need to allocate a lot more money to this vehicle. Either the company lied to us about how much it would cost to begin with, or council officers messed up in underestimating the likely costs. So I do think...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Murphy.
I just asked that Councillor Shree might reflect on what he just said around the company lying to us. We always knew that design development would be part of the project. So I think that's an adverse reflection on them.
Well, I mean, I guess someone told us how much this design and development would cost, and now the costs have increased significantly. So that suggests that someone has made a mistake somewhere. Maybe it wasn't a deliberate lie, but certainly an error has been made, and someone needs to take responsibility for that.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item B and item F today. Item B in particular is the approval to go to market for a new and improved tenancy at the northern end of the Queen Street Mall, which is currently occupied by the Pig and Whistle. As councillors are probably aware, it was 1982 when Queen Street Mall first became pedestrianised, and it was considered quite a bold move at the time by Lord Mayor Roy Harvey. However, as we can see from the success of the mall, it indicates it was the right thing to do at the time. It's now one of the most successful malls in Australia and carries around 26 million people per year. not taking in the COVID numbers, of course. Since 2016, Council has invested heavily in the Queen Street Mall, making it a more inviting space for all residents to enjoy. Between opening it up through the busiest crossover in Albert and Queen Street, the new fountain has been installed, the new improved garden beds with all the LED lighting. The Queen Street Mall really is now a hallmark of our city and will become increasingly important as our city continues to grow. After the initial opening in 1982, it was upgraded again in 1999, and this is when the retail tenancies were introduced. Nothing new, no new tenancies, no new restaurants, nothing new for anybody who's established in the mall. They have been there now for 22 years. These operators were provided with 15-year operating agreements, which expired, as we said, from 2014, but we have been going on a month-by-month due to the G20 summit at the time. The agreements were extended and it wasn't reasonable to force a tender when a major global event was about to arrive. And in more recent times, we did go through similar packages to what's in today's document as well. Tenders before this have sought proposals for demolition, construction and operation of a new venue in this place. But unfortunately, the severe impacts of COVID-19 at the time saw restaurant and other hospitality venues closing down around the city and too difficult, obviously, to continue with the tender process. So when we got to this point, we weren't confident that there was an operator that could be confidently selected in the tender process, and it was concluded without a recommended new operator. Because of that market that we're still in, business is a little uncertain. We wanted to make sure that we had flexibility in this procurement package. It may not be that the case there's an operator who can finance the full demolition and reconstruction, but they could refurbish it and bring it up to a modern standard. So that is why there is two options there today: a full demolition, including design, construction, operate for up to 20 years, or the refurbishment of the current tenancy, including the operation of that tenancy for up to 7 years. In both cases, the operator does not have to be associated with demolition or a building company. It can operate as a third party, and it doesn't need to be a food and beverage. We are going out to see what the market has on offer as well. It is clear that the 2032 Games are going to do wonders for our city, and we hope that the prospect of the Games is going to create a large interest in the procurement package that is before us. And we even saw just in this morning's paper another major sporting organisation, Oz Cycling's, considering moving to Brisbane on top of the Australian Institute of Sports. There is a lot of movement in Brisbane at the moment. This tender will go to market on the 15th of September and close 2 months later. And with successful tenders, we hope that we would be open and operating, if it was the full demolition and reconstruct, before Christmas next year. To item F today, we've been working away at this over the past few months, and I've handed over to the very capable hands of Councillor Allen now as the Planning Chair. And as I've said before in this place, 2016 is a long time to go back. We have to look at the changes that have happened in Brisbane in that time, and also the directions of the Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner on the clean, green, sustainable city and the new bridges and opportunities of infrastructure that are coming into the city as well. The LTIP is an overarching document which outlines what projects are needed to keep the city moving. They aren't needed within the short term, but we can't lose sight of their purpose and delivery. This is just about the timing of the delivery. So all of the projects in the LTIP are scheduled for delivery from 2026. So as a consequence, there's no indicative budget assigned, but to summarise, 17 projects have been moved into the LTIP, which is a couple of parks, some stormwater projects and bikeways. And in case of the stormwater, I've said it here in this place again, and I'll say it again, particularly in the suburb of Yeronga, they were not reaching the density targets that were expected in 2016, so they have been moved out to the LTIP. And just because the councillor feels that her ward is busy, we can show the numbers and the statistics, which it's all about the data or the data today, Lord Mayor. The growth is not happening in that suburb compared to across the rest of the city, and this is something that the councillor for Tennyson totally forgets. There is life outside the Tennyson ward, and there are priorities outside the Tennyson ward. So out of the 32 projects, there are 22 stormwater projects in Yeronga which are being moved into the LTIP. It's just because there is not demand for them in the next 5 years. It does not mean they won't be getting done, but there is no demand for it. While there are 52 of these projects moving forward into the LTIP, there are 115 projects coming back into the LGIP that we need to deliver in the next 5 years, so an overall increase as well. We went out to public consultation. I heard a lot again about percentages here. There was 19 submissions. 19 submissions across the entire city for the LTIP document. As such, there was no proposed changes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on item F, the LTIP amendment, and this item relates to the tailored amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014, the long-term infrastructure plans. Councillors will recall that on the 25th of May 2021, the LTIP amendment was presented to Council. To refresh the chamber, the LTIP is the overarching document which outlines the infrastructure projects required in the longer term to keep the city moving. Projects scheduled for delivery from the year 2026 onwards specifically. These are the projects which aren't specifically needed within the short term. However, we cannot lose sight of the need and the requirement to plan and deliver. It is all a matter of timing for targeted delivery. And with this in mind, there are 65 projects being removed from the LGIP and they will find their way into the LTIP. As Councillor Adams has pointed out, the fact that these are moving from the LGIP to the LTIP doesn't mean that they won't be delivered. Rather, it's a matter of reprioritisation and putting the development in those areas that are growing most rapidly. So anything that's obviously finding its way into the LTIP will be for delivery from 2026 onwards. And this approach has been adopted for a number of reasons, including just the changes in delivery time frames, varying development activity across the city, and then also a range of external factors that give rise to these changes. While there are 65 items moving out of the LGIP, there are 115 projects being brought into the LGIP, representing $374 million. So there is an increase in projects in the short term. And importantly, the point that Councillor Strunk made earlier, where he referenced an item that was being removed in Ellen Grove, the reason that it's coming out of the LTIP is that it's actually been brought into the LGIP. It's outlined on page 3 of the 37 page. So we're actually going to deliver that sooner. So it probably is worthwhile looking a little bit more closely at the reasons for these changes. It's outlined there in the document. Reason for change. This item has a change in timing to move it inside the planning horizon of the LGIP. This item has been removed from the LTIP and included in the LGIP. So that's good news for you, Councillor Strunk. This item before us today seeks to progress this amendment to the state government for consideration and to respond to submitters. The requirement to progress to the state accords with the notice given by the Chief Executive under Section 13 of the Planning Act. Following the receipt of a response from the State, Council will then proceed to adopt the amendments, ideally later this year. The primary purpose of the minor amendment was to review and update the infrastructure tables and maps to align them with the priorities and commitments of Council. By undertaking this amendment, Council is ensuring that its delivery program is clear and transparent to the community. It also ensures that Council's investment is prioritised on the delivery of important trunk infrastructure that will support the existing and future residents of our city. Given the state's mandate to accommodate 386,000 additional residents by 2041 and an equivalent 188,000 new dwellings, good planning is critical to Brisbane's future success. Importantly, the amendment was undertaken to ensure that the plans are kept relevant and up to date. The proposed LTIP amendment was open to public consultation from Monday the 31st of May until Sunday the 27th of June. In addition, submissions were received in the week following the close of public consultation were also fully considered. Council sent 114 letters to landowners directly affected by the LTIP amendment to ensure they were abreast of the proposed changes and provide an opportunity to contact council officers to discuss the potential implications of the changes. A total of 19 submissions were received on the LTIP. The submissions raised matters related to area-specific reprioritisation of infrastructure, requested additional infrastructure projects to be included in the LGIP, or provide more general feedback on the process and content of the amendments. Due to the nature of the amendment, which is to ensure that Council's priorities and commitments are reflected in these plans, and after considering the matters raised in each submission, no changes are being proposed to the LTIP amendment package. Although Council received several submissions requesting the reprioritisation of infrastructure in their area or new infrastructure, Council is required to ensure that the infrastructure schedules are financially sustainable and represent a realistic program of infrastructure works. Together with the Local Government Infrastructure Plan, the LTIP amendment will continue critical investment plans in city infrastructure essential to sustaining a growing city whilst creating exciting leisure and lifestyle opportunities and an enviable multimodal transport system. I'll leave further debate to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
Could I just ask that item F is taken seriatim for voting purposes?
Item F, seriatim for voting. Right, any further speakers? Lord Mayor, right of reply? No right of reply? Okay, we're now moving to the vote on this motion, which is items A, B, C and D. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called. Please ring the bells. Thank you, councillors. The division was called on the vote. The motion before us for items A, B, C and D of the E&C report. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands. Aye. Those opposed, please say no and raise your hands. No. Are there any abstentions? Clerks?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
Thank you. The motion is carried. We now move to the vote on item F. Item F. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Cassidy. Please ring the bells. Thank you, clerks. We might go straight to the vote on this one. All those in favour of item F, please raise your hands and say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no and raise your hands. No. Any abstentions? One abstention. Thank you, clerk.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
That motion is carried. Thank you. Councillors, we now move on to the seriatim item for debate, item E, the meeting amending local law. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This item is an amendment to the local law which relates to how these meetings are held in council. These changes are very straightforward and very minor in nature, and I predict that we're going to hear some ridiculous hyperbole from those opposite today. It'll be outrageous claims about the death of democracy.
Excuse me, councillors. Councillors, shall we let the debate unfold?
There'll be pathetic claims made about what is being done here, and all I can say is this. We are giving Labor councillors more time to put notified motions on the agenda because of their repeated inability to actually put notified motions on, but instead to misuse the opportunity for so-called urgency motions. Now, all is happening here is that Labor councillors and some other selected councillors see the opportunity for a political strategy to misuse urgency motions to make a political point, but without, and this is the part that they seem to love the most, without actually taking the time to debate the issue. They just want to get up for 3 minutes, have their say, and then say, oh, the big bad LNP, they're voted, and then they want to go home. That's laziness, that is incompetence, and so...
Councillor Johnston, please.
In order to help them deal with their disorganisation, we are actually going to make it easier for them to put notices on the agenda. And so they can do that, just like Councillor Sri did today. He took the time to put it on the record so that we can have an appropriate debate on an issue in an informed manner, not just to pull a cheap political stunt so they can put up a social media post misrepresenting what actually happened in the meeting. So the jig's up. The jig's up, guys. It's over. And you will squeal and squirm about this, but the jig's up. So you will no longer be able to misuse urgency motions for your political point scoring. And what's more, the other thing we're doing here is we're making sure that not only do we have an earlier start to council meetings so that they can be family friendly, but that people don't misuse the opportunity to speak again and again and again in general business and hold up everyone for their own particular political reasons. And so,
councillors, you'll all have an opportunity.
They're already squirming and squealing. They don't like it. We know what we're going to hear from them today, and it's going to be all rubbish, Mr Chair. So what we're doing, and I just would like to point out, because these guys think that anything that happens up in George Street is, just God ordained. It's God ordained. If only we could be like the Labor state government and the state parliament, because that's where most of them aspire to be one day, if they can get the pre-selection. In state parliament, is there an opportunity to speak unlimited times in general business? No. No. If you're lucky, you get a 3-minute spot. And there's only a limited number of those each day. So you actually have to vie and negotiate with your colleagues in order to get that spot. That's family friendly. That's family friendly, and that's okay for state parliament. But we will hear today that it's outrageous for Brisbane City Council. It'll be all types of hyperbole about the changes and what they will mean. These hyperbole, yes, that's right. Thank you for correcting me, and you are right. What is about to come out of their mouth is hyperbole. Hyperbole is singular, hyperbole is multiple, so we're going to hear hyperbole. And so we're making some very minor changes to make sure the meeting flows more smoothly, to deal with some obvious misuse of the meeting's local law that's been happening by the opposition for political point scoring and not actually for informed debate, because they don't actually have informed debate. But I just wanted to point out council meetings are not open mic nights. We have an agenda, we have things to be done here, and we need to get on with the business of the city. People can talk on any item that comes through they wish. They can debate notified motions until the cows come home. Yet, if you want to take a lazy shortcut and do things the cheap and easy way, I'm sorry, the jig's up. So if you wish to debate an issue and you think it is urgent, put it on the notified motion agenda, and then we will have an informed debate, because there is no way not to debate a notified motion. We're going to be debating Councillor Shree's... We're going to be debating Councillor Shree's...
Councillors, you will all have your opportunity, please.
We're going to debate Councillor Shree's motion tonight, and he did the right thing. He understands how the process works. I think his motivations, particularly in this issue, are genuine. Labor, they don't believe in anything, so they're not motivated by anything. They just want to score a cheap political point. So those changes that we're making are pretty straightforward. They are very minor in nature, and we will see as a result this process improved. Now, from here, and the other thing that you will hear is, oh, we're ramming through these changes, no one gets any say. These changes have to be publicly notified, and anyone, councillor, member of the public, state government, the Queen, can have their say on this draft meeting local law. So this is not the end of the process. This is the start of the process, and we shall go through the proper lawmaking process. There will be public notification. There will be an opportunity for public submissions. The state government will have an opportunity to provide their input as well, and we will see all of those things come together to provide feedback on what is being proposed here. So I commend these changes to the chamber. As I said, I flagged the change on the notified motions months ago. This is not a surprise. It should not be a surprise to anyone. And when it comes to some of the other changes, there are changes necessitated by the introduction of state government requirements, which talk about how meetings should be run, and they apply to all local governments, including Brisbane City Council. So there is a model, effectively, for the running of meetings. And so we're adopting those state changes where they've needed to be changing our local law. That's happening. Plus a couple of other minor changes as well that will make sure that we can have fulsome and informed democratic debate without political stunts just hijacking the meeting. Would you guess, any councillors here would like to guess how many urgency motions have been moved in the last 12 months? Any guesses? 2? No? 58. 58. Now, does council meet every single week? No. No, we have a recess period. And so 58, Councillor Cummings said there should have been at least 100. They're wasting everyone's time. That's why they're wasting time for political point scoring. And so,
Councillor Cook.
Those 58 urgency motions, or fake urgency motions, because most of them weren't actually urgent, where did they end up getting Labor? Have we seen Labor's stocks increase? Have we seen them kicking goals? They're nowhere. They are nowhere. They are nowhere because they are lazy. They are not prepared to do the hard work of opposition. They just want the cheap, cheerful and quick political point scoring, and then they want to go home. They are fundamentally a lazy opposition, and what they don't like is that now with these changes they're actually going to have to put the work in and debate motions and actually really put the work in. How many times have we seen in this chamber where a Labor councillor has moved an urgency motion, but then they've been completely unprepared to actually speak on the motion? It happens again and again. They just want the cheap and cheerful political point, and then they want to go home. So, look, if you want to debate an issue, put the work in, put it as a notified motion. We're going to give you extra time, and then you can have the debate. And it'll be debated on its merits. And, this meeting, in the end...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Are there further speakers? Oh, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'll speak on this item, Clause E, the meeting's amending local law, and I think the Lord Mayor protests a bit too much about whether these urgency motions are working or not. I'll take the comment that Councillor Griffiths made just before, and the Lord Mayor seems to think these urgency motions aren't working and they're ineffective, and who cares about them? But he's touchy. He cares enough to get rid of them. He cares enough to get rid of them, Chair. But I think this is a great example. This amendment to the meetings local law today is a great example of where you're in power, and the LNP are in power and have an overwhelming majority in this place, but they don't really have much control, and they don't like it. They don't like their inability to control what councillors on this side of the chamber do within the rules of this place, and then criticises, and then when councillors move motions in accordance with the meetings local law, the Lord Mayor takes it upon himself, and we saw that again today, to criticise and to carp and to moan about councillors doing their democratic job here in this council chamber in representing the views of our constituents and the people around Brisbane. So what we're seeing here today is the Lord Mayor trying to sneak through, and he certainly has tried to, a whole raft of changes that are anti-democratic. And he knew that was coming because he knows deep down that's the truth. He knew we were going to say, he laughs at that. He laughs at...
Councillors, please.
It was only one then, Chair, it was the Lord Mayor. He protests a lot about that, and he's doing it today. He's chirping away there because he knows the truth, Chair, that these changes that he's proposing are anti-democratic. So what we've had, and that was a good tally, I didn't actually have that tally myself, 58, that's not a bad effort. Not a bad effort. And then the Lord Mayor said that those motions that we brought to this chamber were not genuine. So motions like about basic services, like reinstating curbside collection. He thinks reinstating curbside collection was not genuine. He thinks things like fixing footpaths and providing basic accessibility upgrades in our suburbs is not a genuine thing for council to be dealing with. He thinks that buying...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you, Lord.
Well, you'll have to get up a few more times then, Lord Mayor. You'll have to get...
Continue, Councillor Cassidy.
You'll have to get up a few more times, Lord Mayor, because you also think buying bushland and saving it from bulldozers is not genuine. According to your own words, you think that saving community and sporting clubs from the bulldozers is not genuine, Lord Mayor. And that's what you have said today. You don't think that the democratic debate that...
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cassidy is right. I claim to be misrepresented again.
And what we know, these changes that are proposed today to limit councillors' abilities to enter democratic debate and to raise issues in this chamber, that's what they are. And the Chief Legal Officer earlier let the cat out of the bag, that they are political decisions and policy decisions made by, we presume, the Lord Mayor or one of his LNP chairs. These changes to the meetings local law have not been come up with by the bureaucracy within council. They've certainly had to draft them and put the words on the paper, but they have taken direction, we assume from the Lord Mayor in his office, perhaps an LNP chair, and they made that very clear, that these changes here today are political changes to limit debate here in the council chamber. The Lord Mayor's made it pretty clear through these changes and what he's said today in his contribution to this, that he doesn't really want us to have an ability to bring these things as they emerge in the community to the chamber. He talks about having informed debate, but wants less of it. He wants councillors to be able to contribute less to those debates. And he doesn't even participate in those debates mostly. And he says that, well, just move notified motions, and we know what happens there. The LNP use their overwhelming majority to butcher those motions. And gag debate. Councillor Johnson's example just a couple of weeks ago brought a notified motion, and the LNP, the Lord Mayor said today, we'd love to debate these motions, except when they get sick of it, except when they get sick and tired of having to sit through debate. I didn't catch that, Councillor Adamman.
Continue, please, Councillor Cassidy.
Maybe if you're right on the other side of the chamber, you'll have to shout louder if you want me to get your interjections. The Lord Mayor says move notified motions, and then they won't debate them. They put them. When we have our urgency motions have been so successful in recent months that that the LNP saw a new tactic. They thought they would scare us off from raising these important issues. They would support them going to debate. And then, lo and behold, when they got to debate at the end of the meeting, they wouldn't debate them and they put those motions, or they would move procedural motions to have them lie on the table for years in some instances. For years in some instances. Yeah, I'll take that interjection from the Deputy Mayor. She sometimes doesn't follow along, Chair. There is a motion lying on the table currently that is lying on the table for years about locally made buses. So there you go, Deputy Mayor. So the people of Brisbane are paying us to be in here and fund the operations of the council in terms of the political debate that goes on in here. We're elected by the people of Brisbane and are funded by the people of Brisbane. They deserve to know what goes on in this place. And the other concerning thing is around the restriction placed on councillors and the media from reporting what goes on in here. And we know that they have been very touchy about information, about recordings from this meeting, which are live streamed. They're being live streamed right now. Being used to report fairly on the discussions and decisions that are being made in here. So what we now see are these provisions being written in that are so vague. The Chief Legal Officer of the Council confirmed today that they are so vague as to be open to almost any interpretation about what is political advertising. There is no definition included in the meetings local law about what that is. So potentially that means any democratically elected councillor is restricted from reporting on what happens in this council meeting potentially. And that's obviously been left deliberately vague. So there is more control by the LNP administration over what happens here. But also very concerningly is the power that is given to you, Chair, a member of the LNP caucus, to be able to withdraw the accreditation of a journalist here in Brisbane City Council verbally. And we don't know on what grounds. We don't know on what grounds you will be able to do that. And that is seriously concerning for genuine democratic debate, not just here in this chamber, but genuine democratic debate that should occur right around our city. So trying to gag councillors here in the chamber and trying to gag councillors and journalists out in the community is a very bad thing for democratic debate. We've often heard, and I remember Graham Quirk, don't we start to miss him these days? I never thought I'd say that. But he used to say, well, those of us that were here, what a great mayor he was. much better than this one. He used to say, every time I say that, Councillor Johnson doesn't necessarily agree, but he used to say something which I really agreed with him on, that this was a place of robust political debate. He never attempted to make these changes and to gag councillors and stop councillors raising these issues here in the chamber. But obviously when they start to work, or when the LNP don't like being called to account on issues on their votes that are happening here, and councillors bringing issues to the chamber, like basic services, like saving bushland, like protecting community clubs, when the LNP don't like it, they simply change the rules to suit themselves, Chair, which is a really, really bad thing for democracy here in this chamber and around in Brisbane. Now, the Lord Mayor would like to gag us in this place and to limit our ability to have robust political debate, as we used to have in this place. But we make a promise to him that we won't be silenced. Not in here.
Lord Mayor. Please continue, Councillor Cassidy. Please continue, Councillor Cassidy. Yes.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Lord Mayor, please.
You've been very generous with the Mayor. He's repeatedly interjected.
I've been generous on both sides, Councillor Street, in terms of interjections.
No, Chair. I do think you have a responsibility to hold the Mayor to a higher standard of decorum, and I would draw your attention to the fact that the Mayor has been very openly disruptive and has repeatedly ignored your directions. And so I urge you to set a standard.
As has been said, this is a place of robust debate, and there is robust debate underway. Councillor Cassidy, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. Used to be a place of robust debate. But we make this promise to you, Lord Mayor. We won't be silenced. We won't be silenced in here. We will continue to back residents, whether it is here in the chamber or out in the community. We will continue to back residents against this self-interested and self-obsessed LNP administration. Your time will come, and no amount of rigging the rules is going to save you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Your point of misrepresentation, Lord Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Cassidy quite clearly suggested that a range of issues that he mentioned, I'd made a judgment on their importance. That is not the point I was making at all, simply that if they were so important, they would have lodged them as a notified motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on this item, meetings amending local law. Amendments to the City of Brisbane Act 2010, City of Brisbane Regulation 2012, and Local Government Act 2009 mean updates to the meetings local law 2001 are required to ensure it is a consistent and comprehensive reflection of the standing rules applicable to Brisbane City Council and standing committees. The meetings amending local law 2021 has been drafted to reflect these legislative amendments. The new local law has separate chapters for council meetings and committee meetings to provide for ease of use by all councillors, and also has contemporary references to presently used titles for office holders. Advances in technology and the flexibility required due to the pandemic and other reasons have led to the inclusion of references to electronic meeting attendance in the local law. Another change required due to the modernization of our council meetings is references to video recording and the broadcast. Consistent with the state rules on use of the parliamentary broadcast, we are proposing changes to clarify how the council meeting video can be used. Councillors should be free to use the broadcast to highlight and communicate matters of importance that they have raised in the chamber. However, the broadcast should not be used selectively to take councillors' word out of their original context and to run misleading advertising campaigns. Again, this change is entirely consistent with the rules currently supported by the state Labor government. The proposed local law gives councillors additional time to provide a notice of motion. Councillors will have until 1 p.m. the business day prior to a council meeting to submit a motion for proper debate. As a result of this criteria for suspending standing rules has been changed, and the councillor must clearly establish why they were unable to provide proper notice by the day before. I trust the opposition will welcome this change, given under the current rules they have had to move several urgency motions, presumably because they could not submit the paperwork on time. We have an orderly procedure for moving notified motions in this place. So by amending the local law, we are going even further to provide opportunities for all councillors, but particularly non-administration councillors, to put forward matters for debate in a transparent manner. Another change in the proposed law is to clarify the standing orders for the general business debate. Under the proposed meetings local law, councillors will have 10 minutes to speak on as many items as they wish. This change will not affect most councillors. However, we have seen a growing trend for the gaming of the general business debate, using the current standing orders to speak as many as 3 times. Mr. Chair, our council system is modelled on the Westminster system of government, and that means it operates by both written laws and unwritten convention. However, there are people in this chamber see fit to break the convention rather than upholding them. And also, this general business is not in alignment with the Lord Mayor's initiatives to create family-friendly sitting hours. We have already brought forward the council meeting start time to ensure meetings conclude at a reasonable hour. This change furthers our family-friendly agenda, ensuring councillors make clear and to-the-point speeches to council rather than 20 or 30 minutes addresses. The general business debate has been treated by some as an open mic session where you can speak for as long as you like. In the State Parliament, as the Lord Mayor mentioned, even before they introduced family-friendly hours, speeches in the adjournment debate, the equivalent to our general business, were limited to just 3 minutes. Councillors can speak for more than 3 times that long here, so this minor change is a fair and reasonable one to encourage positive contributions and reasonable meeting length. This local law amendment will undergo the usual state interest check and public consultation before returning to the chamber in final form. Our employers, the people of Brisbane, rightly expect their councillors to engage in meetings in an orderly and professional fashion, and that the proposed meetings law allows for this. And I commend the item to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on item E, the meetings amending local law. I start by saying, having served as the Deputy Chairman of Brisbane City Council quite some many years ago, one of my first jobs was to work on a bipartisan committee with Councillor Shane Sutton on changes to the meetings local law back in 2008-2009. It wasn't an adversarial process. It was fairly straightforward. There was no big drama out of it. There were no major problems, and some changes were made. So when we were asked to provide feedback on what we thought should happen with these meetings local law, I put forward a suggestion that we set up a representative working group, person from the LNP, person from the ALP, Councillor Shree and myself, to discuss, and here's a big word, collaborate, on changes to the meeting local law. The purpose of consultation, engagement and collaboration is to ensure that things are done in an inclusive way and we get a good outcome. When those things do not happen, it ends up being adversarial. Now, we know today from the Chief Legal Officer that he had no say in how this meetings local law was changed, other than he was the instrument by which the meetings local law draft was produced. We asked for a copy of the presentation, a copy of the... I asked who made some changes. They couldn't tell us. Submissions aren't available on the files. So the only outcome from that is that it is the LNP that have dictated these changes to the meetings local law today. They didn't want to discuss them with their colleagues, that's us, in advance. Now, the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, and I know Councillor McLaughlin was there because I saw him, listened to the keynote speaker at the Asia Pacific, whatever that thing was last week, and he talked about being transparent and collaborative as the key ways in which to achieve change, and do that based on data-driven results. Now, collaboration and transparency were the two key features of that. This administration operates so far away from that paradigm that they've completely forgotten. Even now today, this council, they're calling themselves the Schrinner Council. It's become an autocracy where they're only doing what they want, they'll do it in the way they want. And you heard the Lord Mayor there, he says, just do notified motions. Week after week, I put notified motions on this council agenda and the LNP doesn't bother to stand up and speak to them. That's the main thing they do. They are silent. Two, they will try and amend it till it does not represent anything like the original motion. And three, they gag debate. They use the guillotine clause. And just 2 weeks ago, they did that on a motion that I moved. Last week, they did that on a motion Councillor Shree moved. And mine aren't political motions. I move motions talking about footpaths, refuges, road safety, stormwater drainage. They're not political, not in any way, shape or form. So when I come in this place and try and have a debate via a notified motion, this LNP council administration couldn't be bothered to speak. And if they do, they criticise. Every single time for the past decade, except one, they have voted against motions that I've put up. That's 10 years of not speaking, trying to destroy basic motions on issues that are important in my ward. The Lord Mayor says, just move a notified motion. What a joke that man is. That's what we've been doing for 10 years and they are not listening. And now we can see that they are hurting because councillors in this place are using the rules to push their agendas forward. Now, I don't always agree with what the Labor Party do or Councillor Shree, but I respect their right to raise it under the rules. And the Lord Mayor's actions today demonstrate what a juvenile person that he is. Councillor Cara Cook rose under the rules as they exist today and she moved an urgency motion. That's just urgency, as we've heard over and over from the Lord Mayor, that's just urgency, asking for a domestic violence service to be supported. Do you know what the Lord Mayor did? Under his breath, criticised her for exercising her democratic right under the meetings local law.
Point of order to you, Councillor Adams.
I asked for relevance to come back to the meetings local law, not personally attacking councillors as she's wont to do.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Yes, Councillor Johnston, if you can refer please to the item before us.
I am, because, Mr Chairman, you're getting rid of urgency motions. I mean, you'd think they'd know what's in their own material. So he stood up under his breath and criticised Councillor Cook for moving an urgency motion. He then voted against the urgency motion and had the gall to criticise her because he says, well, you shouldn't be doing it this way. He could have said yes, put it on the notice for later, and we could have had a motion debate. That's a valid and legitimate way of moving your agenda in this place. Now, yeah, absolutely. He's done it in here before as well. So let me be clear. This administration simply does not like people that disagree with them. They've named the council after themselves. They've become a dictatorship, an authoritarian dictatorship that wants to exercise control over this city in every single facet of how this council operates, delegations, down to communications policy. And now they want to do it in the meetings local law. And those changes are essentially going to restrict debate. So here's some examples. The right of reply is being removed from motion debate. So let's listen to the Lord Mayor. If he says these are minor changes, right? The Lord Mayor says just move a notified motion. So you move a notified motion. If you're the only person that speaks on it, guess what? You don't get to sum up. And this LNP administration hide. They hide and they do not speak to legitimate motions about pedestrian safety, stormwater drainage. And this is why they are trying to get rid of it, because it is hurting them. Every single time I tell my community that they could not even be bothered to speak. So instead of getting up to speak, to contribute to the policy debate of this place, they want to gag people. They want to stop you from debating. They don't want to be accountable for their own actions in this place because they know deep down that it is wrong. The other thing the Lord Mayor does week after week in here is say the opposition has no agenda. When you move motions in this place, they don't even want to acknowledge them. They don't want to discuss them. They don't want to debate them. So let me be clear. This administration have failed to progress democracy in this council, and for a long time they have been taking it backwards. Now, I can't support the meetings local law as they are before us today, and I am going to move some amendments. I don't even think this should be going out to public consultation without these amendments. So I move the following: that the Establishment and Coordination Committee, item E, attachment B, page 18, delete 33, section 41(3), and Establishment and Coordination Committee, item E, attachment 16, add 15A, section 33(6)(d), delete 2 minutes and replace with 1 minute. And 3, Establishment and Coordination Committee, item E, page 16, add 16A, section 33(8)(c), delete 5 minutes and replace with 3 minutes. And I've just sent that through.
Seconded.
To the clerks.
So an amendment motion has been moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. It was a fairly long and involved amendment, which is not yet through. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So the amendment you're moving is at 1, Establishment Coordination Committee, item E, attachment B, page 18, delete 33, section 41(3), and 2, Establishment Coordination Committee, item E, attachment B, page 16, add 15A, section 33(6), bracket D, delete 2 minutes and replace with 1 minute. And 3, Establishment and Coordination Committee, item E, attachment B, page 16, add 16A, section 33, bracket 8, bracket C, delete 5 minutes and replace with 3 minutes. Councillor Johnson, you have 10 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And these are a little bit complicated in that form, but they are in fact very simple. Point 1 simply removes the provision that's been inserted stopping the right of reply. Now, as I spoke in my main debate, I don't believe that the LNP should be allowed to hide from their own laziness and inaction. I don't think they've quite worked out themselves that that will apply to their own chairs' debates. but it will. So let's say they forget something when they introduce it. If they forget, they can't do it when they clean it up either. So there is a problem with this, and I do not believe that people should be gagged. What people don't say can be just as important as what they do say, and this LNP administration have hidden and failed to speak on motions when it is critically important to democratic debate in this place. So I don't think that should be. I don't think that should be allowed. So dot point 1 actually deletes that from the amendment before us today and re-establishes the current rule, which is if you move a motion, you can speak in reply on the motion. Dot points 2 and dot points 3 are related. Essentially, the changes mean that in question time, the questioner will have 1 minute to ask a question, and the chair that is answering the question will have 3 minutes to respond. The current rules say that it's 2 minutes to ask the question and 5 minutes to respond. Now, we all know that 2 minutes to ask the question is just too long, and it never happens. I've never, in 13 years of being in this place, had the chair say to a question asker, "You've gone over your 2 minutes." It just does not happen. Even when some of the ALP councillors get a little flowery in their questions and get a bit long, they never go anywhere near that length of time. So 1 minute is perfectly sufficient amount of time to ask a question. I don't think there's any disagreement probably with that. 3 minutes to answer the question, I think is absolutely huge amount of time. We know, as we did today, the Lord Mayor sat down several times before his 5 minutes was up. We know that the other option is, as most of these councillors in the chair's roles do, they read out a set thing. I'm sure their staff everywhere will be thanking me for having to only write them a 3-minute speech that they regurgitate in this place rather than a 5-minute speech. What it will do is make sure more questions can be asked in question time. Now, that will help illuminate the issues of the city. That will mean that myself, Councillor Shree, who are being dudded by this administration when it comes to our right to ask questions, get the opportunity to get questions in. We might even end up with one every week. It means the LNP actually will get more Dorothy Dixes in. It means that we will just get more questions about what's happening in this city. It'll reduce the waffle and the political spin, and it will actually contribute to a better outcome than what is happening now. Now, I thought, stupid me, I mean, you know, how old am I? Yeah. You know, a good 25 years in public service at local, state and federal level, and having watched this council for the past 13 years, I really thought that there would be some discussion with us about what changes would be made to the meeting's local law. I didn't actually think that the LNP would do this. And all the new councillors in this place need to wake up to themselves. The people who will lose if there is a change of government are the ones who are dictating this, and you guys, the newer councillors, will be the ones who are left holding the dodgy end of the stick because you let them do this. One day, you will be in opposition. Yep. And when you make these changes that make it harder for democratic and open and fair debate to happen in this place, it does not reflect well on you. It will have a bad outcome. I don't know if I'll be here when that happens. I really hope I am, because I would love to stand up and say to you, hello, this is what you guys did for a decade or more. These changes are very straightforward. Reducing the amount of time to ask a question and to answer a question contributes to more scrutiny of Brisbane City Council chairs. It will make sure there is more transparency in the process of how this city runs. And again, we know from Governor O'Malley that collaboration and transparency are critically important parts of making sure you can achieve positive change in your city. So let's do this. Let's make the change and put it out for consultation. Let's see what people say. More questions in this place, more scrutiny, less time for political waffle, and let's have an open and fair debate by incorporating these changes. I urge everyone to support the amendment, and I'd be really interested to see if anybody's even going to be bothered to speak.
Debate on the amendments. Councillor Sri.
Thanks. Yeah, I thought this was an interesting amendment by Councillor Johnston. And in terms of the question time, I know I sometimes take the advantage of providing a bit of context to some of the questions I ask. And I think sometimes I probably go a little bit over the 1 minute mark, but I'd be happy to restrict my questions to a minute in length if that meant we could get through more questions during question time. I think the problem that part of the amendment is trying to solve is really that question time itself is a little bit too short. And it would be nice if we could have a question time which is more genuinely focused on constructive debate, where rather than the administration councillors just asking Dorothy Dix's, there's actually opportunities to have meaningful discussions about issues of interest to people of the city. And certainly I find it quite disappointing that we have so many pre-scripted questions asked during question time simply to take up time. I'm supportive of this amendment, but I'd also be quite supportive of extending question time. If the administration feels that they really need 2 minutes to ask a question and 5 minutes to respond to each question, perhaps we could simply lengthen question time so there's time for more questions. I think really the issue with speaking and I guess summing up in response to when you've moved a motion and having that opportunity, I think it also makes sense to me that a councillor would want to speak a second time if no one even speaks or shows interest in the motion. In practice, it's not really going to serve the LNP's intended purpose, because there's still, all it will take is for one other councillor to stand up and say something, and then the mover of the motion will still have that opportunity to sum up anyway. So it seems like a lot of trouble to try and prevent a councillor from speaking a second time, even though they're still going to be able to if they really want to. So I might leave it at that for now, but I think the amendment to this motion is brought in good faith and seems common sense. It will probably save a bit of time, and like Councillor Johnston said, it will reduce the need for council officers to write such lengthy speeches for their chairs. So hopefully the other councillors in this chamber will be open to it. I could be wrong. I heard an interjection saying that council officers don't write the speeches. Do the councillors themselves write those speeches?
Their council officers' staff do.
I'd be really interested in that, because I honestly thought that council officers were spending their time writing speeches for the chairs. I don't understand who writes them then. I hope the chairs aren't spending a huge amount of time writing those speeches, because perhaps that's not the best use of time.
Off topic, please.
No, that's fine. I think it is relevant to the amendment because it goes to the length of questions and the length of responses to questions. But I'll leave my comments there anyway. I hope the other councillors in the chamber will support the amendment.
Further debate on the amendments? Councillor Cassidy.
I was only slow to rise then because I thought perhaps the LNP might say something. But, Chair, I think this is actually a very, very sensible amendment. I suspect that it probably won't be supported. Maybe it will. But it is sensible, I think, particularly around the conduct of question time in allowing more accountability of the administration. There's that old saying by Lord Acton that power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so I think allowing more questioning and more accountability of the political administration of this council is only a good thing. So we'll be supporting this amendment today.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Any further discussion? No further debate? We now move these amendments. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Councillor Johnston, you have 5 minutes. My apologies, you have 5 minutes.
Well, fascinating, isn't it? Fascinating. I do thank Councillor Sri and Councillor Cassidy for speaking and saying they would support the amendments. I'm happy to take up Councillor Shri's suggestion in my submission on this. I think an hour for question time, which is pretty standard at other levels of government, would be perfectly appropriate. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. That's what Councillor Wong. Well, hang on a minute. The Lord Mayor didn't want to be, but councillor Wonk did. So, you know, I'm not sure it's clear on that. So, and just to be clear, all our staff are council officers. So they're not your personal little fiefdoms, they are council officers employed by Brisbane City Council. So they are writing your speeches and clearly sharing them because, you know, tonight we had the open mic night twice and doubt... I wonder if that's what their party room meeting's doing nowadays, is just, you know, trying to work up a key word to, you know. But let's be clear, I presume they're going to vote this down. You know, I don't think that their behaviour has changed all that much. But let me be clear about what I'm suggesting here. Keeping one rule the way it is, so nothing too radical, and two, creating an environment for more questions by everybody in this place by reducing the length of the question time asked and reducing the length of the answer. Federal Parliament did this a few years ago. They actually brought in supplementary questions, which I really don't think is necessary, but they shortened the answers and the time allowed to ask questions. So you could get more scrutiny and more questions could be asked. We live in a democratic society, but this Lord Mayor and this administration are just not interested in doing anything that will shine a light on what happens in this city. They are only interested in controlling the debate, stopping people from speaking, not having the courage to stand up in this place and speak to an amendment. Now, we heard the Lord Mayor here in his speech in this earlier. He said, just put a notified motion on. Here I am participating in the debate, putting forward new ideas about what I think should happen in this city. And where is he? He was hiding out the back until a minute ago and he couldn't be bothered to speak. He's bringing these meetings local laws forward without any kind of collaborative discussion with us. None. And that was an easy thing that could have been done. Then when another idea comes up, which could easily be incorporated into the meetings local law, he's got his mouth shut. There's no feedback. There's no, this is a stupid idea, Councillor Johnston, or no, you're just trying to cause trouble, Councillor Johnston. This is a good idea that will enhance our democracy, enhance the accountability of this council to the public, enhance transparency, and if it was supported, would demonstrate that this administration and this Lord Mayor in particular understands what the definition of collaboration is. What I fear will happen is that they will just use their massive majority to vote it down. So just to be clear, I want to retain an existing meetings local law provision as it currently stands, and two, change question time to say 1 minute to ask a question and 3 minutes for an answer. These are simple, positive steps that will enhance the meetings local law, enhance the running of these meetings, protect our democracy, aid transparency and scrutiny, and I urge all councillors to vote for them.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. No further speakers. We'll now put the motion for these amendments. All those in favour of the amendments, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no.
No. Division.
Division. Called by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Cassidy. Ring the bells. Thank you. The division is on the motion. The amendment's moved by Councillor Johnson. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands. Aye. Thank you. All opposed, please say no and raise your hands. Aye. Any abstentions? Clerk.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
Thank you. We now return to the substantive motion. Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the Media's Local Law amendments, and I'd like to say firstly that I think there are some good changes in here. I think the proposal to shorten the notice period for notified motions is a really good change, and I commend the administration for including that. I think that's quite positive. There's a lot of sort of fairly minor changes as well, which I don't necessarily take issue with. I did want to comment briefly on the proposal to cap the number of times a councillor may speak in general business, but I first wanted to highlight something that I hope the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor will pay attention to, but I can see that they're having their own conversation, which maybe highlights the problem. A few councillors in this place have seemed to suggest that these changes are appropriate because they reflect or are similar to changes in the rules that operate in the state parliament. And I want to say very clearly that I don't think we should be modelling meetings rules on how things work in the state parliament. There are some various obvious differences between this council and Queensland Parliament, not least the fact that what's said in the Queensland Parliament is protected by parliamentary privilege, but also that the media has greater access to state parliament, and there tends to be greater publicity and coverage of what happens at the state government level. Whereas here in this chamber, the simple reality is that the media doesn't have the same resources to cover what's discussed here, and a lot of important issues would go completely unlooked and not be made aware, not be publicised to the public, if not for the fact that councillors themselves were promoting them. And I do think that's quite relevant, specifically to some of the changes around video streaming, which I'll come to. But the mere fact that maybe speaking time or speaking opportunities are more limited in state parliament doesn't mean that that should be the case here. And I think it would be better for this council to look to what other councils do, not just around our region, but more broadly across Australia, and use that as the test and the precedent. And it was interesting during the briefing today, I asked the officers presenting whether there were any other councils where they capped speaking in general business or limited councils to only speaking once during general business, and they didn't know the answer. And I think that shows to me that maybe some of these changes are a little bit rushed and haven't been based on best practice or evidence from other jurisdictions, but are simply an initiative of the LNP administration that has perhaps its own motivations. I know there are a few councillors in this chamber who've maybe had a bit of trouble coping when general business goes on for a bit long. I know from my perspective, I've been a councillor for about five years now, a little over, and in my 5 years here, I think I've spoken more than once in general business on 6 occasions, possibly 7 occasions. It's not a lot, but the times that I have spoken twice in general business have been when the administration has sought to guillotine debate during another agenda item of the council, or when the administration chair has taken, or when the council chair has taken a very narrow view as to what's relevant to a particular motion that's been debated by council, and the specific advice from the chair has been take it up during general business. I don't think yourself, Chair, has done this yet, but this has been a common refrain in this chamber for several years, where a chair would take an unduly restrictive view of what it was appropriate to speak about in regards to other motions that were being discussed as council, and councillors who took umbrage with those rulings were then told that they should bring it up in general business. So it did seem a little bit paradoxical that councillors would be told, oh, save it for general business, it's not relevant to this motion, but then also told, no, you can't speak multiple times during general business. So I hope that if the council administration is indeed intending to prevent councillors from speaking multiple times during general business, that at the very least the chair and other councillors in this place will take a less restrictive view about what is relevant to other items of debate on the agenda, because failing to do that would necessarily lead to a restriction of what councillors are able to talk about, and is going to backfire, because the result will be that significantly more notified motions are brought to this chamber, and we'll end up with significantly longer discussions and longer meetings, because something that might have taken only a minute or two to raise during general business will have to become the subject of its own separate agenda item. I'm also mindful that what works now in a council environment that's heavily dominated by a single party that essentially gets its way every time in the chamber might not be as useful or applicable down the track if there's a shift in the balance of power in this place. And certainly I anticipate that these meeting local laws will need to be amended again to facilitate a more collaborative and constructive discussion environment. It's been really disappointing to me in my time here as a councillor that debate in this place is so hostile, so adversarial, and I think all of us share some responsibility for that. But I think really these changes don't actually meaningfully address some of those cultural problems in the chamber. I think some cultural problems are beyond the remit of these sorts of changes, and you can't regulate your way out of rudeness. And I'm looking at the Mayor as I say that, because while I don't think the Mayor is the worst offender, I think the Mayor has a responsibility to set a higher tone of respect and decorum in this place, and unfortunately that hasn't always been the case in this chamber. And I am mindful that the way that we as councillors speak to each other in this chamber also feeds into broader political discourse and the way that residents interact with us as councillors, but also the way that residents interact with our council staff and officers. So when we're rude to each other here in this chamber, that brings down the entire tone of political discourse in our city and creates a culture of disrespect more broadly that I think demeans all of us. And I hope that that's something that councillors will reflect on in this place, because while we can certainly strongly disagree about certain topics, the personal attacks and the vitriol that have become common in this place I think is unedifying, and is something that I would hope all councillors will attempt to do better on. Specifically speaking about the changes in terms of the video, the sharing of videos that are live streamed and recorded in this chamber, I obviously feel quite strongly about this because I was kind of the main person arguing that video streaming should be introduced in this chamber, and I was quite vocal about that a few years ago, and I still look back on that as one of the things I feel I've contributed positively in terms of how these meetings function, is that we now have live streaming and video recording of council meetings, and I'm grateful that the administration has brought that in. But I was very disappointed, and frankly I was a little bit embarrassed for the council officers in the briefing today in terms of the discussion on how those rules are interpreted and applied, because among other things the amendment to the local law suggests that very strong limits will be placed on anything that could be, any sharing of videos from council meetings that could be construed as political advertising. And political advertising is listed separately from election campaigning. And that decision to list those two items separately implies that there's some difference there. So presumably it's possible to share a video that might be outside the context of an election campaign, but still constitute political advertising. And I think this is something that the chair needs to pay close attention to and should perhaps talk to the officers further about, because at some point in the future, the chair of this chamber, perhaps the deputy chair, are probably going to be asked to rule upon whether a video that has been shared on a councillor's Facebook page, for example, constitutes political advertising. And that's a highly subjective and I think problematic position for an LNP councillor to be put in, as to adjudicate as to whether another councillor's Facebook post constitutes political advertising or fits the definition of election campaigning, or indeed fits the definition of political satire, which is also now proposed to be prohibited, or fits the definition of potential misrepresentation. Those sections of this local law amendment have been, it seems, copied fairly directly from the Queensland, the state parliament standing rules. And as I said, that parliament, that level of government is a very different beast. And I think it is short-sighted and foolish of this administration to simply copy those rules over without reflecting more carefully on how they'll be enforced and interpreted in this place. From the briefing, it was completely unclear the extent to which councillors might be prevented from sharing videos and sharing excerpts from live streams of this council meeting. Certainly, there's a few videos I've shared in the past that have been sort of short excerpts from these council meetings that reasonable people might describe as political advertising. I think they were perfectly reasonable to share because they informed members of the public about what goes on in this chamber and are part of a healthy and robust democratic discourse. And it's important that we have that freedom of speech to be able to share content like that. And I worry that the local law as it is currently drafted represents an undue and excessive limitation upon freedom of speech and freedom of political expression. And I'm concerned that the administration hasn't done its due diligence in ensuring that these draft local law amendments comply with the Queensland Human Rights Act. I expect that they don't comply with the Human Rights Act of 2019, and I think the Chair in particular needs to take responsibility for ensuring compliance so that he isn't exposed to future litigation on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sri. Further debate? Councillor Wines.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to make a contribution to tonight's debate regarding Clause E, the proposed changes of a consultation for the meetings local law. Now, I must just address a couple of things that were said earlier, and I'll do that first of all. There was a statement made earlier that you, Mr Chair, had somehow been empowered to provide media access or not, as though that was a new rule. You'll find that in this law under section 75, you'll find the exact same wording in the old law under section 55. So it's an existing rule that just has a new number but is elsewhere in this document. Not new, but replicated exactly. There was also a statement made that urgency resolutions have been abolished. They have not. They are still there. They have a different name, but you'll find them under section 12.3. All councillors will be able to find those under section 12.3. I also wanted to just make a point that some of the discussion today has not revolved around what is actually one of the principal things that's happened as a result that has prompted these changes, and that's the inclusion of a lot of the conflict of interest, prescribed conflict of interest and other rules that came into force last October, which brought on a rule change in this place. I can assure you that for a person sitting in your position, having one document to rely on is a lot easier than having multiple, which was the case since October until when these become adopted and in place. And I think that some of the discussion today has not been reflective of what the bulk of this. So this is the document before us that proposes the changes. Most of it can be summarised as including the conflict of interest provisions or sections where the term chairman has been turned into the word chair. And that a mere and minor title change. And that actually consumes the bulk of this document. And I, for one, absolutely support the title change from chairman to merely chair. So to have an inclusive title, I 100% agree. I also, as I say, as a person who once sat in your position, I would appreciate having all the rules in one place. That would be something that would make life a lot easier. There's been some discussion about section 41, which was regarding the right of reply from memory. The right of reply. So yeah, section 41.3, that a mover has a right of reply. It's a really simple discussion. And it boils down to a really basic idea, or a really basic question. Is nothing nothing, or is nothing something? And that's the really basic question that sits at the core of whether a person can reply to nothing. And that's a fundamental, something that people can argue philosophically, whether nothing is in fact something. I trust that many people in this room are fans of the television program Veep, where they commonly make the argument that nothing is in fact something. But I would say that while some councillors are arguing for their particular interests, the most commonly moved resolution in this place are committee reports. Committee reports are moved 8 times a night, every night, week after week, and the majority of them would have limited to no debate, yet you as the chair are required to ask if the chair would like to reply to nothing. And I know, again, sitting in that place, it felt silly. In fact, it's like, you do it 8 times a night. Do you want to reply to nothing? And almost invariably, the person would say, no, I'm fine. I don't want to reply to nothing. And so to be able to say, and that once again, I make the point, that's like 8 times a night. Occasionally, and I take the points that Councillor Johnson and Councillor Sri are making for their particular circumstances, but they're not majority circumstances. And I think that also, once I say it's a philosophical question about whether a person should have the ability to respond to nothing. And as I've made the point when I was in that chair, I felt this rule was silly. It's called a right of reply. And by implication, there must be something to reply to. That's just a fundamental. I, like many here, I'm sure, have spent a great many hours in formal debating settings not dissimilar to this in a whole range of ways, and this is the only place I've ever seen a right of reply offered to no debate. And I think that this rule brings it into an ordinary and expected circumstance. Section 42 deals with procedural motions, and of course, Mr Chair, one of the issues we've had over the last few years is what is procedural and what is not. And there has been some discussion and debate over the nature of what it is to be procedural. And so, if some would recall, there were meetings where we had discussions about whether closing the meeting or making it a closed meeting to the public was in fact procedural, while it's clearly my view that it self-evidently is, because it is merely an action. It is merely an action inside this meeting to determine what procedure would occur around the debate within the meeting. Those rules are now clearly stated. That closing and opening a meeting, I must clarify my language, making it a closed meeting or an open meeting, as distinct from opening and closing the meeting, is now clearly spelled out as procedural. And I think that's important to make it easier and clearer for both you and all councillors as to say what are the rules? What are the rules? Because a lot of the things that are here are in response to items that have been items of conjecture for a long time. There are some really quite little ones in here. For example, councillors who attend the budget meeting will now be required by the meeting's local law to sign in every day, which has been a contentious point from time to time, whether a person should sign in every day. I always have, but now the local law says that a person must sign every day. So that contentious point is now no longer contentious. Also, the matter of are budget information sessions committee meetings? We now know the answer, yes. So I think the thing is while a lot of questions have been made about whether urgency is there or not, because it is, it's in 12.3, whether we can reply to nothing or not, that's a personal choice. Whether we should sign the attendance book every day through the budget meeting, we now know. What are the rules that apply to a budget information session? We now know. What set of rules apply for COI? You now know. It's really quite straightforward, and a lot of the discussion and debate earlier today would lend itself to not being as straightforward as those things. And really, there's been a lot of questions asked in this place whether meetings local law in the past has allowed for discussion and conjecture.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Will Councillor Wines take a question?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Through you, Chair. Councillor Wines, do you agree that there's a bit of ambiguity about the term political advertising in the meetings local law, and how would you interpret that rule? Do you think a council would be able to share an excerpt from a meeting with commentary about the content of that video excerpt, and would that constitute political advertising?
Look, I think you'd have to properly read the rule in there, Councillor Sri. My interpretation is that, and the way I understood it when I was chairing the meetings, was that if an individual wanted a portion of the meeting provided to them, the clerks could provide it to them under particular circumstances. And then again, what is political advertising? I must look at my own my clock. I only have 1:30, so can I say that's a discussion for another day. But Councillor Shree's point was responding to my point that a lot of these things that are on the table are about answering questions that have been floating around these chamber meetings, the council meeting, about which way these decisions are going to go. And I think that, as I say, the bulk of the changes proposed are reflections of the conflict of interest laws, both prescribed and the more general ones that come as part of this, the ones that we must follow, and how those actions are there, plus also the change in title. So I just think that some of the debate that we've had today probably is a touch overblown for the things that are on the table, and I as a person who sat in your seat for 2.5 years, I know that I would appreciate having the clarity around the rules provided by the changes in the local law.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Further discussion, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise to speak on this as well. It's been interesting to listen to the debate about these changes. I've been in this chamber for 18 years now, and I know during that time any of these changes to these local laws have always been done collaboratively. So they've always been done with a meeting between the parties. They haven't been just done by one party. So to see these changes come through makes me think that these are purely changes that are political. These are purely changes that suit the political ends of the LNP. And I think we've had that confirmed today by the officers who backed off when asked about the changes and said, yes, they were political changes. But then we've also had it confirmed by the Lord Mayor in previous meetings, where he had said, this is abuse of how this time is being used. This is an abuse of information going out, and we're going to change the rules. We're going to change the rules. Well, here those changes are. They're coming through of the last meeting of the session. They're coming through when we have our most packed agenda, and they're being pushed through by this LNP majority. And the way I see it is these changes are really about control. They're about controlling the message, they're about controlling the debate, and they're about controlling power. That's how I see the changes that are in this document. It is about control. It is about hanging on to power. And you know what? One day you're going to lose that power. Because the way the system's set up, it's not meant to be that one group has the power all the time. And that change will come. That change will see you swept out of office. And that's why in the past we've had the debate, we've come together as a group to make these decisions, because these are the rules that we as a group, we've been flung together by Providence, by voters. That's the way it works in a democracy. So to be having one party come in and go, these are the changes and you will accept them, is not good. It's not right. It's not the way it's meant to work. And the way I see it is this is about staying in power. It's just like the way the council, this administration, this LNP administration has increased their advertising budget and is using council resources to advertise themselves. It's just not like the way this administration are naming everything after the Lord Mayor. It's just like this council calling itself the Shrinner Council. And the number of people who'll say to me out there in the real world, they'll say, I don't understand why it's a Shrinner Council. I thought we were Brisbane City Council. It's about controlling how residents see how we vote. And I'm absolutely astounded that we as a council don't want people to see how we vote. We don't want council to see this is where the LNP's vast majority is. This is where the LNP use.
Point of order.
Point of order.
There's nothing in this document that prevents people from seeing how councillors vote. Nothing at all.
It is. It prevents us from showing how we vote. You try and put a picture on a council document that shows the voting in this chamber, showing you voting, Lord Mayor, with your hands up, on a council document, and you're not allowed to do it. You are not allowed to do it, and this reinforces that. Oh, so it is. I'll take that interjection from the Deputy Mayor. It's because of fake news. So you actually aren't allowed to show people how you're voting because it's fake news. But it's how you're voting. It's how you're casting your vote. It's how you're casting your vote. Your little hands up. And it's good for people to see that. Because when people see that, they realise what's going on in this chamber. That's not a bad thing. But the Deputy Mayor thinks it is a bad thing because it's fake news if people know how we vote in this chamber. We heard her. She's on record.
Point of order. If I'm on record, I claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, yes, look out for the social media tomorrow. Why won't you, look, let's face it. We say this place is a place of robust debate. Then we can't be controlling the information that leaves this place. We shouldn't be trying to control the information that leaves this place. And Lord Mayor and LNP, if you think you're going to control information and the way it leaves this place, you've got another thing coming. You've got another thing coming because it doesn't work like that. The world doesn't work like that. Democracy doesn't work like that. The message will get out there. We're committed to getting the message out there. So tinker, change the rules, but we should remember that the reason this has been done, as I can see it, is the reason this has been done is to hold on to power. And really the reason it's been done by this LNP administration is because they're desperate to hold on to power. And all I can say, and I think it was said very aptly by Councillor Cassidy before, Lord Mayor and the LNP, your time will come. Your time will come when holding on to and desperately holding on to this power will have an adverse effect on you and you will lose that power.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Adams, Deputy Mayor.
I'll take the interjection to say that I absolutely do not agree with the Councillor for Tennyson saying that was really well said. It was another example of the Labor lies we get week in and week out with their so-called social media echo chamber that has our little hands up voting against a motion which is absolutely not the way that it is done. It is voted on whether we suspend standing orders. They know that. They know they twist it and they know that it is lies when they put that out on their social media. However, what we have here before us...
Point of order to you.
Is this debate?
Sorry, Councillor Griffiths, your point of order. Yes, this is relevant to the motion.
There's only one item. Of course, I stand to speak on item A. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for your intelligent interruption. What we did here, though, was again a lot of Labor lies, which we're very used to. This is political. This is about the administration. LNP is not in this. There was a line there that you will accept them and this is how it is. Let us make it clear. Let me be very clear. This goes out to consultation now. If they wanted to make some comments about it and put their input into it, every councillor was asked to do that. And not every councillor did that, to say the very least.
Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Johnson, you might want to put out what you put in for your submissions so everybody knows exactly what your submission to City legal practice was on the changes that you wanted to be made on here.
Please, Councillor Johnston.
This now goes out to consultation for everybody in Brisbane, as we said, or wider, the Queen, if she'd like to make comments on it. This is the most transparent administration this chamber has ever seen, and we look forward to seeing the submissions on this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? Councillors, the item before us is item E. Item E. All those in favour of item E of the NC report? Oh, my apologies. I'm doing that. You do have a right of reply, Lord Mayor. Sorry, I was leaping to the vote. Lord Mayor, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and also thank you to the councillors who spoke on this particular item. Now, first of all, I'd like to complain about Councillor Wines. He's not in the chamber. How dare Councillor Wines bamboozle the opposition with the actual facts about what is in this proposal? You could see them all thinking, scratching their head thinking, this is not what I've been talking on. This is a different set of proposed changes. And the reality is that Councillor Wines pointed out that these changes are fair and reasonable and minor in nature. They absolutely are. And so whenever you hear people making, I guess, over-the-top claims about the death of democracy, particularly when it comes to Labor councillors, you should take that with a grain of salt, because this is the same party that with no notice changed the electoral voting system in Queensland. With no notice, by attacking it onto another bill in the state parliament. So this is the same people who changed not only the Local Government Act, but also the City of Brisbane Act in their political favour. In their political favour, and then tried to make changes to the electoral system in council as well, in their favour. So that's their record. We know what they do. The reality is this. We are never going to be afraid to have a legitimate debate in this place on the important issues affecting the people of Brisbane. And Councillor Sri...
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Sorry to interrupt. I was wondering if the Mayor would take a quick question.
Sure.
Lord Mayor, will you take a question?
Thanks. Through you, Chair. The local law amendment proposes to prevent councillors from sharing video excerpts with accompanying commentary. Do you think that meets the definition of political advertising, and how would you define political advertising?
Well, let me give you an example. During the last election campaign, there was an interesting social media ad put up by the Australian Labor Party, which had me in this council chamber thumping the desk saying, "I don't trust the CCC." Does anyone remember that? And does anyone remember what was actually said in the chamber? It was actually quoting Councillor Cassidy. I was quoting Councillor Cassidy. And you'll remember that Councillor Mackay had been referred to the CCC and then cleared by the CCC, and then Labor councillors weren't happy that he was cleared, and so they referred him again to the CCC. And so I was effectively channeling Councillor Cassidy saying, "I don't trust the CCC." This is to use Councillor Cassidy's involvement. The Labor Party then took that and used it to make an ad out of it, completely misrepresenting what had happened. And they are good at that, because that's really all they've got. And it was interesting, because I got in touch with the chair of the CCC at the time and explained what had happened. And he was very upset at the Labor Party for doing that, for misrepresenting what had happened. And I would suggest that you probably don't want to upset the chair of the CCC, Councillor Cassidy. It's not particularly wise. It's not particularly wise. And and he could see that you had absolutely misrepresented what had happened in this place. That is exactly what happened. So to answer your question, Councillor Sri, a complete misrepresentation of what had happened in this place for political advertising purposes during an election campaign, that's what we saw. So that was a real life example that I can call attention to. But anyway, I think the most interesting quote of the day in this debate was from Councillor Johnston, who said that she wants to cut down the amount of waffle that happens in this chamber. That was my favourite. That was my absolute favourite. If only she practiced what she preached. If only. Now, Councillor Sri made some worthwhile contributions here, and one of them in particular that I wanted to mention was his comments about the tone of debate. Now, I will tell you that when it comes to debate in this place, I will never stand by and allow opposition councillors to completely misrepresent the truth and to present lies as facts and to peddle complete untruths. So when I see that, I will call it out. And, you know, if you want to pitch that at me, batter up. I will bat it back. And we see week in, week out that is happening. Now, I'm sure opposition councillors would prefer me to just smile and take the sucker punch on the chin when they tell lies and misrepresent the truth. But I'm not that kind of guy. I will call it out when I see it. I am no shrinking violet, and the reality is, if we want to see the debate or the tone of debate in this place change, then I think the opposition really has to lift their game and stop telling lies, stop misrepresenting the facts, stop making stuff up.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Look, you've made a rule in this place that you're not supposed to say other people are lying. The Lord Mayor's now said it several times, and you have to apply that rule fairly to everybody. I've been expelled for saying somebody lies, so you have to ask the Lord Mayor to withdraw that or expel him.
Thank you for your point of view, Councillor Johnston. I don't agree with you. Lord Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was simply pointing out that it's not appropriate to lie in this place. It is not appropriate. It is not appropriate to...
Please,
it's
no
not
interjections.
appropriate for Labor councillors to lie either. It's not appropriate for any councillors to lie. But back to Councillor Sri and his comment on the tone of the chamber. Let me point to a really relevant example, and it only just happened in this council meeting. Councillor Sri asked me a reasonable question, and I answered it in the manner in which it had been asked. It was a reasonable question, deserved a reasonable response, and I gave him a fair hearing. I told him what I knew about the issue and what I thought about the issue, and that I would investigate more. That's productive. But what we see here, week after week, is the Labor Party coming in here and just peddling absolute rubbish and trying to sell it as the truth. They are literally the masters of spin and stunts, but with no substance behind it. And so we will have the debates on the issues. It was interesting to see in the chamber recently when they moved an urgency motion about the East Brisbane Bowls Club. And you remember, they didn't actually expect to have to debate that issue at the time, and they were completely unprepared. And wasn't it interesting the way that issue came out in the media? I don't think that did them any favours. I really don't think, because they had been peddling absolute rubbish about that issue, and then, oh, surprise, surprise, we had the debate, and the other side of the story got out there as well. And they didn't like that. They only wanted their side of the story to get up, which was complete fabrication. And so we will have the debates, absolutely, when it comes to making sure that issues that are of importance to the people of Brisbane, and we're not afraid to have those debates. Now, I know there's some councillors who think that their issues are the only issues of importance to the people of Brisbane, but that's other people's judgment, I guess, to make. But the reality is these changes are minor in nature. They give any councillor, including Labor councillors, more time to submit notified motions so that they can actually have a debate on an issue that they think is important. It is not in any way stifling debate, it is actually providing them with more time to do that. And I think it's only reasonable that if you give more time to put a notified motion on the agenda, so at the moment it's close of business on Thursday, we're moving it forward to Monday during the day, so there's a lot of extra time to put a motion on the agenda. And I'll also acknowledge that both of the major parties tend to have their discussions with colleagues. Labor calls it caucus, we call it party room, on a Friday. And so the Thursday timeline was earlier than they would have their caucus meeting, so they couldn't get organised. And so we're giving them time. Have your caucus meeting, decide what you're going to do. If you want to have a debate, let's have a debate, but put it on the notice paper. So we're giving you all weekend and half of Monday. And if for some reason something has come up after Monday at lunchtime that you really think is urgent, you can still put a motion in. There is still an ability to have a motion raised in the council chamber after that. So this is perfectly reasonable, perfectly reasonable. And then, like I said, the only other major change which has generated some interest was the number of times you could speak in general business. Even Councillor Sri pointed out that it's very few times that it's been used, very few times. But the reality is there is no limit to how many topics you can speak on in your 10 minutes. You can speak on 5, 6 different topics.
Expired. Thank you very much. We'll now move to the vote on item E of the E&C report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Cook. Please ring the bells. Thank you, councillors. The item before us is item E of the E&C report, a division. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. All opposed, please say no and raise your hands. No. Are there any abstentions? Clerks.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 6 against.
Thank you. Declare that motion through.
Point of order, Chair.
Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Wines that the Council now adjourn for a dinner break for a period of 1 hour, which commences when all councillors have vacated the chamber, the doors have been locked. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Meeting will now be adjourned.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 7th of September 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
Seconded. I was counting.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Wines that the report of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 7th of September 2021 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. And last week we actually had a tour of the Brisbane Business Hub, and I know, I always start my committees with what's happening in the Business Hub this week. And this week, on Wednesday, tomorrow, from 9 to 11, we've got 93 people registered, businesses registered, for launching a thriving brand with PR pitching and influencer marketing. So obviously a popular one to really think about how new businesses are trying to go out there and launch. But I did just want to share some of the mentoring highlights because it feeds into the committee presentation we had on the Business Hub last week. So we've had Elizabeth from the Glass House and Company who reached out for the BBH for support with her new business. The core idea of her business is to connect local creators with the local community. The business is in a state of concept, but she wants to create a store that provides a market-like experience. And she needed a bit of support with the business plan to really identify what her strengths and her weaknesses were. We matched her with mentor Theodora Le-Sequoy. And if anyone knows Theodora, as I do, she is a larger-than-life, fantastic, innovative medtech specialist in Brisbane. After the mentoring session, Elizabeth said it was extremely valuable, and she added, "Theodora was amazing. I can't rave enough. The mentor meeting gave me insight and direction." And the other one I just wanted to share was Jess Costello from Display. She has spent 18 months setting up a business called Display that aims to use design and technology to improve the lives of those living with a disability. She is trialling a software called Pulse and working on a research project with UQ using sensors and AI called Ariel. Jess wanted to meet with mentor Anthony Ryan due to his experience in the disability sector. Jess wanted support and advice with transformation and growth for his company. After meeting with Anthony, Jess said the meeting was extremely valuable. Anthony is an absolute legend, which we agree because he is the incoming CEO now for Brisbane EDA. And he said he has always felt supported by BBH and the events are great too. So that's just two out of the many, many mentors that we have that are absolutely loving the Brisbane Hub. And last week's committee presentation was by the General Manager of the Hub, Miriam Kent, who provided an overview of events in that space to date for our committee members and took us on a bit of a tour. It was opened in October last year. It was a key outcome from the Lord Mayor's Economic Recovery Task Force. It's a place where Brisbane businesses can work from free of charge and meet with other small and start-up businesses, get the insight they need to help their business to grow. Councillor Sri earlier tonight said, why don't we do a free start-up space on the Queen Street Mall? Yeah, well, we have, and it's called the Business Hub, and it is behind the Visitor Information Centre in the Regent, and it is free, and it's been there now for 4 years, and it will continue there for at least another 3 years on the lease we're about to sign. So since October last year, there's been over 1,300 businesses that have used the Hub's available working spaces, a contact list of 6,000 with 28,000 social media follows. Up to date has put on 118 events, hosting more than 3,600 people. And I was so proud to show the committee the Hub and give them a bit of a tour, because I know there's a couple of councillors in the committee that hadn't been there before. And I take note, as I mentioned before, recently announced that Mr Anthony Ryan, the CEO of Young Care, will be taking the CEO reins over at Brisbane Economic Development Agency in November, which we're very excited about. He'll be working closely with Miriam and the whole Brisbane EDA team to make sure the business is in Brisbane both recover and grow. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there further debate? I see no one rising. Deputy Mayor? No. We'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We'll move on to the next item of the agenda. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 7th of September 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 7th of September 2021 be adopted. Councillor Murphy, is there any debate?
Mr Chair, last week the Transport Committee received an update on the Brisbane Metro project, which focused mainly on two infrastructure components, the Adelaide Street Tunnel and the Metro Depot. And wow, can I tell you, a lot of interest from all committee members from all political parties on this one. There were so many questions asked. We actually ran over time, and my apologies to Councillor Davis, I think it was, who was coming in after us. There was just so much interest in the project from councillors, so many questions being asked that, yeah, it just took up a lot of time. And I get that there's a little bit of a difference between what happens at committee and what happens in council, Deputy Chair. And we saw that really today during the debate about the vehicle. Where were all the questions about the battery chemistry and the depth of the tunnel and you know, how we're going to use these traction motors and you know, the charging facilities and all these really interested you know, engineering questions asked during committee. But then we get to council here today, Chair, and all we wanted to talk about was the fact that the wheels are behind a shroud and that the vehicle doesn't look like a bus. That was the level of debate that we had. So sad, but not surprised. And you know, hopefully, you know, next session we come back, there'll be a little bit more substantial debate about the merits of this project or otherwise. I'd be happy to any time to come in here and talk about the benefits the merits of this project and have a debate about the real issues. But, you know, we're going to talk about wheel shrouds. You know, I'm not interested really, Deputy Chair. As I've talked about the Adelaide Street Tunnel works today during question time, I'll just try to be brief and constrain discussion tonight to the depot. And we know that once constructed, this Metro depot will be one of the largest and most technologically advanced depots of its kind in Australia. The depot will provide stabling and maintenance facilities for the new battery electric Metro fleet. It will have advanced Hitachi ABB charging infrastructure. It will have staff facilities and the capability to accommodate growth of the fleet in line with future service requirements. Now, early works have been underway at the site since 2021. There's already been quite a bit of progress in site establishment. In May, we completed demolition of 2 of the remaining properties on site that Council had yet to acquire at the northern end, and we are progressing to completing sewer connection works. Actually, we completed them in June. Throughout July and August, ADCO Constructions built a new busway access road from the southeast busway into the depot, as well as a temporary access road for construction that will be required for the construction program. This month, additional clearing of the site is underway before we hit the milestone of major construction, which will commence in late October. And that'll be another momentous achievement for Brisbane Metro, a project which has just turned so many shovels so far that I've lost count of all the shovels that we have used. Now, we had one question I noticed from the committee, and that was from Councillor Sri. It was a good question, actually. It was he was asking how many trees were removed for the depot works. A good question. Councillor Sri, in answer to the question, approximately 768 trees were identified for removal at the start of the project. Of which 369 are weed trees and 70 are non-native. So you can infer from that that the rest were native trees. As part of the Natural Assets Local Law, approximately 1.45 million was provided to Council's News branch for offset planting. And in August 2021, locations were defined by News which detail where the Brisbane Metro Depot offset planting is expected to occur. I can advise that that is funding replanting in a number of locations, one of which at Carina has actually already commenced. Additional plantings will be taking place at Mansfield, in Wakerley, in Doolandella and Rochdale, and any mulch generated from the tree removal will be redirected to Colbard Street in Acacia Ridge, adjacent to Oxley Creek. So, with those few words, Chair, I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Well, thanks very much, Deputy Chair. And I'm sad but not surprised that during the committee presentation last week and now during Councillor Murphy's opening address on the Transport Committee report this week, he may answer this perhaps when he sums up, but neither he nor the project director was able to answer a very simple question about the Brisbane Metro. What increase in seated capacity per hour would this $1.3 billion project result in on the southeast busway and in the inner northern busway? The reason that this project is being done, apparently, is to boost capacity on those 2 busways, those 2 metro routes. But the chair of the Transport Committee or the project director, neither of which had any idea about the current capacity of those busways, how many passengers per hour that it is carrying, and what that increase will be. They've talked about given these vague figures of 22,000 per hour. The last figure we had heard in the last few years that seated capacity was around 18.5, perhaps 19,000 on the Southeast Busway currently. So when you're looking at a project like the Metro, where we're seeing these enormous cost blowouts that we talked about today on the Metro vehicle, you're seeing these enormous cost blowouts on the overall project to the tune of $300 million so far, and elements of that project being wound back. No longer an underground station at the Cultural Centre, but an at-grade station, and still these massive cost blowouts. The chair of the Transport Committee and the project director couldn't even say how many people that public transport network is currently carrying. So why are we doing this project? Why is this project costing the ratepayers of Brisbane $1.3 billion if the sole reason for it can't even be quantified either at the committee meeting or taken on notice, as Councillor Murphy and the project director said they would take on notice, but are unable to produce today? I suspect it's because that's actually not a very big increase, Deputy Chair, on what the busways can currently carry to what the Metro will carry if it ever becomes operational. And when you break down that $1.3 billion price tag per passenger per hour, and the peak hour is a couple of hours in the morning and a couple of hours in the afternoon that generate the congestion over the Victoria Bridge currently, I think they're worried that the people of Brisbane will see that this is not a very good value for money project. So hopefully Councillor Murphy will have that answer for us in his summing up today. Hopefully he remembered to go and get that figure, so councillors can know what we're spending our $1.3 billion on.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I rise to speak briefly on the Brisbane Metro update. As we now know today, there are additional cost blowout now in the production of the Metro vehicles. We know that there have been a number of problems with the design, and there have been cost blowout in the design. This project has fundamentally failed, and it has been problematic since it was announced somewhat in a knee-jerk reaction by the former Lord Mayor during the 2016 election. The fundamental thing that concerns me about this is we have no clarity at all about how bus services are going to be impacted for Brisbane residents. And this is something that I've been raising in the consultation from the very beginning. It's clear that this council wants to truncate bus services at South Brisbane, put people on the Metro and then get them to either walk or change buses again in the city, depending on where they're going. I don't know how many of my residents will be impacted by multiple bus changes, but as we know from feedback about public transport, multiple changes is something that deters people from getting on public transport. We also know that this LNP administration has a terrible track record when it comes to changes to the bus network. They cut buses, and they certainly have shown through their own actions in the past few years that smaller, vitally important local services are at risk under this LNP administration. So in addition to the problems with design, the cost blowouts, the failure to get a working bus or Metro vehicle, whatever you want to call it, it is still a big bendy bus. You know, there's significant problems with how it's going to impact on the existing network. And the fact that this administration have avoided even discussing this over the last 5 years indicates, I think, that there is a very serious problem ahead for Brisbane residents. I am extremely concerned, despite all the feedback that I've put in and, you know, raising, I think, very legitimate issues. So Councillor Murphy says he wants a legitimate debate. Students on the south side of Brisbane currently have direct bus services to the University of Queensland. They start out sort of around Councillor Murphy's way, and all those young people and staff who work at the University of Queensland can, in the southern suburbs, get on a direct bus to the University of Queensland. All that's going to end with the Metro. The LNP have indicated that they are going to get rid of some services. That includes some direct services to the University of Queensland. The biggest problem is that this failed design project doesn't provide a connection to the University of Queensland from the south side. I think it's outside of the CBD, it's the biggest traffic generator in the suburbs of Brisbane. We've got a huge amount of people who work or study at the University of Queensland, more than 30,000 people per day. And yet we have an underutilised bridge and we don't have a direct bus service from the south side with the metro. So there's design flaws, there's route flaws, there's cost overruns, and there's a secret plan to cut buses that they won't talk about. So if Councillor Murphy wants to have a discussion about the metro, he could come clean on what bus services are going to be cut, what bus services are going to be truncated, and not just do what they always do, which is release something for consultation, people in good faith put in comments, and then it comes back here and they then put out a summary of consultation which says no change, which is their standard way of operating when it comes to city planning, unless you're in a marginal LNP ward, and the residents get done over. So you're going to do them over, why not be upfront and tell them what's going on? Transparency is important, making sure that the $1.3+ billion that you are spending on this project, which actually is getting less infrastructure than even one of your previous plans. I mean, the failure to deal with the bottleneck at the bus tunnel at South Brisbane at Melbourne Street it's such a flaw, and you know, that is where the biggest bottleneck happens for pedestrians. It's where it happens for buses. And this council, because they couldn't play nice with the state government, failed to include this essential bit of infrastructure in the plan. So, you know, this project has been botched from the beginning. Residents are getting less. They're paying more for the project and getting less actual building work. And we still don't know how buses are going to be cut. That's essentially what we're dealing with. Meanwhile, this administration stands up and says, yeah, no problems, we're on track, we're spending more money than we thought, we're putting shovels in the ground. Meanwhile, there's clearly a trial bus that doesn't work. There's clearly problems with the design. Now, pretty much every road around North Quay is going to be blocked off, causing traffic chaos. And we're still waiting for the worst of it, which is bus cuts for residents. So this is heading in the wrong direction.
Any further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Look, what we see here is another classic example of Labor scaremongering. We know that the Schrinner Council is delivering the highest ever spend in public transport, a record spend in public transport, the highest investment in buses, the highest investment in ferries, and we're also delivering a brand new option with the Turn Up and Go Brisbane Metro, which involves a comprehensive review of Brisbane's bus network, the first of its review that has been undertaken now in over a decade. And we know that currently buses are doing the heavy lifting when it comes to public transport in Brisbane. 2/3 of all public transport trips in our city are taken on a bus. On average, this is about 3.1 million bus trips, around 80 million passengers a year prior to COVID, and Metro will provide relief to the congestion hotspots on our network. It will address bottlenecks at overcapacity stations, and it will unlock the potential for the busway network capacity to grow into the future. Currently, that network has no capacity to grow into the future. So that is a fundamental tenet of Brisbane Metro, to grow the capacity of the busway network. Delivering Metro and the revised bus network, so these two projects hand in hand, actually delivers more buses available to our suburbs as well. Now, Council is currently working hand in hand with TransLink on a detailed, staged review of the bus network. And that is really critical for us to talk about the capacity improvements that Metro delivers. This will ensure the Brisbane Metro works hand in hand with Cross River Rail to deliver an integrated system of Turn Up and Go services, Deputy Chair. Just like the ferry network review, there's no conspiracy here, there's no secrets. the community will have an opportunity to give feedback on the proposed changes in 2022. And we always say that any change to public transport should aim to benefit as many people as possible, and that is the guiding principle for us on the bus network review. Now, I have no doubt that Labor councils will continue to scaremonger about the bus network review process. And the reality is that Councillor Cassidy's team continue to show us why they would not deliver value for money public transport services for Brisbane if they were to be elected to office. We know they continue to say the Norman Park ferry should be brought back, the lowest patronised ferry service in Brisbane's history. Public transport under Councillor Cassidy would stagnate. It would stagnate, it would not improve, because he's not capable of taking the difficult decisions that need to be made to improve our network and to provide us with that capacity to grow into the future. Now, the Schrinner at Council has always acknowledged that this is not an easy task. Reviewing public transport networks is incredibly complex, and any changes to services are not taken lightly. And people are very attached to their public transport services. We understand that. But it's these kind of projects that improve public transport in Brisbane and ultimately help us to meet the ever-changing needs of residents as they move around our city. We remain focused on delivering the best public transport outcomes for as many people as possible, and Councillor Cassidy and other councillors in this place will have their ability to have their say on the new network, its capacity improvements, its constraints, the good, the bad and the ugly, next year when we do the Metro network review.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. I'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No. The ayes have it. No seconder. We'll now move on to the infrastructure report. Councillor Wines, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 31st of August 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated Tuesday the 7th of September 2021 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I will speak very briefly to the report. We had a presentation on wildlife awareness monitors, or WAMs. I will note that some of the committee members made mention at the beginning of the meeting about that it was relatively light content, and then we had one of the best participation for question and answer at the end of the meeting we'd had for some time. So I want to thank the officers who presented. I want to thank the councillors who attended the meeting for their keen participation and interest. I must correct myself. At the meeting, I indicated that I had seen the 6-foot fences with koala posts in Moreton Bay at Everton Hills, and I had said something favourable about Moreton Bay Council, and I just wanted to correct myself and say Brisbane City Council has been doing something similar for many years, and you can find great examples on Hamilton Road and parts of the eastern suburbs. I also just wanted to make mention there were 2 petitions on the wildlife awareness monitors. There are 29 across the city, and they have 2 alternating signs. Sometimes they will say koala season, other times they will say joey season at the correct points in the year. More than 150,000 motorists have passed the signs, and the indications are that the WAM signs have a similar effect on driver behaviour as SAM signs. They increase compliance markedly. Council will continue the rollout of WAMs, with 8 new WAMs coming across 4 different wildlife areas. There were 2 petitions, one regarding Tingalpa, the other Wavell Heights, and I look forward to further debate on those if it occurs.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Is there further debate? Councillor Strong.
Yes, Deputy Chair. Listen, can I ask for Clause C to be taken seriatim for voting purposes, please?
Clause C for voting purposes only. Thank you. Noted. Is there any further debate? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I'll just speak very briefly on wildlife awareness monitors. So I have been for some time trying to get wildlife awareness monitors in Clifton Avenue in Corinda. This is a significant area of high ecological significance located between the Fort Road bushland area and the bushland area behind Canossa Hospital and the Brisbane River. So Brisbane City Council refuses to put the WAMs in that area, which is very disappointing. There's a lot of wildlife crossing the road there because it is heading down towards the Brisbane River. And residents who live in that area have been asking me to put them in. But apparently, if you don't have a koala, you can't get any. So I'll be very interested to find out with further questions on notice where these 29 signs are and whether they're all located in koala areas, because that's the written explanation that I have been given. If any of these 29 signs are not in koala areas, then I will be taking that up elsewhere. I also have tried just for the line markings, because you can get a like a wildlife, like a school zone treatment on the road. So when I heard about those in the Environment Committee, I think it was last week or the week before, I thought, righto, I can't have a WAM. Surely they'll allow, you know, $100 worth of paint to go down the road in an area of high ecological significance, but no, can't do that either. So apparently, if you have an area of high ecological significance where there's a lot of wildlife, you can't get anything to advise motorists that there is a lot of wildlife in your area. So it's fascinating to me that these programs get talked up, but then when you ask for them in your area, in appropriate locations of very high ecological value, this administration just says no. If you don't have koalas, you can't have it. There's plenty of other wildlife in this city, and I think it's great that we're raising awareness about koalas, but it's not good form that the LNP is only allowing these in probably their own wards. So I would be very interested to know if any of them are actually in non-LNP areas. Do any Labor? Oh, I think, sorry, I tell a fib, Councillor Griffiths will definitely have some. You got one too? Okay, so there's two. 29 signs, so that may be 2, 3, 4. You got none, you got none, I've got none, they've got none. So I'd say the vast majority of them will be in LNP areas. But what I don't understand is why this council cannot legitimately put in some of these treatments in areas where there's clearly a need. When the explanation is you don't have koalas, you can't have them, I don't think that's good enough. Plenty of other animals need protecting in this city.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Just further to that, the TPO branch works with the News branch to identify the locations with the highest risk areas where data has shown the highest amount of wildlife strikes, and that is in cooperation with people who reported to us and also to the RSPCA. As I say, it's a 3-year-old project. We're working through the city to identify these locations. As councillors have identified, there's some in Wynnum Manly, there's some in Maruka, but quite self-evidently the locations where a WAM sign is most likely to be found would be Pullenvale Ward, Chandler Ward, and to some extent McDowell and Cullenvale Ward, because that's where, and Maruka Ward. That is where the bushland in the city is, and there's no.
Just one moment, please, Councillor Wines. Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
The objective is to protect wildlife. I'm happy to consider the location Councillor Johnson mentioned, and as I say, the signs are located in locations where there is a recognised number of wildlife strikes, and so we're trying to get that number down. And that's the objective here, trying to protect wildlife and increase driver compliance.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. We'll now put items A and B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clearly the ayes have it. Item C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Division called by Councillor Strunk and Councillor Cassidy. Can we ring the bells? All those in favour, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Abstentions, please. 2. When you're ready, can you please read the results?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour, 4 against and 2 abstentions.
The report has passed. Councillor Allen, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 7th of September 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 7th of December 2021 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. At last week's committee meeting, we had a presentation on a development application for 166 to 180 Breakfast Creek Road, Newstead. The committee was provided with an update on the DA for that particular site, which is located between the Bunnings and Mercedes-Benz dealership at Newstead. This is a prominent location as you leave Kingsford Smith Drive and enter Breakfast Creek Road. At more than 6,700 square metres, the development includes spaces for the following land uses: childcare, food and drink outlet, function facility, healthcare service, indoor sport and recreation, office and shop, all housed in an 8-storey tower at that particular location. This development will contribute to the mixed uses within the Breakfast Creek precinct. There has been significant transformation and revitalisation in the precinct over the better part of the past 5 years. This development plans to activate not just Breakfast Creek Road, but also Ross Street to its rear. The development contributes to the mix of retail, business and commercial activities that appropriately interface with the low-impact industry zone on Ross Street. The tower is an interesting design. It's really a pretty appealing design and supports a lot of the objectives that we have around buildings that breathe and greenery. The building is set back from the Breakfast Creek Road frontage and creates a U-shape and increases access to natural lighting. Importantly, there is an emphasis on plants and gardens with the provision of deep planting areas for trees along all frontages, podium planting on all levels and extensive rooftop gardens. Fundamentally, this building will complete the visual entry statement from into the Breakfast Creek corridor and then through to the city. It also enhances the public realm through ground level retail and dining and encourages an active lifestyle through improved pedestrian connections and end-of-trip cycling facilities. In addition to the presentation, we had a petition and the committee resolved a petition requesting the council reviews a current development application at 493 Gympie Road at Kedron. The DA proposes a service station on the site, which is in the specialised centre zone under the city plan. It currently houses a large commercial building and significant hard stand along the Gympie Road frontage. 143 signatures were obtained as part of the petition process. The application is currently being assessed by independent council officers in development services against the requirements of City Plan and in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Is there further debate? See no one getting to their feet. Councillor Allen? No, we will now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. We will now move on. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 7th of September 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 7th of September 2021 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Last week we had a great presentation on Council's Bradbury Park upgrade. Councillors who grew up in Brisbane would remember when playgrounds were often just a squeaky set of swings, maybe a monkey bar and a steel slide that sat unsheltered from the sun all day. Well, Mr Chair, things have changed a bit since then, with the Brisbane Council delivering the biggest ever investment in parks in the history of this city, with millions of dollars in the state-of-the-art playgrounds that offer an incredible variety of thrills, challenges and obstacles for all kids, no matter what age. The new playscape to be built at Bradbury Park will be in addition to the already delivered 200-metre scooter track, Magic Forest Nature Play Space and basketball half court. And this new play space is amazing. It's designed around the theme of a biological city and will be an iconic play space not only for local residents but so too for families across the city who can enjoy exploring all the new striking towers, obstacles, bridges and puzzles once it's completed next year. Mr Chair, we love our parks and we love delivering new ways for families to enjoy spending time outdoors in this beautiful subtropical city of ours, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Is there further debate? I see no one rising. Councillor Davis? No? We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Now move on to the next item agenda. Councillor Marks, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 7th of September 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Marks and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 7th of September 2021 be adopted. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. We had a committee presentation on road marking and road marking materials, and there was also a petition. I'm happy to leave debate to the chamber.
Is there any further debate? No? No one rising? Councillor Marks? No? We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Now move on to the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 7th of September 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Adams that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 7th of September 2021 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before moving to the report, I would just like to mention that I joined Councillor Matic this morning in attending the Brisbane Living Heritage Network AGM. And I have a present for everyone. Their annual report is here, and I know that very many of you have some of these wonderful organisations within your ward, and I would really encourage everyone to continue to support the Brisbane Living Heritage Network organisations. They do an amazing job, and I took the opportunity to bring a report for each of you because I know how interested everyone would be in the organisations that are contained within their wards. In moving to the report, we had a presentation on some of the refurbishments and innovative upgrades that have and are taking place across Brisbane. And before giving an overview of the presentation, I would like to answer a question on notice asked by Councillor Cumming in last week's presentation. To answer the question on the cost of Bracken Ridge Library, Councillor Cumming, the Brisbane Council invested a total of $9.5 million to turn this library into the vibrant and much-loved community space that it is today. In the committee presentation, we were treated to a presentation on the library upgrades that have or are beginning to take place at Bracken Ridge, Everton Park and Inala libraries. The new Bracken Ridge Library opened in November 2019, and this library is now a 1,000 square metre facility with improved accessibility, amenity and spaces, and zoning for diverse uses. Planning is now also underway for the refurbishment extension of the Everton Park Library, which is a process which will draw on the learnings from the Bracken Ridge Library project. Finally, we were informed of the refurbishments to the Inala Library, which will feature improvements to circulation and amenities within the library space. I would also like to announce that our newest refurbished library, that of the Carindale Library, is set to open this Saturday, the 18th of September, and I commend the report to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Chair. Listen, I'd like to speak on behalf of the community of Inala in regard to the refurbishment that is actually happening to the Inala Library. It's a medium-sized library. I think it was about 810 square metres. So it's a medium-sized, but it's a very busy library, which looks after the communities of Forest Lake, Inala, Durack, Ellen Grove, and I suppose Dara as well, to a certain extent. So it's been a very popular library over the years, and it's in need of a refurbishment. I think most of the money is coming from the federal government. Of course, the member for Oxley and I are very happy to see the upgrade of this library, but it won't just. The library is right next to my office as well, down a hallway next to my office, and they've undertaken to upgrade that hallway as well, which will give it a really nice environmental entry point into the library, which will really make the library pop, I believe. They've already painted the outside of the library and Council Hall in colours that I thought were a bit challenging for my way of thinking, but I tell you what, they've worked perfectly. We have this new building that's right next door to the library, a big investment by a local doctor of about $40 million, and honestly, the colours come together very well, and there is some not so much talk, but there is some plans to actually activate that after 6 p.m. that lane bay in between the two buildings. Because there will be food shops in the commercial part of that ground floor of that very large building next door to ours. So they're working on that. So really, it's really going to bring two distinct buildings together. And as I say, I was very impressed with council officers and how they went about consulting in regards to colour schemes internally in the library and externally. They really involve the library staff in those consultations, which are very important because those people live and breathe that library. They love that library, as we all do in my ward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Is there any further debate? Councillor Howard, right to reply.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I do just want to thank Councillor Strunk for his words, and particularly to the officers, because I know how much they love the libraries, and I also want to thank Councillor Strunk for attending the committee meeting where the presentation was held, because it was great to have the local councillor there to see the fantastic work that is being done at the Inala Library. And I agree with you, Councillor Strunk. I was a little bit taken aback by some of the colouring, and I said, make sure you talk to the local councillor, which our wonderful staff have. And, you know, it really is fantastic to see the work that our staff are doing with the refurbishment of the libraries. And I know that Councillor Murphy is very much looking forward to the opening of the Carindale extensions tomorrow. And I understand, not tomorrow, on Saturday. And I understand you're going to try and be there for it. So can I just encourage all of the councillors to get along to their libraries and to thank the staff. And on that note, I would like to thank all of the staff that had been involved in the refurbishments. And thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Noes? The ayes have it. Move on to the next agenda item, Finance and Governance Committee. Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 7th September 2021 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Huang and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 7th of September 2021 be adopted. Councillor Huang.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee presentation last week was by City Resilience on the recent mock evacuation centre exercise held at Hibiscus Sports Centre in Upper Margaret. I've spoke about this in question time last week, so I won't elaborate further, except to once again thank you all the staff and volunteers who are working to keep Brisbane and its residents safe. So we also had the monthly bank investment report. I'll leave the debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Is there any further debate? See no one rising. Councillor Huang. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6 of the agenda. Councillor Sri, could you please move your motion?
Thanks, Chair. I move that, number 1, Brisbane is a welcoming city that has a long history of providing refuge and safe haven for people from other countries who are fleeing violence and political persecution. Number 2, Brisbane City Council is deeply concerned about the Afghanistan refugee crisis and notes that tens of thousands of Afghani people are now seeking refuge from oppression by the Taliban. Number 3, Brisbane City Council recognises that when people in danger don't have accessible and efficient pathways to seek asylum, they are more likely to resort to less safe alternative pathways, such as perilous sea journeys in inadequately equipped boats. Number 4, Brisbane has the resources to provide a safe home to more refugees from Afghanistan. Number 5, in light of the Afghanistan refugee crisis, Brisbane City Council supports Australia accepting more refugees above and beyond the ordinary annual intake through the offshore humanitarian program. Number 6, Brisbane City Council will write to the federal government to express the above views.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Sri and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that 1, Brisbane is a welcoming city that has a long history of providing refuge and safe haven for people from other countries who are fleeing violence and political persecution. 2, Brisbane City is deeply concerned about the Afghanistan refugee crisis and notes that tens of thousands of Afghani people are now seeking refugee from the oppression of the Taliban. And 3, Brisbane City Council recognises that when people in danger don't have accessible and efficient pathways to seek asylum, they are more likely to resort to a less safe alternative pathway, such as perilous sea journeys in inadequately equipped boats. 4, Brisbane has the resources to provide a safe home to more refugees from Afghanistan. 5, in light of the Afghanistan refugee crisis, Brisbane City Council supports Australia accepting more refugees from and beyond the ordinary annual intake through the offshore humanitarian program. 6, Brisbane City Council will write to the federal government to express the above views. Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. This month, dozens of local councils across Australia are moving motions to remind our federal government of its obligation to provide a safe haven for refugees from Afghanistan. Public attitudes towards refugees and federal immigration policies are heavily influenced by the statements of local leaders like us. As a council, we can remind the residents of Brisbane that refugees are not a threat or something to be feared, which in turn sends an important signal to federal representatives. We have a choice as to whether to send a clear message of support for welcoming refugees or to stay silent and, in doing so, embolden far-right racist politicians who would seek to demonise and persecute refugees for political gain. As a wealthy nation with a comparatively high degree of social and political stability, Australia has responsibility to welcome refugees who are fleeing war and political persecution wherever they come from. But I believe we have a particularly strong responsibility to the people of Afghanistan because of Australia's history of military intervention in that region. For at least a century, Afghanistan has been targeted and invaded by various Western powers, including Australia's close military allies. During the Cold War, the USA armed and trained the Taliban, funneling resources through Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence Agency America's CIA provided funding and support to prominent mujahideen figures of the likes of Osama bin Laden in order to enable them to resist the Soviets. And over many years, with the support of countries like Australia and the UK, the USA directly contributed to the systemic destabilisation of any governmental powers in the Middle East which were resistant to US corporate imperialism. 20 years ago, Australia directly supported and joined the US invasion of Afghanistan, contradicting the advice of global security experts and bolstering the USA's social licence to invade despite the lack of authorisation from the United Nations. Australian forces went into regions where they weren't wanted, and in several well-documented cases, Afghani civilians were targeted and killed by Australian soldiers. I won't go into detail about the war crime allegations which have emerged more recently, but it's sufficient to say that Australia's decision to invade and the behaviour of Western forces in Afghanistan contributed to the political and cultural conditions where the Taliban were able to maintain and build a support base in many parts of the country, despite their own appalling human rights track record. In short, this nation we call Australia has directly contributed to the current situation of political instability and violence in Afghanistan and the surrounding region. In many respects, we've actually made things worse for the Afghani people, and particularly for persecuted ethnic minorities like the Hazaras. So if some of those people are now fleeing the Taliban, we have a responsibility to provide them safe haven. In August of this year, the Canadian government announced that it would accept 20,000 refugees from Afghanistan. In just the past few weeks, the UK government has already evacuated around 8,000 Afghanis who are seeking asylum and plans to accept tens of thousands more refugees beyond its usual intake. The USA has so far evacuated around 24,000 Afghani refugees since mid-August and also plans to welcome many more over the coming months. In contrast, Australia has so far declined to take any refugees from Afghanistan above and beyond our usual humanitarian intake. Our total figure announced so far is just 3,000, and this is a subtraction from the number of humanitarian places we'd already allocated, so we would be taking 3,000 fewer people from other war-torn countries like Syria, South Sudan and Myanmar. This is an embarrassment to all of us who call Australia home. Our response to the Afghanistan refugee crisis has been among the most selfish and heartless of all the wealthiest nations. I should add that in the previous year, Australia had originally planned to welcome 18,750 refugees from overseas. Because of COVID, the refugee intake was suspended in March 2020, so I understand we actually only took in around 11,000 refugees. This means that without taking in more refugees than the federal government had previously planned, we could still welcome well over 7,000 additional refugees from Afghanistan at no additional cost to this country. My view is that Australia should immediately welcome at least 50,000 additional Afghani refugees beyond our usual offshore intake. At the very least, we should follow Canada's lead and open up an additional 20,000 places for people fleeing the Taliban. But the motion before us is far less specific. It simply states that in light of the crisis in Afghanistan, our Council supports Australia welcoming more refugees than we had otherwise planned without putting a fixed number on it. Perhaps most importantly, this motion identifies that if Australia doesn't welcome more refugees through offshore intake processes, this will increase the likelihood of refugees travelling to Australia by boat to seek asylum onshore. The practical reality is that for Afghanis fleeing the Taliban and religious fundamentalism, Australia is one of relatively few destinations that offer a degree of safety. Nearby countries like Iraq, Syria, Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan are in no way equipped to provide safe haven to large numbers of refugees. Meanwhile, other Middle Eastern nations such as Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signalled an intention to cooperate with the Taliban and are unlikely to be friendly towards people fleeing the regime.
Councillors, I now declare the meeting reopened, the meeting of the 14th of September. Before I call you Councillor 3, I just remind councillors that under EBA requirements, we will need to take a break for an hour at 6 o'clock to meet our EBA requirements for staff. Councillor 3, can we take your motion as read and allow you to continue your speech with 4 minutes, 35 seconds to go?
Thanks, Chair. The motion I've brought to this chamber signals that Brisbane City Council supports the federal government accepting more refugees from Afghanistan, separate to the nation's usual annual humanitarian visa quotas.
As a wealthy nation with a comparatively high degree of social and political stability, Australia has a responsibility to welcome refugees who are fleeing war and political persecution wherever they come from. But I believe we have a particularly strong responsibility to the people of Afghanistan because of Australia's history of military intervention in that region. Australia's decision to invade Afghanistan without United Nations authorisation and the behaviour of Western forces on the ground contributed to the political and cultural conditions where the Taliban were able to maintain and build a support base in many parts of the country, despite their own appalling human rights track record. So if some Afghans are now fleeing the Taliban, we have a responsibility to provide them safe haven. Since August of this year, the US, Canadian and UK governments have evacuated tens of thousands of Afghans and intend to grant refugee visas to tens of thousands more. In contrast, Australia has so far declined to take any refugees from Afghanistan above and beyond our usual humanitarian intake. Our total figure confirmed so far is just 3,000, and this is a subtraction from the number of humanitarian places we'd already allocated. So we would be taking 3,000 fewer people from other war-torn countries like Syria, South Sudan and Myanmar. This is an embarrassment to all of us who call Australia home. Our response to the Afghanistan refugee crisis has been among the most selfish and heartless of all the wealthiest nations, and we must all call on the federal government to do better and to fulfil its moral obligations. But rather than reiterating commentary that most in this chamber should already be aware of, I wanted to use the rest of my speaking time to share the words of a young woman, Salma Abid, who recently fled from Kabul, Afghanistan, and arrived in Brisbane just a few weeks ago. Salma says, "First of all, I thank the Australian government for providing us with shelter. Secondly, my request to the Australian government is regarding the Afghan refugees who came to Australia years ago due to war and insecurity in their home country, who have been living on temporary visas in Australia for many years, away from their families and loved ones. I want the Australian government to make the visas and residency status of these Afghans permanent, and if possible, help them to evacuate their families from Afghanistan, and in this way, save them from this uncertain life that has been imposed upon them. These immigrants are losing the best years of their life in a situation where they belong nowhere. I think no human being deserves such a situation. These Afghan refugees, just like every other human being, have the right to be a citizen in a place where they feel safe and secure. Afghan refugees living in Australia have been in an uncertain situation for years just because there is a war and chaos in their homeland, and they have come to another place to save their lives, and here too the government has repeatedly delayed accepting them. There are also many Afghans beyond the Australian border who have been waiting for years to be allowed to enter Australia. I, as someone who has just arrived in Australia with my family, want the Australian government to provide legal pathways for them to come to Australia. The more their acceptance is delayed by the government, the more they will be deprived of their education and work rights, which are basic human rights. In the end, it is the international community that determines what the Taliban do with the future of the Afghan people. So as an Afghan and as an Afghan woman, I'm very worried about the future of other women there. I want the Australian government not to forget the Afghan people and to not stop supporting them. I thank Salma for her words, and finally I'd like to move an amendment to correct an error in the drafting of the motion. I move that clause 2 of the notified motion be amended so that the word Afghani is replaced with the word Afghan. For clarity, the amended clause 2 would then read, Brisbane City Council is deeply concerned about the Afghanistan refugee crisis and notes that tens of thousands of Afghan people are now seeking refuge from oppression by the Taliban.
Seconded.
We've received a motion to amend the second paragraph of the notified motion, changing the word Afghani to Afghan. Is that motion supported? All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone? Oh well, I'm happy to have debate if you want to have debate on that particular on the change to the motion. Otherwise, we return to the substantive motion. Yeah. So we now continue the debate on the amended motion. Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. I think my time has almost expired, but I again strongly encourage all councillors in this place to support the amended motion and thank them in advance for their support of the Afghan people.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise to speak to this motion. Mr. Chair, we're all very proud that our city is a cultural melting pot that's home to people from all different backgrounds and heritage. We can agree that the current socio-political landscape in Afghanistan is deeply concerning and troubling. Administration councillors will be supporting this motion today. We of course agree that the last few months for Afghanistan have been very, very difficult to watch. The scenes of Afghans clinging to planes, flying in and out of Kabul is arresting an image as the 20th century has had to offer in terms of conflicts. The plight of the Afghan people is not just something that warrants our attention, it demands our attention. For those in this chamber who have met and had experiences with Afghan people, you will know that you will not find a kinder, more generous and community-focused people than them. When we're talking about Afghan people, it's important to acknowledge that we are talking about a multi-ethnic society. We're talking about Pashtuns, we're talking about Tajiks, we're talking about Turkmen and Hazaras, we're talking about Nuristanis and Uzbeks, just to name a few of the ethnic groups, of which there are many more. And many of these specifically ethnic minorities face a very uncertain future under the Taliban regime. The Taliban say that they have changed, and only time will tell if that is the case, but the early evidence, Chair, is not promising. I can tell you, though, that there will be very few Afghans that are currently living in Australia who would be happy to take their chances and go back. It's very important to acknowledge the significant stress and trauma experienced by Afghans as a result of the tumultuous political situation in the country at the moment. We also recognise that there are many migrant Afghan people here in Australia that are very distressed about their loved ones that are still located in Afghanistan and subject to the political and economic turmoil that is happening there at the moment. We could reflect for some time about the political situation in the country, how it developed. We could talk about the war on terror, the narcotics trade, religious fundamentalism and the politics of development, and you could go a long way back through history as well. And those are undoubtedly very worthy conversations, Chair. But right now, I think all of us are simply hurting for the human beings who are suffering as a result of having lost their freedoms, many of whom have lost their incomes, their livelihoods, and indeed many have and probably will continue to lose their lives as a result of the Taliban's return to power. There are around 50,000 Afghanistan-born people in Australia, and we know that many of these people reside in Brisbane, contributing to our city's cultural diversity and vibrance. Chair, Afghans make great Australians. If you have met an Afghan Australian, the most striking thing about them as opposed to us is just how truly different their life would have been had they not come to this country. We use the word game-changing in this chamber a lot, Chair. We use it sometimes a little bit flippantly, but you've never seen a better game-changer for someone's life than seeing them grow up in Cooper's Plains as opposed to Kandahar. I think we can all agree on that. Coming to Australia is truly a fork in the road for their lives, and for so many of them it's literally a matter of life and death. Those refugees who have settled here must be hurting immensely right now, seeing what's happening back home, and we stand with them. Our country has a strong history of multiculturalism, and Brisbane in particular is a diverse city that celebrates many cultural traditions, many different languages and many religions of all its residents. We support Afghan Australians here in Brisbane, and we support refugees that are new to our city, and it's one of the reasons that we started the Lord Mayor's refugee welcome ceremony, to really cement that welcome to Australia, to Brisbane, for our refugee community. Of course, that's an annual event that welcomes refugees from all different backgrounds as new residents of our city. And more than just making refugees feel at home as best we can, the ceremony provides genuine opportunities for arrivals to network, to meet with community leaders and to access information on a range of different programs and services provided by both government and non-government agencies. It's about connecting refugees to people, to resources and information that will help them settle into Brisbane and make a meaningful life here. And I've met many Afghans at those ceremonies over the years and have always been struck by their plight, as I am today in debating this motion. Mr Chair, we can all agree that the issues put forward by this motion are incredibly important, and we wholeheartedly agree that the Afghan people need to be supported. Council will undoubtedly continue to follow through on this and will continue to offer support for Brisbane's Afghan community. Through this motion, we will send a clear message to the federal government that we believe that Brisbane is willing to do more, that we want Brisbane to do more. So I want to thank Councillor Sri for bringing this motion to Council, and I commend it to the Chamber.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. 6 weeks or so ago was the 20th anniversary of the September 11 attacks, which also marks 20 years of the Afghanistan war. Barely a month after those September 11 attacks, there was war. And as we know, that ended just a couple of months ago, and largely where it started with the authoritarian Taliban regime in power in Afghanistan. The years that followed September 11, 2001 ushered in a time where US-led invasions sought to install democratic systems of government in fractured nations across the globe. Their success was limited in the extreme and have cost trillions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of lives, and that's probably actually millions of lives. We all know what we were feeling and what the sentiment was here in Australia in September 11 and the years that followed. It's something that will always be a defining moment of my childhood. I came across this account from on the ground in Kabul on September 11, 2001 by Jonathan Harley, who was the ABC South Asia correspondent at the time. This is his account, word for word, and I think it gives some good context to what we owe the Afghan people. It was one of those perfect high-sky Kabul early autumn days, still warm, sticky apricot sunset on its way. I was there as South Asia correspondent for ABC News, covering the trial of Western aid workers, among them Australians, accused of proselytising. For months, the more hardline faction of the Taliban leadership had been gaining the upper hand. The Bamiyan Buddhas had been blasted to oblivion only months earlier. The moderates had lost their efforts to present a conciliatory face of the Taliban to the world. I heard the news on BBC shortwave radio and the latest on Tampa and confirmation of Northern Alliance commander Ahmad Shah Massad's assassination. With nowhere to just turn on images from NYC, remember, TV was banned under the Taliban, no smartphones or Twitter. It was hard to grasp. We rushed to the UN compound where there was a TV and saw the images that had shocked the rest of the world. In that moment, it was crystal clear war would return to Afghanistan, though no one could imagine it would last for 20 years, only to result in the return of the Taliban. When I returned to the streets of Kabul, word had spread across the city. There was a palpable sense of apprehension mixed with deep concern for the people of America. Then, Afghans had a deep affection for the USA, still appreciative for its role in helping oust Soviet forces. What was remarkable about the mood in Kabul on 9/11 was the empathy. Afghans knew all too well what it meant to be under attack, to lose loved ones, to have your workplace or home become a target. What was happening in the US was both shocking and familiar to the people in Kabul. Back in the Intercontinental Hotel that evening, where all journos had to stay, the Taliban held a press conference. There was a strong sense their days were numbered. Everything was moving a million miles an hour, but also in slow motion. I remember being scared and adrenalised, afraid and excited, exhilarated and exhausted. I wanted to capture this moment, but it felt so huge I never knew if I was hitting the mark or honouring the challenges facing Afghans. Within days, foreign journalists would be kicked out of Afghanistan. In Islamabad, the world's media had descended. In Peshawar, the Down with America protests erupted. The latest chapter in Afghanistan's cycle of war was unfolding. It would soon extend to Iraq. 2001 is tattooed on my memory and identity. For me, it was experienced through the eyes in Afghans. I remember the fear and anticipation followed by the optimism that met the fall of the Taliban. 20 years on, with Taliban 2.0, that optimism now seems a very distant memory. The Taliban was a regime that harboured terrorists and supported their activities to kill and harm innocent people. I think removing them was just. There are, of course, some parts of that conflict over the last 20 years that could amount to war crimes. Establishing democratic rights to people who have been living under tyranny was a noble effort. As we know, democratic rights are not freely given and are certainly not natural forms of government. It is incumbent on all of us to ensure those freedoms we enjoy are maintained. And to see all of that lost has left a lot of people searching for answers. but there is a real and present danger now for hundreds of thousands of refugees. The UNHCR describes the situation in Afghanistan now as a humanitarian emergency. Since the start of this year, 600,000 Afghans have been displaced, and those numbers grow by the day. There are already over 2 million Afghans in neighbouring countries. 3.5 million Afghans are internally displaced. COVID has overwhelmed what there is of a national health system there, and just 4% of the population is vaccinated. According to the US and UK, over 80,000 Afghans were airlifted to emergency processing centres in Qatar, Germany, Spain and Uzbekistan. These people and so many others will need asylum. The Taliban has closed all main land borders and control all airports, and many neighbouring countries are already overwhelmed and not opening their borders. In 2020, Australia took 12,400 Afghan refugees. That's a number below the UK, Italy, India, Switzerland, Greece, France, Austria, who took 4 times as many, Turkey, Germany, Iran and Pakistan. The latest reports are that Australia has offered to take 3,000 Afghan refugees. It's not clear if that's in addition to an existing number. The US has allocated $500 million, but it looks like many other countries are stretched to the limit and won't be extending their intake beyond what they already have. Australia played such a pivotal role in that conflict. We were there for 20 years. We owe support and safety to those people, men, women, children, who are now fleeing the same persecution we went to war to prevent. Australia can and must do more, and as a council we do have a loud voice. And supporting this call to resettle more Afghans fleeing persecution, I think will make our national government sit up and listen. Brisbane is a big city with a big heart. We have a wonderfully diverse community that is so special because of our collective differences, and we as a nation have the capacity to offer safe haven for people fleeing persecution. And as a community here in Brisbane, we have the capacity to make that safe haven a home, and I'm very glad to hear that this motion will be passing council unanimously, and we collectively as a group of councillors will be calling on our national government to do more, because we should.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair.
What? Okay. I saw Councillor Landers first.
I also rise to speak on the intention of the motion before us. I just want to point out that it is because of the Coalition Government's success in tackling people smuggling that Australia can provide a strong humanitarian program, and during the Syrian crisis, an additional 12,000 humanitarian places were provided on top of the 13,750 places already that year. And this was because we had stopped the boats from Indonesia and restored integrity to Australia's immigration system. The Coalition has ensured our borders are protected while meeting our international obligations and provided protection to genuine refugees. The Coalition successfully destroyed the people smugglers' business model and stopped this evil trade that manipulated vulnerable men, women and children to risk their lives at sea. We need to remember that this trade operated out of Indonesia, and the people who got on these leaky boats had travelled by plane from other parts of the world, and if they were indeed a refugee, already had a safe haven. But due to a reckless change in policy, people smugglers saw the opportunity to use this to develop their business model and encourage people to pay tens of thousands of dollars to risk their lives, some of them tragically dying at sea. Australia's humanitarian focus has been on refugee camps where women and children are vulnerable and have been waiting for a safe haven. We have officers overseas who, sometimes at the risk to themselves, are working under difficult circumstances to enable people, even within their country, to get to our shores. And these women and children at risk are the focus of countries like Australia, who are using resources on the ground to assess and bring refugees to our country, and in many cases our city. Australia has a proud history of resettling people through this humanitarian program and ranks among the top countries globally with long-established resettlement programs. And we stepped up again when we evacuated around 4,100 people on 32 flights from Kabul between the 18th and 26th of August. This military evacuation operation was one of the largest humanitarian airlift operations in our history. Australia's humanitarian program provides holistic support to those who have arrived from Afghanistan and ensures they have all the assistance they need. It is important that housing is available, and this needs to be addressed by state governments, and in particular the Queensland State Government, if we wish to welcome Afghans to Brisbane and Queensland. We need to understand, of course, that family reunion is a high priority of the Morrison government, and that even if we would like to welcome refugees to our city, it is very important that they are able to choose where they wish to settle. If they have family members already in Toowoomba or Townsville, then reuniting them with their family and settling them in that community will be the best outcome, and the Morrison government will try to achieve this. Allowing refugees to settle in the community with other people who share their culture is very important to the mental health of refugees who have had to leave their home. The thought that they may never be able to return to the place they grew up, where they have memories and family and friends still left behind, is a great burden. We need to ensure that they have every opportunity to surround themselves with other people from Afghanistan, and in particular, if possible, other friends and family. So we commend the Morrison government for their commitment to taking an initial 3,000 Afghans under the humanitarian program, and acknowledge that this is the floor and not the ceiling. The government anticipates that this initial allocation will increase further over the course of 2021-22, and applications for Afghan citizens are prioritised, particularly persecuted minorities, women and children, and those who have family links in Australia. The Morrison government will work with the Afghan community leaders in Australia, leading refugee advocates and service providers, to welcome people from Afghanistan, and the Brisbane City Council is committed to assisting in our capacity and welcoming Afghans to our community. The Australian government has formed the advisory panel on Australia's resettlement of Afghan nationals, to be co-chaired by humanitarian settlement expert Paris Aristotle AO and Commonwealth Coordinator General Migrant Services Alison Larkins. And it is in these experts that understand the settlement and integration issues for refugees that we should put our faith in to determine the support the Afghan refugees need to get established and settled in Australia as fast as possible, and where in fact their needs are best met. It is a distressing time, and we need to ensure the mental and physical well-being of arrivals from Afghanistan, and the advisory panel will be well placed to ensure they get the support they need. We know that this settlement goes beyond this initial support, of course, and that community groups and churches play a great role in this settlement, from emotional support right down to the basic day-to-day things like identifying food packaging on the supermarket shelves. Having a wide range of support available is all part of the consideration of our humanitarian program. As such, we are happy to express our support for the Morrison government's humanitarian program, and will welcome with open arms all refugees who choose Brisbane as the place they wish to settle.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Right. Well, it did seem, I rise to speak on the motion, it did seem promising when Councillor Murphy said they were going to support the motion, but it didn't take long for it to descend into partisan commentary, which I think is very disappointing. I just want to put on the record that I'm very pleased, pre-written and well-read partisan commentary. I just want to put on the record my... Thank you so much for your heckling, Councillor Adams. We can hear it clearly from this side of the chamber, so reflects on you and the chair for not calling it out. So, I just want to put on the record that it's been, I was very pleased to support and second the motion to get it on the agenda for debate today, and thank you to Councillor Sri for bringing it up. Certainly, it is an important matter for our city to make sure that we are supporting newly arrived refugees and migrants. Very briefly, I just want to say that the Morrison government has not done enough in this space. There are an estimated 100,000 people seeking asylum in Afghanistan, and the federal government has had 26,000 applications for asylum, and they're only offering 3,000 places. That's not enough. There is clearly a humanitarian crisis unfolding in Afghanistan, and given our participation in the 2 decades-long war, we have an obligation in Australia to continue to contribute to strong, stable government and to look after the people of Afghanistan whose lives we've been involved in for such a long time. So I actually think more needs to be done here. The Refugee Council of Australia is calling for a special intake of 20,000 places. That wouldn't even cover the current number of applications that are before the federal government as at about a week ago. There's so much fear and uncertainty going on, as we've heard from Councillor Sri and others. So it is incumbent upon the federal government to do more in this space. Cutting the refugee intake, as the Morrison government has done, is not a good thing. Offering only 3,000 places when there are 100,000 people in need is not good enough. There are still an estimated 300 Australian citizens or permanent residents who are stuck in Afghanistan and can't get out, that missed what was clearly a very chaotic airlift process. So clearly we need to do more. It is a good thing that our city stands ready to provide the support that's needed. I hope that will be practical. So I hope that this council will be considering measures like additional funding for MDA and for QPAST, who play such a valuable role in supporting newly arrived refugees and migrants in our community. That is one practical way that we can assist people fleeing from the terrible situation following the collapse of the government in Afghanistan. So I call on the federal government to do more, and I support the motion before us today, and it is a wonderful thing that our city stands ready to support people who are moving away from a terrible situation into a place of safety here in Brisbane.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to add briefly that...
Point of order. Mr Chair, since it's an amended motion, there's no right of reply.
Councillor Sri, I believe you have a right to speak for 5 minutes as to the amendment motion.
Thanks, Chair. As I was saying, in the previous year, that's the last year before COVID hit, Australia had originally planned to welcome 18,750 refugees from overseas. Because of COVID, the refugee intake was suspended in March 2020. So I understand we actually only took in around 11,000 refugees. And I think this is important context because while the Morrison government has been positioning itself and saying, actually, we're doing a really good job, we're bringing in more people, they actually took in very few refugees last year, and they're not actually proposing to take any more additional refugees this year. I think it's really important to emphasise that what I'm calling for and what I think this motion implicitly calls for is to take in more refugees from Afghanistan now, not next year, not the year after, not at some indeterminate point in the future, but recognising that right now Australia needs to be bringing in more refugees. My view is that Australia should immediately welcome at least 50,000 additional Afghan refugees beyond our usual offshore intake, and at the very least we should follow Canada's lead and open up an additional 20,000 places for people fleeing the Taliban. And so I just think we should be very clear that in supporting this motion, Brisbane City Council is calling on the federal government to welcome more refugees beyond Australia's pre-existing offshore humanitarian intake target. We're not just saying that the Morrison government should keep doing what it's doing or can take a few more people from Afghanistan and a few less people from some other troubled region of the world. We're saying that we should take in more refugees than we otherwise were planning to do as a nation. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, it's also important to recognise that right now there are thousands of people who've fled Afghanistan living in Australia on short-term and temporary visas. Many of these people would be known to some of the councillors in this chamber. These are people who've lived in our community, but they haven't been allowed to permanently settle here as refugees, even though some have been here for as long as a decade. This unresolved visa status not only makes it harder for people to secure employment, but it also means they are ineligible for a range of government services. So in addition to welcoming more refugees from Afghanistan, it's paramount that Australia grants permanent protection to those who are already living here in a state of perpetual uncertainty. Recent events in Afghanistan have distressed all of us, but fortunately we're in a position to partially ease some of that suffering. I think it's really important that Council gets on with the job of writing to the federal government about this as soon as possible, but also explores what other practical measures Brisbane City Council can take to increase support for local organisations such as the Refugee and Immigration Legal Service, such as the Romero Centre, such as Multicultural Australia, etc. There's a lot of work to do to support people to settle in a new country, and Brisbane City Council does have a role to play in providing funding and resourcing for those community groups that are doing that hard work. So it's great that Brisbane City Council is supporting this motion that I've moved, and I sincerely thank all councillors in this chamber for their support of the motion. I think it's a really positive step, and hopefully it will put a bit of constructive pressure on Peter Dutton and others in the federal government who so far have seemed quite reluctant to welcome more refugees. I'm well aware that he's currently the Defence Minister, but I'm also aware from conversations with colleagues who are quite close to the matter that he's been one of the major blockers in resisting Australia taking more refugees from Afghanistan. But look, let's not get into party politics. I think this is a really positive show of cross-partisan support. And I'm just really grateful to all councillors in this chamber. I think our city once took a more welcoming approach to refugees than we do today. We used to welcome more people. We used to provide more resources for them to settle here. And I hope this is the start of a little bit of a cultural shift where Brisbane can help shift federal government politics and dominant norms within the broader Australian society as we try to unpack and wind back some of these horrific and discriminatory responses to refugees arriving on our shores in recent years. There are still people from Afghanistan who haven't been granted refugee status, even though they've been living in our community for a decade. And that's pretty messed up when you think about it. So it's not just about welcoming more refugees, it's about making sure that those people from Afghanistan who have already come here and settled here are supported and given permanent protection and are allowed to live in Australia long term. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor 3 and Councillor Johnson. Please ring the bells. Thank you, councillors. The division is on Councillor 3's motion. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Councillors, we now move on to petitions. Councillors, are there any petitions? No? No petitions for this meeting. General business. Is there any general business? No general business. Councillors, we now move on to the adjourned motion moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Cook, that Brisbane City Council by 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Brisbane Downs. Councillor Cassidy, you have 10 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair. This piece of land desperately needs to be saved from the developers' bulldozers. And the only way to make sure it remains untouched is for Council to exercise its power to buy and protect 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Brisbane Downs. any development on this site will not be good for critical habitat. In fact, any development on this site will be devastating for that critical habitat. It's home to many threatened native species, including koalas, platypuses, have also platypus, at least one platypus anyway, has also been filmed in nearby creeks. If this LNP administration fails to act and any part of this land is cleared for development, it'll be absolutely devastating for Brisbane's broader ecosystem, because it is, of course, part of the critical mountains to mangroves corridor. We need to stop this overdevelopment immediately and protect our natural habitat here in Brisbane, not just for our local ecosystem, but also, we were talking about that earlier, thinking globally, acting locally in terms of reversing dangerous climate change. The Australian Koala Foundation have said that the federal government have overestimated koala numbers by about 10 times the actual number. They believe as little as 50,000 are left in the wild. But saving koalas is just one of the many reasons that the LNP administration must commit to buying this bushland. 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Brisbane Downs, is a critical link in the mountains to mangroves corridor. It serves as a refuge and safe passage for many native species in that area, not just providing a home at that location, but that corridor. And if this critical link is removed, those species will be under serious threat in the northern suburbs of Brisbane. It's an important piece of habitat that must be preserved from development. Now, every time we talk about this, we hear lots of excuses and arguments from the LNP that it's someone else's problem and it's someone else's fault. We've heard variously that it's all up to the state government to preserve bushland from developers. We've heard that from the local councillor and the chair of the Environment Committee and from the Lord Mayor. And we've also heard that through development and through development conditions, things like a service station and townhouses and a childcare centre can be accommodated on site and still maintain that critical link in the mountains to mangroves corridor. Well, that is wrong. And I'm sure the argument will come up tonight as well, and there'll be the blame game, and LNP councillors, someone will get up and say that the state government should have called this development in. Now, the whole argument about this call-in is false and a deflection, and local residents know that, but I think it's worth talking about why it is incumbent on this council to actually do its job rather than just blaming everyone else. Under Section 91 of the Planning Act 2016, the State Planning Minister has the power to call in an application only if the matter involves or is likely to involve a state interest. As the council initially refused the Beckett Road application, the state's interest had already been addressed under that legislation. So when the local councillor and the chair of the Environment Committee and the Lord Mayor run around and say to the community, oh, well, if the state government had just called in this application, that would have solved all these problems, they are misleading that community. And maybe they don't realise, and maybe they are ill-informed about that, or maybe it's worse than that, Chair. But the state could not have legally called in this development application. As a former state minister herself and the LNP's environment chair, the local councillor certainly should have known that before misleading the local community. The council raises funds from residents' rates bills each and every quarter specifically to preserve bushland. The question is, what is the point of this council having a bushland acquisition fund if the LNP refuse to use it when it's critically important to do so? We know they'll use it when, for political purposes, when it is about saving an LNP councillor in a marginal ward, but they've shown time and time again that they won't use it when it is critically important to save this critical link in the mountains to mangroves corridor. So what is the point of that bushland acquisition fund and that levy if not to fund purchases like this? So what we need as a community across the north side and across Brisbane is a commitment from this LNP administration that they will buy this land. We know time and time again when these negotiated outcomes come out in the Planning Environment Court, it's more often than not a bad outcome for local residents, and in this case there has the potential to be a bad outcome for Brisbane's ecosystem as we know it. And we know we've seen too many times those deals being done behind closed doors in the Planning Environment Court without the community having any real say. Well, they're having their say. They want this land preserved, and the only way to do that is for council to purchase that land.
Thank you. Councillor Landers, can I have a motion, please, for a dinner adjournment?
Thank you, Chair. Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Adamant, that Council adjourn for a dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences when all councillors have vacated the chamber, the doors have been locked. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. We now stand adjourned. Are there any further speakers on this motion? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to briefly contribute to the debate on this motion, a motion which seeks to play petty politics on a matter which is currently under appeal before the courts. 415 to 427 Beckett Road, Brisbane Downs, was the subject of a development application lodged with Council in 2019. The material change of use for a service station, fast food outlets, multiple dwellings and childcare centre. Mr Chair, Council subsequently refused the application on the 22nd of May 2020, as it did not meet the requirements under City Plan, nor did it meet the expectations of local residents. It is the prerogative of the applicant to appeal this decision through the Planning and Environment Court, and this is exactly what they have done. Council continues to defend its decision. Mr Chair, I would also note that Councillor Davis has spoken on this matter previously in answering a question before this meeting was adjourned. Mr Chair, let us not forget that Councillor Cassidy and the member for Aspley could have advocated for their leaders in State Parliament to call the application in under the powers available through the Planning Act and planning regulation. It is evident that they lack the gumption to instigate such action. With up to 50% of vegetation on the site mapped as having state environmental significance, one might have thought the State Minister could have seen good reason to pursue this course of action. However, it's obvious that it wasn't a priority on his list. Contrary to Councillor Cassidy's points, there was a state interest. It was a state overlay, and there was a point in time where the state could have called this application in. Instead, they washed their hands and shirked their responsibilities. As part of the state, however, the Schrinner Council is looking to get on with the job, and as part of the state-endorsed draft Brisbane Downs Neighbourhood Plan, we are creating a specially designed environmental management zone, the Beckett Road Precinct, which will permanently protect the local area from subdivision or further development. We have consistently said we do not support the removal of the habitat, and this has been and remains our clear position. We are cognisant that whilst the court has accepted a minor change to the application and the process is still progressing, that it would be inappropriate to comment on the specifics or speculate about the court outcome. I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? No? I'll now put the motion. All those in favour... Sorry. Right of reply. My apologies, Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder.
Thanks very much, Chair. I note that the current Chair of the City Planning Committee has contributed to the debate in an ill-informed way. The advice from... he obviously... I shouldn't say he, I'll get in trouble. Councillor Allen has obviously disagrees with the State Department of Planning about that, the ability for the state government and the department and the minister to call in a development at that point. Now, and perhaps he should raise those concerns with the State Department of Planning. But his views, the Chair's views, are very different to the official advice from the department. But again, this just goes to the point that I said at the outset. What we will hear from the LNP, and that came true, is that it's just all someone else's fault. It should have been up to the state government. It should have been up to me, he said. It should have been up to me, he said. I should have said that this should have been called in. So somehow it's all my fault that the local councillor and this LNP administration didn't act to purchase and protect this land. We know when they want to act, when we're talking about political actions, to purchase bushland, they'll do that. We saw that at Carrara and Nurran Street, where there was a few cocos palms and allegedly a koala maybe that may have been sighted or may not have been sighted, and that was a completely cleared block denuded of any vegetation. But the Bushland Acquisition Fund was used to purchase that block. That was under threat from development, of course. What we have here is a block that is under threat from development. It is a key link in the mountains to mangroves corridor, and the best that this LNP administration can come up with is to blame everybody else instead of taking action on this item. So the community will be told about this, and you know their local councillor might get around, and I know she's bitter. The local councillor is bitter about the state member out there because he beat her, and then he beat her friend. And we know that they're bitter and twisted about that. But protecting this key piece of the Mountains to Mangroves corridor is not a petty party political issue. This is about protecting now. And if Councillor Allen sticks to the LNP's previous line that a negotiated outcome in a development, conditions on a development approval will somehow protect this land, then I really worry about where this city is going to go, because if that's the approach that this administration's taking, a couple of years ago we saw that purchase, that political purchase of so-called bushland out at Marracavad East. We're seeing the refusal of a legitimate purchase of bushland here. I think people's views about this administration rorting and mismanaging these types of funds are certainly ringing true. So. The administration may very well vote for this. I suspect not. But we will take this back to that community, and they will know exactly what happened in here, and they will continue to make their voices heard, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour of it, please say aye. Aye. Those to the contrary, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division's been called by Councillor Strunk and Councillor Cassidy. Ring the bells. I think everybody who is going to be here is here. Thank you. Let's take the vote on the division. Division vote. Those in favour, please say aye and raise your hands. Aye. One, two. Those opposed, please say no and raise your hands. No. Class.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 2 in favour and 14 against.
Declare that motion lost. As there is no further business, I declare the meeting closed.